Chapter 397. Seventh Prince's personality was extremely overbearing. He probably only maintained his friendliness and smiles in front of Shangguan Lingxue. Seventh Prince's personality was extremely overbearing. He probably only maintained his friendliness and smiles in front of Shangguan Lingxue. Towards some latent threats, Seventh Prince had always exterminated them while they were still in their budding state. Yi Yuan was actually able to evade 2 of his attacks consecutively with second-level crystal formation realm strength. This was something utterly inconceivable. Therefore, he decided to kill Yi Yuan. Even if Shangguan Lingxue barred the way, he also had to kill Yi Yuan. Boy, in the capital, nobody dares to oppose me, Zhao Chenggan. All those who set themselves against me are already dead. You won't be an exception too. Don't blame me either. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not growing eyes, to provoke an existence such as myself, Seventh Prince said icily. Finished talking, his figure moved, and already arrived before Yi Yuan. Bang! A huge explosion. Zhao Chenggan's figure fell back over a dozen steps before barely managing to stop his body. His palm being returned, Zhao Chenggan's internal organs were in a disorderly mess. A Alchemy King SHI+. Seeing the arrival clearly, Zhao Chenggan said in surprise. The arrival was precisely SHI+ Howren. He turned around to take a look at the severely wounded Yi Yuan, his brows involuntarily knitted together. All right. Won't die. Okay. Then you tend to your injuries. Leave the rest to me. No. I won't die. Borrow Senior's pill refinement room to use. En. Go ahead. Yi Yuan casually took out a medicinal pill to consume and carried white light into the pill refinement room. He did not look at Zhao Chenggan from start to end. Zhao Chenggan's brows furrowed. He said to SHI+ Howren, Alchemy King SHI+, he's your junior? Why haven't I heard about it before? SHI+ Howren did not answer him. Raising one hand, a medicinal pill appeared in his hand. Only to see him release gently. The medicinal pill fell. He grabbed it in his hand and casually rubbed it. A pile of powder fell from the palm of his hand. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chenggan and Shangguan Lingxue's expression changed. They came to find SHI+ Howren precisely for the sake of requesting a medicinal pill from him. SHI+ Howren did not come out the entire time because he was refining the medicinal pill for them. That was why he did not detect the commotion outside. Now that the medicinal pill was already refined, SHI+ Howren actually destroyed it in front of them. You guys, leave. Don't come back in the future. This place doesn't welcome you. Of course, if junior apprentice brother G forgives you, I won't say much. Please. SHI+ Howren made a please leave gesture. The meaning of showing guests the door was already perfectly clear. Zhao Chenggan's facial expression flickered erratically. Within this capital, he had always been high and lofty. Never had he suffered such treatment. Even prior to this, SHI+ Howren was all smiles towards him. For the sake of this brat, SHI+ Howren actually fell out with him. Alchemy King SHI+, it was this boy who offended me. That's why I made a move to punish him. Furthermore, I wasn't aware that he was your junior. That's why there was this misunderstanding. Zhao Chenggan explained. SHI+ Howren's strength was extremely formidable. He also had exceedingly high status in the capital. Zhao Chenggan felt that there was the need to explain to him. After all, this sort of thing like offending the Alchemist Association was not something amusing. Although SHI+ Howren could not represent the Alchemist Association, he was Sovereign Star Abyss's strongest eldest disciple. To a very large degree, his attitude represented Sovereign Star Abyss's attitude. Zhao Chenggan never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually SHI+ Howren's junior. It was a little troublesome this time. But he also had immense faith towards his own ident. One tie and strength. He believed that SHI+ Howren would not easily offend him either. One had to know that behind him stood the fierce Gale world's most powerful, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Yet, he was too naive. I have no interest in hearing which of you is right or wrong. I only saw you trying to kill him just now. So, You can scram now, Shi plus Howren said coolly. Zhao Chenggan was enraged upon hearing that and said, Shi plus Howren, me explaining to you is giving you face. You don't fail to appreciate others' kindness. Could it be that you wish to let the Alchemist Association break away from His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Me making you scram is already taking into account His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, do you think that you can leave Chixia Mountain alive? Alright, if you still don't get lost, I'm going to make a move. Shi plus Howren did not give face in the slightest. Zhao Chenggan's expression changed again and again. Shi plus Howren had always had a benign and uncontentious appearance. Today's Shi plus Howren was his first time seeing it. Fine. I'll leave. You'll regret it, Shi plus Howren. Lingxue, let's go. Zhao Chenggan gritted his teeth and said. Shi plus Howren placed both hands behind his back and did not even look at them. Around an hour later, Yi Yuan walked out of the pill refinement room carrying white light. Shi plus Howren hurriedly went forward to greet him. Seeing that Yi Yuan's complexion was very pale, Shi plus Howren said with a frown, You're really messing around. Suffering such heavy injuries and still forcefully refining pills. Wouldn't that pile injury on top of injuries? Just now, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill whole and did not have time to refine the medicinal effect at all before entering seclusion to refine pills. Although it was only refining a Tier 2 demonic pill, Yi Yuan was heavily wounded. After vomiting blood several times in succession, it already added injuries on top of injuries. Seeing Shi plus Howren being concerned, Yi Yuan felt his heart warm. He forced a smile and said, No worries. I'm fine. White Light's injuries are very severe. If I don't help him refine medicinal pills, the outcome is hard to say. Shi plus Howren heaved a sigh and said, You're somebody who values sentiments greatly. To actually do things to this extent for your contract beast. You, this junior, I acknowledge you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, White Light and I don't have a contractual relations. Hi plus P. We're equals. We're just like family. How can I watch him die? Shi plus Howren said in astonishment, En? You guys actually don't have a contractual relations. Hi plus P? This little white tiger is only Tier 2, and is actually so capable of perceiving the thoughts of humans. Under ordinary circum stances, humans could only own a contract beast by thoroughly subjugating a demonic beast and forcing it to sign a divine soul contract. But this little white tiger had no contractual relations. Hi plus P with Yi Yuan and actually even threw away its own life for him. This was something that Shi plus Howren had never heard of before. Indeed so, Yi Yuan said smilingly. White Light, this little fellow's origins was very mysterious. Even Yi Yuan could not figure it out. Being intelligent was also not something rare. En? What medicinal pill did you refine for him? Why doesn't he have any reaction at all? Shi plus Howren noticed that White Light was not quite right. Logically speaking, after consuming medicinal pills, one's spirit would be a little better. But White Light did not stir at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly, I don't know what's happening too. After he consumed the medicinal pill, he fell into a state of deep sleep. But I can sense that his aura is currently in the midst of gradual recovery. It should be fine. Shi plus Howren observed closely and saw that it was indeed so. He could not help clicking his tongue in surprise. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of Zhao Chenggan and opened his mouth to ask, Oh, right, where's that seventh prince? Shi plus Howren curled his lips and said, I made him get lost. As he said, Shi plus Howren briefly recounted the matter just now for Yi Yuan, making Yi Yuan stare with his mouth agape after hearing it. He only smiled bitterly after a long while and said, Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Why was there a need for that, senior? Chapter 398 Junior, have you forgotten what I said to you? Us disciples under Sovereign Star Abyss don't have to look at other people's countenance when doing things. This is where our confidence lie. Seventh Prince injured you and even wanted to kill you. That's provoking our Dao Yang lineage. Making him get lost is already on account of Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, I would definitely help Junior vent this anger. Hi plus Howren said coolly. Junior, have you forgotten what I said to you? Us disciples under Sovereign Star Abyss don't have to look at other people's countenance when doing things. This is where our confidence lie. Seventh Prince injured you and even wanted to kill you. That's provoking our Dao Yang lineage. Making him get lost is already on account of Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, I would definitely help Junior vent this anger, Shi plus Howren said coolly. Yi Yuan did not think that a mere alchemy king actually had such courage. Speaking of which, it was really quite like Li Daohang, that chap's character. That boy, apart from being very cautious around him and treating him with the courtesy of a teacher from beginning to the end, he would speak brusquely to others. An appearance like your father was number one under the heaven. Seemed like this problem of his was successfully Pares said down to his disciple, which Pares said on to his grandstudents. Although he had not seen this side of Star Abyss yet, it was presumably around the same. Haha. I don't need that. This sort of thing like taking revenge, I love to do it the most. Looks like everybody thinks that my cultivation realm is low and easy to bully. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. It was uncertain what he was thinking about. Shi plus Howren thought that Yi Yuan was lamenting and could not help patting his shoulders as he consoled. Junior, you're only 16 years old and already at the second-level crystal formation realm. This speed is already very fast. When 7th Prince was at your age, he was at most spirit condensation realm. You're way stronger than him. This sort of thing like raising realm can't be rushed. It's best to proceed steadily step by step. In Shi plus Howren's view, Yi Yuan had such accomplishments at a young age. He surely considered himself to be self-important. Yet he suffered a blow from 7th Prince today. This was likely very hard for Yi Yuan to accept. If Yi Yuan ruined his foundation because he rushed to break through realms, that would be losing the main goal because of small gains. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much for Senior's concern. I have a sense of propriety." Shi plus Howren only relaxed after seeing that Yi Yuan's eyes had regained tranquility. He said, "You recover from your injuries first. After 2 days, I'll introduce the other fellow apprentices for you to get to know." Yi Yuan nodded and did not say anything else. On the second day, Yi Yuan was notified to gather at the main hall. By the time he reached, there were already 6 to 7 people there. Each one of them sized up Yi Yuan curiously. Yi Yuan was also sizing them up curiously. Barring no accidents, these few people should be those new seniors of his. At this time, Shi plus Howren also accompanied Star Abyss and slowly walked out. "Master." Everyone greeted in unison. Yi Yuan naturally could not be a maverick. He could only bow along. Star Abyss nodded slightly and opened his mouth to say, "I believe that you're all aware Master accepted a new disciple yesterday. It's Ji Qing. Come, you all get to know each other." Howren, given introductions, Shi plus Howren came to the center of everyone and said to Ji Qing, "Come, I'll introduce to you a few seniors. This fatso is your second senior brother, Tang Ji." Yi Yuan said, "Ji Qing has seen second senior brother." That fatty laughed and said, "Junior brother is indeed a fine-looking man. I heard that you were actually able to reach the legendary realm. Truly remarkable." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not at all. It was all luck yesterday." Shi plus Howren smiled as he dragged a blue Shi plus RT youth over, introducing, "This is your third senior brother, Yu Guang." Yi Yuan similarly gave a bow. Yu Guang smiled and said, "Junior brother is already a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster at such a young age. I think that in the future, you'll surely surpass your predecessors." Yi Yuan went along with a smile. Next, was the fourth senior brother Zhu Liang, fifth senior brother Cheng Su, sixth senior brother Jiang Yu, as well as seventh senior brother Wu Hualong. There were actually 3 alchemy kings among these 7 people and 4 high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. The might of these few people were clear at a glance. Li Daohang's lineage, while few in numbers, each one was able to hold a front. But through Shi plus Howren's introduction, only third senior brother Yu Guang held a position in the Alchemist Association among these 7 people. The rest had been following Star Abyss all along to cultivate and did not mingle with secular affairs. Seemed like this Star Abyss had quite the attainments in this aspect of teaching disciples. When Shi plus Howren finished the introductions, Star Abyss suddenly opened his mouth to say, You all don't look at how number 8's age is younger than yours. His alchemy strength is stronger than all of you. In the future, if you have any queries in alchemy that you don't understand, feel free to consult him. What? Consult little junior brother? Master, isn't this statement used a little incorrectly? Said number 4, Zhu Liang. Yeah, master. Not that we're looking down on little junior brother, but we've followed you for so many years and have more or less learned some smatterings. It can't be to such an extent where we can't even match little junior brother, right? Number 7 Wu Hualong was evidently quite reluctant to yield. Star Abyss narrowed his eyes and said calmly, your little junior brother had a fortuitous encounter before entering my tutelage. His alchemy abilities are unfathomable, more than ample to be half your teacher. You all don't have to make such a huge fuss over nothing and don't need to argue with me either. Those who are unwilling to submit can very well challenge him. Of course, his age is young. You guys don't use Cultivation Realm to bully him. SHI plus Howren and second senior brother Tang Ji were still alright. But the other people's faces more or less had a hint of unnatural expression. Clearly, they begged to differ on Star Abyss's words. Yi Yuan's performance yesterday in the Grand Pill Assembly, they had already heard a little to some extent. But what one heard might be false, while what one saw would be real. Yi Yuan was definitely remarkable, but it was also not remarkable to the extent where he could be their teacher, right? Yi Yuan kept quiet the entire time, but he had already cursed Star Abyss's predecessors countless times over in his heart. This old punk actually made him help him teach his disciples without even giving him a heads up, asking an alchemy emperor to help guide his disciples. To think that this fellow could do it. Seemed like this old punk also came around a little and wanted to exploit his value. Sigh. Who asked him to owe this old fellow such a great favor? Yesterday, Yi Yuan already reached a consensus with Star Abyss. Star Abyss would help him inquire about his fellow apprentice's news. If there was a possibility, Star Abyss would directly make a move to get that person out. Yi Yuan's a dent. One Tai was not suited to get people, but Star Abyss was different. Nobody would suspect him. With Star Abyss making a move, wanting to rescue his fellow apprentices should be much easier. Seniors, don't listen to Master talking rubbish. If there are any queries, we fellow apprentices should have more exchanges. Everybody improve together, Yi Yuan said modestly. These few people's expressions only became slightly better after hearing Yi Yuan's words. They were all people who were hundreds of years old. Asking them to consult a little child, they really could not quite get past their psychological barrier. Star Abyss opened his mouth again at this time to say calmly, there's also an incident that happened yesterday. His Highness, the 7th Prince, actually almost killed number 8 in our Chixia Mountain. This made me very displeased. Looks like our Alchemist Association has been amicable for far too long. Nobody takes us seriously anymore. SSS, there's actually such a thing? Zhao Chenggan, this person is very overbearing. This really seems like something he would do. Heh, looks like Master, his elderly self, is going to fly off the handle this time. It's been so long since I saw Master go wild. Really looking forward to it. Indeed, Star Abyss said slowly, from today onwards, the Alchemist Association and my Dao Yang lineage will stop helping everyone from the imperial family to refine medicinal pills, and we will carry out an all-around sanction on the. Chapter 399. Jin Huanzhen was the Swift Wind Guard's high-level commander, a Soul Sea realm expert. These few days, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, mobilized the troops. Naturally, it could not do without the Swift Wind Guards. Jin Huanzhen was the Swift Wind Guard's high-level commander, a Soul Sea realm expert. These few days, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, mobilized the troops. Naturally, it could not do without the Swift Wind Guards. This team that Jin Huanzhen commanded was about to set off for the front lines very soon. When soldiers go out to battle, medicinal pills and weapons naturally could not be dispensed with. Especially medicinal pills. It was far too important to a team. The quantity and quality of medicinal pills concerned their survival rate and ability to sustain in battle. A few days ago, the Swift Wind Guards ordered a batch of medicinal pills from the Alchemist Association. And today, It was precisely the date to collect the medicinal pills. Jin Huanjun came to the Alchemist Association to find Yang Xiu but was stopped by his disciple outside the door. "Oh, Lin Yi he? How have you been recently?" Jin Huanjun frequently had dealings with Yang Xiu. He was naturally very familiar with his eldest disciple, Lin Yi. If it were before, Lin Yi would have bowed and greeted long ago. But today, his nose turned up towards the skies, looking like he could not see anyone. "Master is currently refining pills. If there's something, come back another day," Lin Yi said very coldly. Jin Huanjun's brows furrowed, and he was rather unhappy in his heart. Putting aside the fact that his relations HI+P with Yang Xiu was not shallow, he was the Alchemist Association's big money bag. Why was this Lin Yi's words today so smelly and hard? Elder Yang and I have made an arrangement long ago to come and collect medicinal pills today. Why would he just happen to be refining pills? Jin Huanjun said with a frown. How should I know? I only know that Master made me guard here and not let some random SHI+*TTY people come and interrupt his pill refinement. Jin Huanjun's face darkened. He said unhappily, "What are you saying, Lin Yi? Elder Yang and I are old friends. I'm also some random *TTY person. Like this, you go in and inform him. Just say that I came. It's impossible that he won't see me." Lin Yi was similarly displeased as he said, "Master is at the crucial moment of pill refinement. How can he be interrupted? If anything goes wrong with his pill refinement, can you shoulder this responsibility? You. Good, very good. Wait until I see Elder Yang. I'm going to ask him if I, Jin Huanjun, am some random *TTY person. Isn't he refining pills? I'll just wait here today." Jin Huanjun was furious to the extreme and decided to dawdle with this Lin Yi. But to really let him barge inside, he still did not have that gall. The Alchemist Association had the entire fair-scale world's best alchemists. Furthermore, they were independent of the Wind Emperor's jurisdiction. Nobody dared to provoke them. Lin Yi said that Yang Xiu was refining pills. If it really was some important medicinal pill, Jin Huanjun really could not bear the responsibilities. Even in the fair-scale world where alchemy skills were undeveloped, while Jin Huanjun and Yang Xiu were both Soul Sea realms, Yang Xiu's status was much higher than his. But Lin Yi said indifferently, "Go ahead." Finished talking, Lin Yi ignored Jin Huanjun and let him be. In a twinkle of an eye, 8 hours said. There was no activity inside at all. Jin Huanjun paced about non-stop. Clearly, he was very restless and angry. He also did not know what was wrong with this Lin Yi today. The latter was purposely setting himself against him. He had waited here for many hours, but not only was there no cup of tea at all, Lin Yi even got people to remove all the chairs. Simple outrageous. Although to a Soul Sea realm martial artist, standing for a couple of hours completely did not matter, this sort of contemptuous feel made him feel immense humiliation. Hard work did not let down the faithful. When the skies turned dark, Yang Xiu finally came out from the pill refinement room. Jin Huanjun was overjoyed when he saw the situation and immediately switched to a smiley face as he went up to greet Yang Xiu. He said, "Elder Yang, this Jin has waited for you for a long time. You finally came out." Yang Xiu smiled and said, "Oh, so, it's Huanjun huh? Looking for me for?" Jin Huanjun was just about to speak when he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Logically speaking, refining pills for such a long time, the alchemist's soul force consumption would be tremendous. Even if it was not some important medicinal pill, it should also be somewhat exhausting. But Yang Xiu was full of spirit and energy, completely without the sense of any fatigue. Could this Lin Yi be lying to him? Right away, Jin Huanjun probed with a sentence, "Elder Yang, were you refining pills earlier?" Yang Xiu said puzzledly, "Refining pill? Not at all. I was researching some stuff in the pill refinement room. While researching, I lost track of time. To think that the sky already became dark." Jin Huanjun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Elder Yang, not that this Jin likes to rat on others, but this disciple of yours, Lin Yi, looks down on people way too much. When I came to find you, he actually said that you were refining pills, causing this Jin to wait bitterly outside for 8 hours. Jin Huanjun poured out all the bitter water in his stomach and totally thought that Yang Xiu would reprimand Lin Yi fiercely. But the development of the matter exceeded his expectations. Yang Xiu looked at Lin Yi and asked, "You told him that I was refining pills?" Lin Yi nodded and said, "Yes." The conversation progressed until here. Jin Huanjun was already prepared to watch the show by the side when Yang Xiu's following words nearly made him vomit a mouthful of old blood. Only to see Yang Xiu slowly turned his head to Jin Huanjun and said, "Oh, like that, huh? It's this old man who remembered wrongly just now. I was indeed refining medicinal pills the entire day. Sigh, getting old, becoming useless. If there's anything, find me tomorrow. I have to head back to rest." Jin Huanjun's eyes became wide as saucers as he looked at Yang Xiu and did not recover for a long time. All the way until Yang Xiu left did he suddenly awaken and hastily chased after. "Wait a minute, Elder Yang. Wait a minute, Elder Yang," Jin Huanjun yelled out. Yang Xiu said impatiently, "Oh Huanjun, today's already very late. If there's anything, talk again tomorrow." Jin Huanjun panicked as he said, "Don't be like this, Elder Yang. The army is about to set out right away. I really can't afford to delay. Elder Yang, that batch of medicinal pills of mine, is it?" "Medicinal pills? What medicinal pills?" Yang Xiu said with a blank face. Seeing Yang Xiu's expression, Jin Huanjun's heart palpitated. He hastily reminded, 10 days ago, didn't we agree to order a batch of medicinal pill from you? Is there such a thing? Why am I unaware? Old brother, recently, our AS Association's orders are seriously too many. I can't even manage it on my side. How about you wait a while longer?" Yang Xiu reminded with good intentions. Jin Huanjun was perfectly clear that Yang Xiu was deliberately troubling him here. But he was also utterly confused. He did not know how in the world he offended this mighty god. Yang Xiu's status in the Alchemist AS Association was exceedingly high. Jin Huanjun could not afford to offend. He could only urge, "Elder Yang, you're clearly aware that our army is about to set off in a few days now. We can't afford to wait." Yang Xie spread his 2 hands out and said, "Then there's no way about it. I'm really swamped over on this side. How about, old brother, you seek someone more qualified?" Jin Huanjun cursed in his heart but had no choice but to ask cautiously. He said, "Elder Yang, I don't know how little brother offended your elderly self. How about you express it a little?" Yang Xiu chuckled and said, "Not at all, not at all. Old brother, you're really thinking too much. I'm really busy over here. All right, not talking anymore. My head is dizzy from refining pills. Heading back first to rest." The same scene played out everywhere in the alchemist capital. Chapter 400. In a day and a night, several great commanders from the Swift Wind Guards gathered in a hall, each of them with tightly knitted eyebrows. In a day and a night, several great commanders from the Swift Wind Guards gathered in a hall, each of them with tightly knitted eyebrows. "Old Jin, do you think that these group of people from the Alchemist AS Association went nuts? They don't want to earn glimmering high-grade essence crystals. Is this shredding all pretenses of cordiality with us?" asked a commander bitterly. Jin Huanjun was also green in the face and in dismal. "Yeah. Old Jin, among us, you're the one with the oldest qualifications. You got to come up with an idea. We're about to set off right away. If we don't have the guarantee of this batch of medicinal pills, what will we use to fight with the endless world martial artists?" said another commander. "Old Jin, do you think they detest that the essence crystals we gave are too few, and they wish to take this opportunity to viciously extort a sum from us?" Jin Huanjun was vexed in his heart and waved his hand, saying, all right, stop making noise. Tomorrow morning, I'll go and test Yang Xiu's waters. I keep feeling that this matter isn't that simple. Everyone, calm your horses down first. All go back and rest. Wait for my news tomorrow." The second day, early in the morning, Jin Huanjun directly cut Yang Xiu off at his residence. "Elder Yang, we have worked together for so many years. You also know that this batch of medicinal pills concerns the life and death of our brothers. You can't wash your hands off this matter," Jin Huanjun said with a grimace. "Aya. Why is it you again, old brother? Didn't I tell you? I'm really too busy recently. I really don't have time to help you guys refine medicinal pills. Yang Xiu similarly had a grimace. Jin Huanjun grabbed hold of Yang Xiu's sleeves and actually kneeled down directly. Old brother, what are you doing here? Yang Xiu said with an astonished look. Old brother, Jin Huanjun, am throwing out this old face today. If this batch of medicinal pill can't be obtained and His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, investigates this, old Jin, am still dead. Old brother, you can't stand aside and watch me die. Jin Huanjun was just short of sniveling in tears. Yang Xiu gave a sigh and said, Old brother, it's really not that old brother is not helping you, but can't help you. Jin Huanjun's heart stirred. He still had a weeping face as he asked, Old brother, where did younger brother, offend you? You just say it out. But, you can't wash your hands off this matter no matter what. Yang Xiu's eyebrows twitched, and he let out a sigh again and said, Old brother Jin, our friends. Hi+P doesn't need me to say any more. You know it in your heart. But this time, old brother Jin, I really can't help you. I'll give you an explanation. But you must make sure not to sell me out. Jin Huanjun's heart nearly jumped out. He hurriedly said, Old brother, just say. If I sell old brother out, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yang Xiu nodded and said slowly, Actually, it's this meaning. Yang Xiu extended out a finger and pointed at the sky. Jin Huanjun's expression changed. Although Yang Xiu did not say it explicitly, the meaning was already very clear. Who else was there above Yang Xiu? It could only be Sovereign Star Abyss. If it was like this, then the problem was huge. Although Sovereign Star Abyss's strength was not on the same level as His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, their statuses did not differ too much. This. Old brother, just what reason is it, to actually make the Lord carry out such a decision? Jin Huanjun asked in shock. Yang Xiu sighed and said, To be able to let the Lord carry out such a decision, it's naturally because somebody touched his reverse scale and offended his elderly self. Alright, I can only talk until here. I can't say any more. Once that Lord flares his temper, nobody can withstand it. Jin Huanjun seemed to have recalled something terrifying, his face revealing terror. There was such a thing. That old man looks pretty amiable. To think that he's so scary when he flies off the handle. Yi Yuan was quite surprised. Third senior brother Yu Guang had an antic 1p18 look as he said, Isn't that so? Back then, even eldest senior brother hadn't entered tutelage yet. Not a single person in the entire capital was unaware of this matter. It was just that nobody dared to talk about it. Master was so awe-inspiring. He directly flew up to the royal palace and stood in midair, provokingly challenging His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. The third prince was forced by Lord Master to commit suicide. From start to finish, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, did not show his face. In truth, that was already a form of yielding. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Such a disgraceful matter, how could the Wind Emperor possibly make an appearance? The third prince coming out to commit suicide appeased Star Abyss's fury and also preserved the royal family's face. It was counted as a better ending. Back then, SHI plus Howren had not entered his tutelage yet. Star Abyss took in a disciple. The result was that he clashed with the third prince and was killed by the third prince. Star Abyss was furious when he heard the news and directly charged up to the royal palace's city walls and forced the third prince to commit suicide. Ever since then, the name of Star Abyss being protective of his people became utterly resounding in the capital. These 2 days, Yi Yuan had been guiding his few seniors constantly and became rather idle. Of course, this was also not something that could be accomplished in one stroke. Among the few seniors, the most unwilling to acquiesce was third senior brother Yu Guang. He challenged Yi Yuan using exchange as the reason. The result was that he was utterly convinced with his loss. Ever since then, the seniors no longer doubted Star Abyss's words. These 2 days, quite a few seniors came to Yi Yuan's place to consult him on some problems. Yi Yuan naturally would not disappoint them either. The answers that he gave were all very exquisite. After the seniors went back to appreciate it in detail, They actually felt that it was even more exquisite than what Master Star Abyss said, and even more profound and simpler to understand. Although these few disciples that Star Abyss took on were different in personalities, they were all honest and frank people. Not only were they not jealous of Yi Yuan, but they also took him to be a good mentor and helpful friend instead. Speaking of which, they inherited the same ideology and behavior as that fellow Li Daohang. Different from happy thoughts on Yi Yuan's side, Seventh Prince's side descended into extreme chaos. These few days, storms raged in the capital. Everyone and everything were in a chaotic mess, investigating the matter of why Star Abyss would target the royal family. Other people did not know why, but he was all too clear. He initially thought that it was not something of a big deal. He did not kill Yi Yuan in the end as well, SHI plus Howren would not do anything to him. But he forgot that there was still an even more terrifying sovereign Star Abyss above SHI plus Howren. As a matter of fact, Zhao Chenggan had already forgotten the third prince's matter. At that time, he wasn't even born yet. Although he heard some extent of it later on, he did not take it to heart. All the way until the news of the Alchemist Association sanctioning the royal family spread over, only then Zhao Chenggan was shocked, recalling the incident of the third prince being forced to commit suicide. These 2 days, he was in a constant state of anxiety. After thinking it over and over again, Zhao Chenggan finally still decided to go and find His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to admit his wrong. Within the deep and serene palace, it was void of people. Zhao Chenggan stood in the great hall but felt countless pairs of eyes staring at him. This child, Zhao Chenggan, requests to meet royal father. Zhao Chenggan forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "What is it?" A voice came over serenely from the depths of the palace as if it sounded out from the underworld. "This child. Zhao Chenggan kneeled onto the ground with a slam and said nervously, "This child deserves death. The matter with the Alchemist Association was caused by this child. I beg royal father to mete out punishment." There was no reply. Only Zhao Chenggan's breathing sound was left in the entire great hall. Chapter 401. Zhao Chenggan's heart had never pounded so fiercely before. Zhao Chenggan's heart had never pounded so fiercely before. He felt like his own heart was about to explode. In the silence, every second felt like a year to Zhao Chenggan. "I already know." That cold voice sounded out again. Zhao Chenggan's entire body shuddered. Cold sweat already drenched his entire body. "Please mete out punishment, father. I didn't think. This was a test that this emperor gave you. For you to be able to arrive here, you've already said the test." When Zhao Chenggan heard these words, he felt like his divine soul was about to leave his body. No words were more pleasant to the ears than these few words. As the fierce Gale world's sole boundless realm powerhouse, even a fool knew the Wind Emperor's terror, but Zhao Chenggan was even more deeply aware that the Wind Emperor's terror was not just strength. This person himself was the most terrifying. "Thank you, royal father," Zhao Chenggan said agitatedly. "Don't be in a rush to give thanks. This matter was incited by you. You think of a way to resolve it. Even I don't wish to provoke old man Star Abyss. You actually dare to yank his beard." Although he sounded calm, Zhao Chenggan could hear the Wind Emperor's fury. "Yes. This child knows his mistake. Royal father, please point out the right path." Zhao Chenggan perspired heavily. "You. Go think about it yourself. This is also a test for you. All right, take your leave." When the voice faded, there wasn't any sound in the Great Hall anymore. Coming out from the Great Hall, it was like Zhao Chenggan had experienced a life-and-death great battle. His entire person was like he was lugged out from the waters, utterly drenched. Returning to his residence, Zhao Chenggan secretly heaved a sigh in relief. Fortunately, he did not harbor any hopes of chance in his heart and admitted his fault to royal father. Or else, his outcome would surely be very tragic. The Wind Emperor had never had any consciousness of the saying a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs towards his own sons. He also never had a Comper's cyanate heart. He caused such a major problem this time, and it was even at the critical juncture of the great army moving out. If this matter could not be settled nicely, he would still die very horribly. Thinking up to here, Zhao Cheng'an could not help getting a headache. Just what should he do to make that old fellow, Star Abyss, rescind the sanctions on the royal family? These few days, Zhao Cheng'an more or less understood Star Abyss's personality through many inquiries. This old man was normally still very amiable. But once you touched his reverse scale, his terror was that even the Wind Emperor could not withstand it. Very clearly, he had already touched his reverse scale. Zhao Cheng'an's thought involuntarily turned to Yi Yuan. Could it be that he really had to apologize to that punk? But the moment he thought of Yi Yuan's haughty look, Zhao Cheng'an shrunk back again. He felt that even if he went to apologize, Yi Yuan definitely would not accept it either. Just how should this be gone about doing? In a blink, an entire night passed said. Zhao Cheng'an sat there woodenly for a night without moving a single muscle. The skies were about to brighten when Zhao Cheng'an suddenly clenched his fists and stood up all at once, seemingly like he made some sort of resolution. It was already daytime. The streams of people in the central capital streets were bustling about. It was forever that busy. All of a sudden, everyone dropped whatever they were doing and turned to look towards a direction. Only to see a young man bearing his upper body, carrying a bundle of thorns on his back, and walking forward step by step. This sort of thing that cut a wide swath was not frequently seen in the capital. It naturally drew the eyes of many people. What's this person doing? What's he carrying a bundle of thorns on his back for? Is he sick? Those are sawtooth tree branches. The branches are covered in blades. Having it wrapped around the body, sinking into the flesh, is not much worse off than getting 1,000 cut. Shish. Do you want to die? That is His Highness, the 7th Prince. My God, who could make His Highness, the 7th Prince, do such a thing to admit fault and ask for punishment? Doesn't he wish to live anymore? Heh, who knows about this kind thing? The 7th Prince is the person most likely to inherit the great position of the Wind Emperor. The person able to make him do such a thing is bound to be extremely formidable. Looking at the direction he's walking in, it should be Chixia Mountain. Only that lord has the qualifications to make His Highness, the 7th Prince, do this sort of thing like carrying a rod and asking for punishment. You're saying, Sovereign Star Abyss, what did His Highness, the 7th Prince, do? To actually provoke and enrage that lord? Hehe, that isn't what you and I can know. The people surrounding to watch were getting increasingly more. There was already an extremely large procession following behind Zhao Cheng'an. But they all know the 7th Prince's prowess. They just followed far away and did not dare to get too close. While Zhao Cheng'an himself looked steadily ahead, walking in the direction of Chixia Mountain step by step. By the time he walked to the foot of the mountain, there was already a sea of people behind him. One would be unable to see the end with a glance. Ji Qing, I, 7th Prince Zhao Cheng'an, came bearing a rod today to ask you for punishment. Zhao Cheng'an enunciated each word, and he actually directly kneeled down. His voice, Zhao Cheng'an, revolved essence energy fully. The entire Chixia Mountain should be able to hear it. Behind him, the crowd let out a huge hubbub. The exalted 7th Prince, His Highness, actually kneeled down. Who is Ji Qing? I've never heard that there was such a character in our central capital. I haven't heard of him before as well. Doesn't Sovereign Star Abyss only have 7 disciples? There doesn't seem to be Ji Qing this character, right? Ignorant and ill-informed. A few days ago, the Xiao family and Tong family organized the Grand Pill Assembly. Originally, the Xiao family's defeat was already set. It was precisely this Ji Qing who turned the raging tides, defeating the Tong family's number 1 genius, Tong Wenchang, saving the Xiao family. Furthermore, this Ji Qing did not win by a narrow margin, but he crushed Tong Wenchang in an overwhelming manner until he could not even lift his head. I heard that he is already locked up by the Tong family and completely became an invalid. Ah, there was such a thing. I was just saying that recently, the Tong family's shops increased anew again. Such a major incident actually happened. Like this Ji Qing is truly a character. Could it be? That's right. He's already taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss under his tutelage, becoming his 8th disciple. But why is His Highness, the 7th Prince, doing such a thing to apologize to this Ji Qing? That I don't know. TSK, the dignified Wind Emperor successor actually suffered such an unprecedented shame. The days to come in the capital will probably be very fun. On top of Chishia Mountain, SHI plus Howran looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "Little junior brother, this move from Master is really ruthless. It actually forced the arrogant 7th Prince to this state." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "He has no body but himself to blame for it." SHI plus Howran nodded, firmly agreeing. Yi Yuan had already explained the entire course of the incident to everyone. Making a move to kill somebody due to a single word of disagreement, only a person like the 7th Prince could do it. Except, if he killed some people, then he killed them. But there were some people who were not those he could afford to offend. Haha, this punk deserves it. "But when are you planning on going down, little junior brother?" asked the plump second senior brother Tang Ji with a laugh. Yi Yuan also laughed and said, "What's the hurry? Let him kneel for a while first. Let's discuss alchemy skills in depth first." Chapter 402. Time slowly trickled past. Zhao Cheng'an's face became progressively darker. Time slowly trickled past. Zhao Cheng'an's face became progressively darker. He had already kneeled for a full 6 hours. Chishia Mountain's gates were still tightly shut. There wasn't even a person who came out to say hello. He was the dignified 7th Prince. Wasn't Chishia Mountain this group of people taking him too lightly? Zhao Cheng'an really want to stomp off right now and then gather the swift wind guards to come and slaughter all of these guys. But when he thought of the Wind Emperor's faint voice, a gust of cool air welled up from the bottom of his heart, instantly extinguish. HI plussing all of the flames. Bearing the rod to come and ask for punishment was something that he made the painful decision to do after he thought for one night. Before coming, he already planned out well. No matter how much humiliation he suffered today, he had to push through it. Yet, when it really came down to it, he had no choice but to admit how great the difficulty was. His Highness, the 7th Prince, has already kneeled here for many hours. The skies are almost turning dark soon. I heard that the Lord's personality is very nice. What on earth did he do to make that Lord on Chishia Mountain become so enraged? Ignorant and ill-informed much. That Lord's personality is pretty good, but once he truly becomes furious, even His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has to make a concession. Oh, is there still some story in between this? That person briefly summarized the 3rd Prince's incident and said, "My guess is that 7th Prince likely had a conflict with that person called Ji Qing and nearly killed him. There was actually such a thing. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. 7th Prince is famously tyrannical in the capital and frequently kills people because of some small issue. But this time, he kicked a metal plate. You can say that again. There had never been a lack of meddlesome people in this world. No matter how long Zhao Cheng'an kneeled there, they would crowd around to watch. After several hours said, everyone pretty much guessed the entire sequence of events. Zhao Cheng'an tried his best not to listen to these discussions. But the sounds of these comments still barged inside his ears ceaselessly, making it even more tormenting for him. If not because today's matter was of utmost importance, he would definitely explode and kill people. Right at this time, a 16 to 17-year-old Azure SHI plus RT youth appeared in everyone's sight. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Zhao Cheng'an, stretched his waist, and gave a yawn as he asked with a curious look, Isn't this His Highness, the 7th Prince? What are you doing here? Zhao Cheng'an forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and said solemnly, "This Zhao Cheng'an specially came here to admit his fault and ask for punishment. Young Master Ji, please inflict punishment." As he said, Zhao Cheng'an pulled out a thorn from his back and delivered it before Yi Yuan with both hands. Yi Yuan received the thorn rather playfully and asked with a smile, "What fault does your Highness have?" Ji Qing doesn't quite get it. That day, didn't your Highness say that those who oppose you are all already dead? I wonder how your Highness can seek the forgiveness of a dead person. That day, it was this little prince who was momentarily muddled and offended young Master Ji. So today, I specially came here to apologize and seek punishment. Zhao Cheng'an was long prepared for this and answered, "Oh, like this her. Your Highness is usurper. Sedly overbearing. I wonder if I'll die in the streets tomorrow after I forgive you today? Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. Zhao Chenggan was secretly alarmed. He really had this thought. He was prepared to find a chance to finish Yi Yuan off after this matter blows over. Of course, he would not make a move himself. There were too many ways to kill people. Personally, making a move to kill people was naturally the dumbest method, getting stench all over yourself for nothing. Who would have thought that his idea was seen through by Yi Yuan at a glance? What is young Master Ji talking about? This little prince really sees through his error. That's why I'm apologizing today with such a serious attitude about this matter. I was truly too reckless on that day. It will never happen again in the future, Zhao Chenggan hurriedly said. Oh, is that so? I've just arrived here and don't really have any enemies in the capital yet. So, if anything happens to me in the future, this liability will be counted on your highness's head. Zhao Chenggan was full of hatred in his heart. Who said that you did not have enemies? You just offended the entire Tong family a couple of days back, alright? These words from Yi Yuan was clearly borrowing his influence to suppress the Tong family. Furthermore, whoever Yi Yuan provoked in the capital later on, he even had to make an appearance to settle it. What the hell was this? But at this critical juncture, Zhao Chenggan had to swallow it too, even if his teeth were shattered. That's of course. As long as anything happens of young Master Ji in the capital, it can all be counted on my head. At that time, I'll apologize for my crime with death. Zhao Chenggan clenched his teeth and said. Such a major incident, it was naturally impossible for those surrounding and watching to be ordinary martial artists. There were bound to be many people from large families and large influences among them. Him making such a promise in front of so many people was virtually pinning a death exemption medallion on Yi Yuan. No matter how large these factions were, how many dared to oppose the Wind Emperor? Even if the seventh prince could not represent the Wind Emperor, and even if the seventh prince lost such a tremendous amount of face today, he was still the strongest among the princes, and also the person with the greatest likelihood of inheriting the position of Wind Emperor. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "There are so many people here today. Everybody be a witness. This small life of mine is all in the hands of His Highness, the seventh prince. If one day, any mishap happens to me, Ji Qing, it cannot be free of relation with His Highness, the seventh prince." Obviously, no one dared to really answer. But Yi Yuan did not need their response. His objective was already accomplished when Zhao Chenggan said these words. Haha, looks like your highness is indeed 100% sincere. I, Ji Qing, naturally can't fail to appreciate kindness as well. Please return, your highness. This matter will end here, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Zhao Chenggan said hesitatingly, young Master Ji, then the medicinal pill matter. Medicinal pill? What medicinal pill? Yi Yuan asked with a puzzled look. Zhao Chenggan was fuming inwardly. He did not believe that Yi Yuan was unaware of the Alchemist Association's sanctions on the royal family. He was feigning ignorance right now. But, in front of so many people, he could not say it too obviously either. He was stifled until internal injuries were about to erupt. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would invite him in to talk. Who knew that Yi Yuan made him return right away? Haha, and nothing, Zhao Chenggan said sadly. Oh, nothing, huh? Then I'll head back first, your highness. Seniors are still waiting for me to learn alchemy, Yi Yuan said with a beam as if he and Zhao Chenggan were friends. Ah, haha, go ahead, go ahead. Zhao Chenggan did not know if this was considered completing the mission either. He also did not know what Yi Yuan planned on doing. His heart was still palpitating with uneasiness. If Star Abyss did not withdraw the sanctions, it would still be hard for him to escape death. After returning to the mountain, the group of seniors gave a round of fierce praises to Yi Yuan. Haha, little junior brother isn't old, but you're extremely adept in handling things. I think after that Zhao Chenggan goes back, he'll also have no appetite. One tea for food and drinks these 2 days, SHI plus Howren said with a big laugh. Yeah. That Zhao Chenggan is used to being rampant and domineering. Today, he lost face all the way home and even had to gift little junior brother a death exemption medallion. It's truly losing one's wife as well as one's soldiers, Yu Guang said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not at all. This matter is still ultimately Master's sanctions that's impressive. Chapter 403 He. It's true that Master's sanctions are formidable, but the way little junior brother dealt with things magnified the battle results to the extreme. Not only did it eliminate the hidden danger of the Tong family, it even supplemented a death exemption medallion for yourself. Truly impressive. Second senior brother Tang Ji said with a laugh. It's true that Master's sanctions are formidable, but the way little junior brother dealt with things magnified the battle results to the extreme. Not only did it eliminate the hidden danger of the Tong family, it even supplemented a death exemption medallion for yourself. Truly impressive. Second senior brother Tang Ji said with a laugh. Second senior brother is too kind. I was also just claiming some interest. I didn't think that this seventh prince could actually endure such humiliation for an important goal and doing such a thing like bearing thorns to ask for punishment, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. It was indeed contrary to all expectations. That child knows when to yield and when not to, and his martial strength is also extremely formidable. Indeed, not what the other princes can compare to. Absolutely the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person. Barring no accidents, the next Wind Emperor is very likely to be him. Hence, you should still be more careful in the future, little junior brother, in case this boy uses some underhanded tricks, SHI plus Howren warned him. The incident this time also let everyone have a brand new understanding of Zhao Cheng'an. The high and mighty Wind Emperor successor actually did this sort of self-belittling thing, making entire capital drop their glass. Says. But thinking about it carefully, this method of doing things was the best way to handle things at present. Even if Yi Yuan was way less understanding of what was good or bad for him, it was also not possible to let this sanction carry on. Otherwise, the Qixia mountain lineage would also become unreasonable even with justification. With Zhao Cheng'an's status, doing everything to this step was already his limits. If Yi Yuan still refused to budge, that was being unappreciative. If the royal family and the alchemist association, these two giants, really ruptured completely, neither side could bear the consequences. At that time, the one who would be put in an awkward situation would not be the Wind Emperor but Star Abyss himself. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan's way of handling things was grasped perfectly. It could gain the greatest benefits and also reflect a magnanimous heart. As for Zhao Cheng'an's apology, Yi Yuan simply paid no attention to it at all. How could he possibly be deceived by this sort of superficial act? The more sincere Zhao Cheng'an's apology was, the more intense his hatred towards him. This sort of high and lofty ambitious fierce person would never feel that they were wrong. Rest assured, eldest senior brother. I have a score in my heart. Oh, right, seniors, from today onwards, I'm going to enter seclusion for a month and won't be able to expound on the alchemy path with seniors anymore, Yi Yuan said. Entering a retreat so soon? Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to enter seclusion, the few people felt a great sense of loss in their hearts. These few days, they truly reaped no little benefits by exchanging knowledge together with Yi Yuan. There were even more gains compared to listening to Star Abyss preaching the Tao. Carrying on at this speed, them having some breakthrough in alchemy were inevitable. But Yi Yuan actually entered seclusion at this time. They were naturally quite reluctant to let go. Yi Yuan smiled and said, yes. I sense that I'm about to break through, so I've decided to enter a retreat to pour all my efforts into breaking through realms. Like that, eh? Alright then, SHI plus Howren said. Yi Yuan returned to his own residence. A streak of white silhouette suddenly salted towards him. The white silhouette's speed was exceedingly quickly. Yi Yuan was actually unable to evade with his movement technique. Violent blaze transforming dragon. In a hurry, Yi Yuan execute a violent blaze transforming dragon, colliding together with the white silhouette. Bang! The white silhouette directly flew out, while Yi Yuan also fell back 2 steps from the enormous collision force. But Yi Yuan was not astonished. He became overjoyed instead and said, white light. You actually broke through. Why yes. Big brother. A slightly choppy and tender voice transmitted into Yi Yuan's mind. It was universal beast language. En. Have you unlocked your inherited memories? Yi Yuan was astonished again. Yes. This time, white light was clearly way smoother when talking. Haha. You brat, your breakthrough speed is too rapid. It's almost catching up to this young master. Seeing white light open his mouth to speak, Yi Yuan was also very glad. White light smiled and said, Big brother, you're the real freak. Your breakthrough speed is too fast, completely without bottlenecks. En. Just a few-year-old little kid, you're actually calling me big brother? Yi Yuan said huffily. If I don't call you big brother, what do I call you then? I don't want to call you master. Proud divine beasts will never become a human's lackey. White light raised his tiger head with a prideful look. Yi Yuan was also tickled by his appearance and said with a smile, I didn't ask you to call me master. But I can be your uncle with my age, right? Come, call uncle and let me hear. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, white light nearly stumbled to the ground. He said sulkily, knock it off. Don't you humans all address each other using cultivation realms? Now that I broke through to tier 3 as well, what's wrong with calling you big brother? This really does seem to be the case. Fine. Big brother then. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he inquired, oh, right. Do you know your origins now that you unlocked your inherited memories? Yi Yuan was very curious about White Light's origin. He was clearly a descendant of the flowing light white tiger, yet he had treasure-seeking abilities. It was too weird. But White Light shook his head and said, don't know. I only unlocked a very small portion of inherited memories. The rest are still sealed and completely can't be opened up yet. Yi Yuan said disappointedly, like this that's too bad. If we know your origin, we can maybe suit our methods to your situation. Who knows, you might be able to break through to divine beast realm. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, White Light was also quite disappointed. Yi Yuan suddenly asked again, then, what kind of inherited memories have you awakened? Let's have a look. To divine beasts, inherited memories were something extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, they would never tell it to humans. But ever since the death of his mother, White Light treated Yi Yuan as his only kin. Or else, he would also not have fought Zhao Chenggan to the death under the situation where he was aware he could not contend with him to protect Yi Yuan. All some random and messy stuff. Such as this kind of thing like the universal beast language. To say the most useful one, it will be a cultivation method that was awakened. But, it's only to the 3rd level too, White Light said. En. What kind of cultivation method? Yi Yuan asked curiously. White Tiger Dark Light Divine Art. White Light said. It's actually a divine art. Yi Yuan said in astonishment. Although Yi Yuan also cultivated in a divine art, this did not mean that divine arts were common wares. The birth of each divine art would stir up a bloody struggle in the divine realm. But a little white tiger that Yi Yuan found in the lower realms actually had a divine art in his inherited memories. This was too inconceivable. Although Yi Yuan had not heard of this set of divine art, its power was beyond all doubt. Yeah, I didn't know it myself, but actually I've already started cultivating this divine art long ago. It's actually like a part of my body, White Light said. Yi Yuan suddenly remembered something and could not help being greatly astonished as he said, could it be that, when you swallowed those medicinal pills, your body automatically revolved the White Tiger Dark Light divine art? White Light nodded and said, yes. Yi Yuan's expression became peculiar. Then the 3rd level that you awakened, it's not that. You can also raise your realm by swallowing medicinal pills, right? White Light had an innocent face as he said with a frank nod, Big Brother is indeed incredible. Guessing it in one try. I guess your head are. Yi Yuan forcefully stifled back a swear word. Chapter 404 Eating Medicinal Pills and Sleeping, Raising Realm Unconsciously. Eating medicinal pills and sleeping, raising realm unconsciously. This was the cultivation process that so many martial artists dreamt about. But even if Yi Yuan's cultivation did not have bottlenecks, it was also not possible to reach such a state. Cultivation was like sailing against the current, either advance or regress. On the matter of cultivation, No martial artists dared to slack off. But White Light's cultivation method, any martial artist who saw it would have an impulse to beat him up. Yi Yuan was no exemption either. Seeing that dim gaze from Yi Yuan, all the fur on White Light's body stood up. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, and he vanished. White Light immediately felt that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Yi Yuan caught hold of him. What white tiger darklight divine art? What can even cultivate when sleeping? Maddening your big brother to death. How can there be such a perverse divine art in this world? Yi Yuan rubbed White Light's tiger head furiously, rubbing until he was dizzy. By the time Yi Yuan stopped, all White Light could see were stars. Huff, huff. Yi Yuan was also panting, dog-tired. Messing around was messing around. Not that Yi Yuan was jealous of this cultivation method, it was just that he felt somewhat unfair. The cultivation method that White Light awakened should be a divine art that was tailor-made for the same kind of divine beast. Humans were unable to cultivate it. Even if Yi Yuan asked for it, it was useless too. Doesn't that mean that I'll have to provide medicinal pills for you non-stop in the future to let you cultivate? Yi Yuan looked at White Light from the corner of his eye. Hearing these words from Yi Yuan, White Light gave a flattering low roar and rubbed his face against Yi Yuan's cheek, saying, "Haha, I know that big brother is the best. Best my *SS. Don't kiss my *SS. Who did I provoke? To become a pill refining coolie?" Yi Yuan had a gloomy look. "Hehe, how can you say coolie? Big brother's alchemy skills are unparalleled in this world. Find happiness in it. Furthermore, I, White Light, still have some capabilities. I'll definitely find more treasures for Big Brother," White Light said fawningly. Yi Yuan said huffily, "I say, how did you know to follow me back then? Could it be that you already know that I knew alchemy back then?" "Ah, I don't know either. I just felt especially cordial when I saw Big Brother, so I followed you in a daze," White Light said in confusion. "All right, I'm scared of you. I'm going to begin closed seclusion to cultivate. This time, I'm going to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm in one stroke," Yi Yuan said. White Light trembled and nearly slipped off from Yi Yuan's shoulder. "7th level crystal formation realm? Big brother, are you mistaken? You're only at the 2nd level crystal formation realm." White Light was taken aback by Yi Yuan. "Not mistaken. It's 7th level crystal formation realm. This time, Zhao Cheng'an, that punk almost killed us, making me very peeve. Each one of you all bullying that my realm is low, right? I'll break through for them to see," Yi Yuan said annoyedly. All along, Yi Yuan's adversaries were always stronger than him. This made it very disadvantageous for him every time he fought. Even if his essence energy was much thicker than other people, the disparity in realms could not be made up for. Although Yi Yuan defeated his opponents in the end, it had the feeling of walking on a tightrope practically every time. A few days back, if not for SHI plus Howren making a move, he would already have been killed by Zhao Cheng'an. While Zhao Cheng'an's strength was decent, it was still too far away compared to Yi Yuan. The reason why he was formidable was because of his realm. Zhao Cheng'an comprehended true intent. For Yi Yuan to want to cross a major realm to win him, it was too difficult. Hence, Yi Yuan resolved his heart this time to enter close seclusion for a month and planned on breaking through 5 realms in succession. This was an impossible mission to others, but to Yi Yuan, it was merely a question of time. Day 2, the rear of the mountains where Yi Yuan was in seclusion. SHI plus Howren Pares said a storage ring to Yi Yuan and said, "These are the tier 3 medicinal herbs that little junior brother you requested. It's all prepared properly." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Thank you very much, eldest senior brother. What's there to thank? Merely just some tier 3 medicinal herbs, not a big deal. But you made me prepare so many portions for you. You're not planning on refining pills alone, right? Could it be that this 1 month, you're planning on refining a batch of tier 3 medicinal pills?" SHI plus Howren asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Wanting so many medicinal herbs is naturally to use to refine medicinal pills. But my close seclusion this time is in order to break through realms." SHI plus Howren asked very curiously, Even if little junior brother, you, refine pills without sleep or rest, to refine so many medicinal herbs into medicinal pills, it would probably take more than a month. How will you have time to break through realms? Haha, little brother naturally has a plan, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Clearly, he was unwilling to say any more. SHI plus Howren suddenly recalled little junior brother's monstrousness and thought to himself, his pill refining speed should be faster than ordinary people, right? Or he did not even plan on finish these medicinal herbs, but to keep them for refining next time? Seeing that Yi Yuan did not wish to speak, it was naturally inconvenient for SHI plus Howren to ask any more, and he took his leave. Yi Yuan casually waved a hand. The square cauldron and Yuan Fei appeared before his eyes at the same time. When Yuan Fei saw Yi Yuan, he bowed and greeted, "Young master." He had already followed Yi Yuan for close to a year. From the initial half-belief and half-skeptical, to now, it was already prostrating on all fours. This 1 year, he practically ate demon crystal pills like candy. He was already peak tier 3 now and only a step away from tier 4. A year ago, he did not even dare to think about it. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "I plan to refine a batch of medicinal pills this close seclusion to break through realms. You're already not far away from tier 4 at present. Back then, you promised to follow me for 10 years, and I'll refine the demon mana pill for you. This promise can be fulfilled now." Yuan Fei's entire body trembled, and his agitation could not be any greater. "Is what young master said true? When have I teased you before? The demon mana pill isn't some impressive medicinal pill to me. I can already refine it now. It was just that I always didn't have the time. After finish the demon mana pill, our debt is also considered settled. You can choose to leave me and return to the endless forest. Of course, the prerequisite is that I can return to the endless world." Evidently, Yi Yuan did not have huge confidence in returning. With the passing of time, the war between the two worlds would get closer and closer. There were bound to be even more powerful people guarding the realm Sageway. Wanting to smoke his way through it like last time was already not very likely. Yet, when Yuan Fei heard these words, he shuddered and hastily asked, "Does young master not want Yuan Fei anymore?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't overthink things. This 1 year, you have been following me. You should know my temperament as well. As long as I've acknowledged that person as one of my own, I absolutely won't hold anything back from him. You rendered much help to me this 1 year. I've treated you as a friend in my heart. How can I not want you? It's just that I still have to ask about your choice out of respect to you." Yuan Fei did not even think and directly said, "If not for following young master, Yuan Fei would still be in the endless forest right now living muddled and simple-minded days. How could I have the chance to advance to tier 4? Following young master, the one who benefited isn't just Yuan Fei alone but the entire Long-Arm Stone Ape clan. Yuan Fei and clansmen are willing to pledge allegiance to young master to the death and to never forsake you." Chapter 405. After following Yi Yuan, the Long-Arm Stone Ape clan could no longer be compared to the past. After following Yi Yuan, the Long-Arm Stone Ape clan could no longer be compared to the past. Back then, when Yi Yuan saw Yuan Fei, only he alone was a tier 3 demonic beast. And now, there were already 20 to 30 tier 3 Long-Arm Stone Apes. One could say that the collective strength of the Long-Arm Stone Ape clan went up a level. Such a huge transformation was something that Yuan Fei could never have imagined before following Yi Yuan. Now, asking Yuan Fei to leave Yi Yuan, he would not even know how to survive. "Haha, you willing to stay on? Of course I welcome it," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yuan Fei's answer did not exceed his expectations. In truth, he already predicted this outcome when he solicited Yuan Fei back then. "Old Yuan, want to keep on eating the food, right? Haha. Following big brother, forget about tier 4, even taking form isn't something hard." White Light suddenly scoffed. Yuan Fei's old face turned red first, then immediately turned pale with great shock as he said, "White Light, you are actually tier 3 already. How is it? Incredible, right? If you don't work hard, I'm going to surpass you very soon." White Light still had a child's disposition as he said with a proud look, "Stop talking nonsense. The one who wants to keep on eating the food is yourself, right? Don't bully Yuan Fei for being honest. Yi Yuan taunted with a smile. Cough, cough. Big brother, can't you just let me be happy for a while? All right, I know that we both owe it all to you, okay? White Light said helplessly. Good that you know. All right. This matter brooks no delay. I'm going to start refining pills. You guys help to guard me by the side, Yi Yuan said. The Demon Mana pill was a Tier 3 demonic pill. It was not much of a challenge to Yi Yuan, and he finished refining it very soon. The instant that Yuan Fei took the Demon Mana pill, he was so agitated that he could not speak. He was stammering for some time, stifling until Yuan Fei's face was black with a touch of red, getting ridiculed by White Light. Ha ha ha. Old Yuan, one Demon Mana pill can make you agitated until like this. Such a good for nothing. White Light burst into laughter. Being interrupted by White Light like this, Yuan Fei cooled down a little instead. This brat's bloodline is invincible. How can you know the significance of the Demon Mana pill to me? Making irresponsible and sarcastic remarks when you don't understand my plight. White Light laughed and said, following Big Brother, this is just the beginning. Don't talk about a puny little Demon Mana pill. So what if it's a shapes? HI plus efting pill? You're like this now, wait until Big Brother refines a shapes. HI plus efting pill for you. Wouldn't you be so agitated that you would breathe your last? Haha, then that would be fun. Hearing White Light's words, Yuan Fei could not help shuddering. Shapes. HI plus efting pill. He had truly never thought that he would one day successfully shapes. HI plus feat and advance to a Tier 5 demonic beast. Tier 5 demonic beasts, which was also a sovereign level demonic beast. It was another beginning to demonic beasts. But now, he was about to step into the ranks of Tier 4 demonic beasts. Would Tier 5 still be far away? Yi Yuan smiled and said, what White Light said is right. It's just a Demon Mana pill. You don't have to be so agitated, Yuan Fei. Do you still remember what I said to you before? Tier 5 Demon Sovereign, Tier 6 Demon Ancestor, are all nothing difficult. Yuan Fei's emotions finally calmed down a little. He clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, Yuan Fei understand. Encountering young master is Yuan Fei's greatest fortune in this lifetime. Yuan Fei naturally would not forget the words that Yi Yuan said back then. At that time, Yi Yuan was still just an Essence Chi Realm youth. Opening his mouth to say Tier 5, Tier 6, Yuan Fei still more or less doubted it. But, a year's time had said. That Essence Chi Realm youth already grew into a crystal formation realm expert. Yuan Fei only knew what a fortunate thing it was to encounter Yi Yuan back then in retrospect. Haha. What are we still talking about these between us for? You make your preparations. Make use of this 1 month to break through to Tier 4, Yi Yuan said with a big laugh. Yuan Fei acknowledged and went to another place to enter seclusion. When Yuan Fei left, Yi Yuan put out all the medicinal herbs in the storage ring. The originally spa, RSE and empty room immediately became full. Big brother, there are so many medicinal herbs. How do you plan on refining? White Light asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course it's refining all of them together. As he said, all the essence energy in his body seethed, firing one seal after another into the square cauldron. The square cauldron initially looked like a metallic product. But at this time, it actually lit up gradually under Yi Yuan's seals. That appearance actually looked like a divine object, dumbfounding White Light who was watching. After over a dozen breaths, Yi Yuan was also exhausted until he panted heavily, while the square cauldron's luster gradually stabilized too. Huff. With my present strength, activating an array formation inside a profound artifact is also so taxing, said Yi Yuan powerly, while swallowing a condensed fragrance pill. Wow. This huge cauldron looks so impressive. Big brother, what you doing here? White Light asked doubtfully. Although this treasure was found by him, he was utterly clueless about the functions of this treasure and was filled with curiosity. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you look properly. Only to see his essence energy seethe once again. A large pile of medicinal herbs actually flew inside the square cauldron just like that. The next instant, the square cauldron gave off an immense brilliance, releasing a dazzling radiance from the mouth of the cauldron. It was also uncertain what was happening inside the cauldron. After 15 minutes, the radiance dissipated. The square cauldron returned to normal again. White Light was very nosy and scurried to the mouth of the cauldron right away, a pair of tiger eyes becoming wide saucers. Is this all medicinal embryos? My God, how did you do it? White Light exclaimed in shock. Haha, it wasn't done by me. It was this profound artifact's own array formation. As long as one activates the array formation, it can automatically extract and refine medicinal embryos, Yi Yuan explained. So amazing. Indeed, the treasures that I find are extraordinary. White Light flattered himself again. But so many medicinal embryos, you aren't planning on refining them all at once as well, right? White Light suddenly asked again. Of course. How troublesome is it to refine one by one? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. TSK, I'm really curious about Big Brother's origins. Your alchemy skills completely roll over the lower realm alchemist. That SHI plus Howren's strength already seems to be very strong, but it isn't even enough to refine so many medicinal pills in a month's time. You're only at the alchemy grandmaster realm and can actually refine so many tier 3 medicinal pills in minutes. Simply heaven-defying. White Light sighed with admiration. Haha, of course I have some background. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. As for now, don't inquire too much, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Not that Yi Yuan did not trust White Light, but this road to revenge of his was too arduous. A single misstep and it would be the outcome of eternal damnation. He did not even have any guarantee whether or not he could succeed in the end, so he did not wish to drag the innocent White Light in. Fine then. I won't inquire. White Light curled his mouth and said. After Yi Yuan regulated his breathing for a while and his essence energy recovered to the peak condition, he started refining. The medicinal pill that he was refining this time was called Jade Spirit Pill. It was naturally a medicinal pill used for raising essence energy. The effects of this medicinal pill compared to the ones used by ordinary lower realm martial artists was way higher. The cleansing sandal sacred flame spat out lightly, instantly igniting the square cauldron, but sadly, with Yi Yuan's current strength, he simply had no way of unleash. Plusing the full functions of the square cauldron. Otherwise, he completely did not need to waste strength to refine this batch of medicinal pills. He was still using the Triorigin's Samsara art. Following one seal after another being struck into the square cauldron, the body of the cauldron radiated splendor once again. Chapter 406 Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The square cauldron's radiance gradually dimmed, recovering back to a metal lump. After finesse. Plusing the refinement, Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground. Such a refinement was a tremendous test to both soul force and essence energy. There was basically no body who could accomplish it in the lower realms. Only an existence like Yi Yuan whose control of soul force and essence energy was brilliant to the pinnacle could complete a refinement like this. Big brother, it's done like this? White Light asked in surprise. Still not done. Do you want to tire me to death? Yi Yuan said crossly. Cough, I didn't mean that. But this is only half a day's time. White Light felt like the scene before his eyes was not quite real. After breaking through to Tier 3, White Light awakened inherited memories and had a much greater understanding of this world. In his inherited memories was knowledge on the aspects of alchemy. Refining so many medicinal pills was absolutely a colossal project. But Yi Yuan completed it in half a day's time. After resting for a bit, Yi Yuan finally caught his breath and said, "My present strength is still too weak. If I have peak 9th level crystal formation realm strength, refining these toys can be done in 2 hours." White Light gave a low roar and said scornfully, "You're indeed a freak." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Go help me take a look. How's the quality of the medicinal pills? My realm breakthrough this time is all on these toys." White Light scurried over to take a look. Inside the square cauldron was full of medicinal pills, probably 100. He observed those medicinal pills closely and was filled with astoundment in his heart. How is it? Yi Yuan asked impatiently. You're indeed a freak. Refining pills like this, and it still resulted to such high quality. The vast majority inside is all high-grade medicinal pills. There is still quite a fair portion which is superior grade. Only a very tiny portion is middle grade. Not even one transcendent grade. Fail. Yi Yuan said with a sigh. Transcendent grade. These are tier 3 medicinal pills. White light was thoroughly defeated. Actually, the refinement this time, Yi Yuan's greatest drawback was still essence energy. A refinement like this was a tremendous test of the alchemist's essence energy. Without late-stage crystal formation realm essence energy, it was very hard to sustain. Only Yi Yuan's way of splitting one portion of essence energy into 2 halves to use could support his refinement to succeed. If there were even a trace of waste, it would also not be possible to have the present results. All right. I'll recover my strength first. You play by yourself. Wait until I break through to late-stage crystal formation realm, then I'll help you refine demon crystal pills, Yi Yuan said feebly. White Light was overjoyed upon hearing it and said, Haha, it's indeed Big Brother who dotes on me. Little brother, I will definitely break through to tier 4 quickly. At that time, I'll protect Big Brother. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, It will be pretty good if you don't drag me down. While he said that verbally, Yi Yuan knew that White Light's strength could not be underestimated. Previously, when facing off against Zhao Cheng'an, White Light actually wounded the Sea Transformation Realm Zhao Cheng'an with tier 2 strength. His might could be seen at a glance. If White Light had tier 4 strength, dealing with Zhao Cheng'an should be a cinch. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that White Light would explode with extraordinary strength under certain special conditions. His speed would be unbelievably quick. Regarding that final strike against Zhao Cheng'an, even he did not see clearly what happened. Also, when White Light's mother was on her deathbed, White Light dealing with the 7 evils flowing cloud python was like so too. Looking at this, White Light's strength indeed could not be underestimated. The second day. Yi Yuan already recovered to his optimal condition and prepared to break through. He casually grabbed a bunch of jade spirit pills and directly stuffed them into his mouth. At the same time, Yi Yuan started to revolve the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Their medicinal properties were rapidly refined, flowing into the Dantian. The small crystal in Yi Yuan's Dantian continuously expanded. After a day, Yi Yuan directly broke through to the 3rd level crystal formation realm. Another 3 days said, Yi Yuan's momentum met no resistance the entire way, directly smars. HI+ing the barrier between early-stage crystal formation realm and middle-stage crystal formation realm, breaking through to 4th level crystal formation realm. Time flowed like water. In a twinkle, a month had said. On this day, the essence energy inside another secret room surged and was abnormally violent. Yuan Fei has divine beast bloodline when all is said and done. His talent is actually not poor. It's just that the lower realm's resources and environment made it very hard for him to mature, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. TCH, isn't it just breaking through to a tier 4? What's the big deal? As long as I have Big Brother providing demon crystal pills, I can surely break through to tier 4 within half a year, White Light said disdainfully. Yi Yuan was speechless. This fellow said it as if he owed him. I say, don't you feel ashamed? Yuan Fei's improvement speed is indeed inferior to yours, but he didn't spend much time to break through from middle stage tier 3 to peak tier 3 either. If you didn't have the support of medicinal pills, you might not even be faster than him, Yi Yuan said huffily. Cough, cough. This tiger is a descendant of the 4 great divine beasts. How can a stone ape with a dilute bloodline be compared with me? If he has the capabilities, you make him not eat medicinal pills and compare cultivation speed with me. Actually, talking about improvement speed, we can't catch up to Big Brother even if we whipped our horses. In a month, you already broke through 4 realms consecutively, reaching the peak 6th level crystal formation realm. Although White Light saying these words looked a little like licking his boots, He was really very astonished in his heart. Yi Yuan's bloodline did not have any special aspects, his body was not even the most ordinary spirit physique. But Yi Yuan's breakthrough speed was not any bit slower than him, a divine beast progeny. This was the most freakish. Plus while they were talking, the duration of essence energy at the other secret room already calmed down. Yuan Fei walked out of the secret room. The aura of Yuan Fei who broke through to Tier 4 was already completely different. It was only to see him conceal his splendor inwards with not a trace of essence energy escaping his body. One clearly could not sense his essence energy, but it gave people an extremely powerful feeling. This was still him just after breaking through a realm and not able to release and withdraw it as he pleased. Wait until he finished consolidating his realm, that sort of soul-stirring threatening force would not emanate out, and he would look no different from ordinary demonic beasts. Yuan Fei was similarly a divine beast descendant. After breaking through to Tier 4, it was equivalent to stepping into the middle of the three realms. His divine beast bloodline would also trigger. His combat strength became exceedingly formidable. The Stone Ape clan was originally extremely skillful at fighting. Their combat strength even far surpassed said same-rank demonic beast. It was just that Yuan Fei's divine beast bloodline was not activated in the past and was unable to unleash shocking combat strength. Haha. Old Yuan, how's the feeling of breaking through to Tier 4? Looking at your appearance, it's like you're going to totally destroy the room, White Light said with a laugh. He and Yuan Fei were old friends already too. Seeing Yuan Fei broke through, he was naturally very happy as well. But Yuan Fei gave a silly smile and said, just broke through. Essence energy is still unable to be controlled freely. I've incurred young master's ridicule. But the feeling of breaking through to Tier 4 is truly excellent. I feel like my entire body is filled with strength and that I can punch through a mountain in one fist. Evidently, breaking through to Tier 4 made Yuan Fei very excited. After all, this was something he simply could not imagine before meeting Yi Yuan. Chapter 407 Haha, looks like your divine beast bloodline awakened. Yi Yuan saw through Yuan Fei's transformation and said with a laugh. Haha, looks like your divine beast bloodline awakened. Yi Yuan saw through Yuan Fei's transformation and said with a laugh. Young master has good eyes. After breaking through to Tier 4, I've awakened another part of inherited memories. Furthermore, I feel an extremely powerful bloodline strength hidden inside my body, Yuan Fei said with joy. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, indeed worthy of being the equals heaven sage ape's progeny. As long as you can draw out this bloodline strength, you'll surely be an extremely formidable existence in the future. After a moment, Yuan Fei calmed down from basking in his joy and suddenly realized something not quite right. Yuan Fei gradually went from pleasantly surprised to astonishment. Haha, old Yuan's reaction is really slow, only noticing now that something was off. You only broke through one level in a month's time. Big brother is going to break through the 5th level very soon and advance to the late-stage crystal formation realm, White Light said in derision. Yuan Fei was filled with shock. Breaking through 5 levels in a month's time? Yi Yuan was at the crystal formation realm now, not the essence chi realm or spirit condensation realm back then. Wasn't such a breakthrough speed overly terrifying? Actually, logically speaking, the difficulty of this level that Yuan Fei broke through was far more challenging compared to Yi Yuan's 5 levels added up. But the problem was that the time used was too short. To some ordinary martial artists, a month's time was just barely enough for them to use to consolidate their realm. Even for those genius martial artists, wanting to break through a level in a month, that was something impossible. But Yi Yuan broke through 5 levels in succession within a month. Alright. It's late. Since Yuan Fei already broke through, you guys help to guard me. I'll break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm right now, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yuan Fei felt indescribable shock in his heart. At the rate of this speed, Yi Yuan catching up to him was just something soon. Although Yuan Fei had long known that Yi Yuan's cultivation had virtually no bottlenecks, but to break through 5 realms in a month, such a speed was too unbelievable. Yi Yuan swallowed large quant. 1 ties of jade spirit pills again and started to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm in full force. Even if Yi Yuan did not comprehend so many realms in this lifetime, directly breaking through 5 realms was not a big deal. And his current realm comprehension already greatly exceeded the current standards. It was just that since he reincarnated, he had practically been on the run constantly all along. There had been completely no chance to rest properly and cultivate essence energy, resulting in his realm being too low. Now, him breaking through 5 realms was actually just water flowing unhindered when the conditions were right. When the medicinal pills entered the abdomen, an essence energy tempest gradually formed, plunging the entire hidden room into a violent storm. Yuan Fei was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. Did young master break through realms like this during this 1 month? Of course. Big brother breaking through realms has this tiger grandpa's, my, style. Both of us eating medicinal pills like candy. Haha. White Light said with a loud laugh. Thinking about these 2 freaks, Yuan Fei was speechless for a long time. The Stone Ape clan indeed had powerful physiques. But even he did not dare to consume medicinal pills like this. He would be stuffed to death. The joy from previously breaking through to Tier 4 was already struck down at this time and badly mangled. He was deeply aware that before long, he would be thoroughly said by these 2 freaks. Moreover, Yuan Fei knew that even if he broke through to Tier 4 now and awakened divine beast bloodline strength, in a genuine life and death battle, he might not be Yi Yuan's match either. After half a day, the essence energy inside the hidden room returned to serenity. Yi Yuan finally broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Currently, the aura from Yi Yuan's body was much stronger compared to while being at the 2nd level crystal formation realm. Hihi, how do you feel right now, big brother? White Light asked with a flattering face. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, if I meet Zhao Cheng'an again, even if I can't kill him, giving him a violent thrash. HI plussing should still be achievable. White Light shook his head strongly and said unhappily, big brother, you broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you still can't take care of that fellow? Haha, I know that your PIS said with him. But his strength is indeed very mighty. To be able to comprehend true intent at his age, this is not what ordinary people can accomplish. Even if I already broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm now, I'm still a major realm lower than him. To be able to defeat him is already pretty good, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Humph. Anyway, I'm just very upset. I don't care, big brother, you quickly refine candy for me. I want to break through to Tier 4 as soon as possible, then viciously trample that fellow to death and let him know that this tiger grandpa isn't nice to provoke. White Light said irately. Haha, there are plenty of chances. My soul force has already reached alchemy grandmaster perfection realm now. Refining demon crystal pill is but lifting a finger. I'll find a time to refine medicinal pills for you. But I've already been in seclusion for a month. Star Abyss's side should have some news too. We have to quickly exit seclusion. After all, we entered the Fear Scale world in order to rescue senior apprentice brother Yuntian and the rest, Yi Yuan said. Although White Light was playful, he still knew how to prioritize what was important and what was less urgent. He had already followed Yi Yuan for a very long time and knew Yi Yuan's personality. So he stopped talking. Yi Yuan put Yuan Fei away in the spatial spirit artifact and exited the hidden room with White Light, but he saw that SHI plus Howren was already waiting outside. When SHI plus Howren saw Yi Yuan walk out, he came forward to greet with a smile. But when he saw Yi Yuan, his smile immediately froze on his face. Little junior brother, you. 7th level. My God. An alchemy king expert like SHI plus Howren was also somewhat incoherent in speech currently. Haha, little brother was lucky to break through several realms. Elder senior brother doesn't need to be so shocked, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. He had long known that exiting seclusion would incur his senior's shock. But he could not be bothered with so much either. He could not break through in order not to let SHI plus Howren and the rest get shocked, right? Furthermore, in the Fear Scale world, it was riddled with dangers everywhere. If Yi Yuan still did not raise his realm, he would not even have the capital to protect himself. Lucky. How? How can I not be shocked? Little junior brother, I thought that you were in retreat to refine pills this 1 month. To think that you actually broke through 5 realms consecutively in one breath, Shi plus Howren said with a bitter smile. Haha, refining pills is naturally for breaking through too, Yi Yuan said with a chortle. Shi plus Howren's expression because peculiar again. He said in surprise, those medicinal herbs, you can't have. Seeing Yi Yuan nod his head with a smile, Shi plus Howren nearly bit his own tongue off. You've got to be kidding. 1 month's time. Refining so many medicinal herbs into medicinal pills and even breaking through 5 realms? Was this making a joke? Facing Shi plus Howren, Yi Yuan knew that he could not conceal it, so he might as well not hide it from him. Little junior brother, you're really a freak. Shi plus Howren heaved a long sigh and said, I previously warned you not to be in a rush to break through realms, but you just wouldn't listen. You breaking through like this will affect your future cultivation. Although breaking through 5 realms in succession was very monstrous, but it would inevitably cause the foundation to be unstable. This point, Shi plus Howren was very clear. Honestly speaking, when he saw Yi Yuan standing here perfectly well, he already felt that it was a miracle. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, eldest senior brother, don't need to worry. I won't treat my own future as a joke. It was because I was scared that my foundation would be unstable that I only just broke through 5 realms. Shi plus Howren was speechless. Chapter 408. Shi plus Howren really did not know how he should express his emotions. Shi plus Howren really did not know how he should express his emotions. What was called scared that foundation would be unstable? What was called only broke through 5 realms? The cultivation of essence energy was a grinding process. Even more talented martial artists would not dare to break through realms like this. Shi plus Howren decided not to argue with Yi Yuan anymore. He was going to report this matter to Master and let Master come and urge little junior brother. Fine then, you win. Shi plus Howren was speechless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, is there some matter for eldest senior brother to wait here especially for me? Shi plus Howren nodded and said, Master instructed a few days ago to ask you to go find him immediately after exiting seclusion, saying that there's something important to discuss with you. I estimated that you should exit seclusion right about today, so I came here to wait for you. Yi Yuan's heart stirred. Could it be that there were clues about the matter regarding his seniors? Thank you very much, eldest senior brother. I'll go see Master right away. Yi Yuan clasped his hand and gave thanks. Wait a minute, Shi plus Howren suddenly said. Does eldest senior brother still have anything? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Before meeting Master, there's somebody that you probably have to meet. Ian? Who? Yi Yuan was somewhat confused. He did not seem to know many people in the capital. Why would there be people coming to find him? You'll know when you go and see. When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, he could not help having a foreboding feeling. Young Master Ji, I beg you to save second miss. Manager Tong grabbed Yi Yuan's arm and directly kneeled down, tears flowing down his old face. The arrival was precisely the Four Seas Building's manager, Tong Swan. Seeing his sniveling look, Yi Yuan's heart also involuntarily palpitated. He hurriedly supported Tong Swan and asked, Don't be anxious, Manager Tong. Talk slowly. What happened to Miss Ruyan? Tong Swan, choking through sobs, said, Second miss, she consumed the 9 nether soul-shattering powder this morning. At this time, already. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, Go. Talk on the way. Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly pulled Tong Swan and left like a gust of wind. Shi plus Howren hesitated for a moment and tagged along too. Along the way, the 3 people moved as swift as the wind. But Yi Yuan more or less also understood the sequence of events. Ever since the Grand Pill Assembly, the Xiao family acquired 70% of the management rights anew. The family situation also took a turn for the better. But the matter of the martial compet. One tie-on to find a spouse was already spilled water that could not be recovered. The Xiao family did not have the confidence to withdraw the promise as well. Yet, Xiao Ruyan did not wish to marry at all. This 1 month, she was all moody and depressed. In between this, Xiao Ruyan even came to find Yi Yuan once. But Yi Yuan was in a closed seclusion, watching helplessly as the day of the spouse finding martial compet. One Taion gradually approached, Xiao Ruyan also slowly became melancholic and low-spirited. No body would have thought that she would actually swallow the 9 nether soul-shattering powder tonight. The 9 nether soul-shattering powder was an extremely fierce quasi-tier 4 poison. It could be said to kill upon contact with blood. By the time a maidservant discovered Xiao Ruyan, she was already severely poisoned and incurable. Even Xiao Changfeng, an alchemy king, was at a loss on what to do. But Tong Xuan had a sudden inspiration and carried a just-try-it mindset to go and seek help at Chixia Mountain. To think that he just happened to be UMP into Yi Yuan who left seclusion. This foolish woman. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth indignantly. Ever since Xiao Ruyan stood up to support him in the Grand Pill Assembly, Yi Yuan already treated her as a friend. Towards friends, Yi Yuan naturally would not watch her die passively. But he still felt very livid towards Xiao Ruyan's foolish actions. Don't wish to marry, you could run from the wedding, could run away from home, could pretend to go mad. Why did you have to use this sort of silly method? When Yi Yuan arrived at Xiao Ruyan's chambers, the place was already in a chaotic mess. In truth, Xiao Ruyan's alchemic talent was even stronger than Xiao Rufeng's. Her accomplishments in the future were bound to be extraordinary. But now, an alchemy genius of her generation, one of the peerless beauties of the capital's dual absolutes, actually said away like this. This made many people sigh unceasingly. When Yi Yuan saw Xiao Changfeng, his eyes were red. Evidently, he was heartbroken too. Seeing Yi Yuan, Xiao Changfeng was rather surprised, but he still came forward to greet. I've seen young Master Ji. That day, the matter of the 7th prince bearing a rod to ask for punishment already caused a sensation in the entire capital. Everyone knew that the face of the 8th disciple that Sovereign Star Abyss took in was so big that it poked the skies. He actually made the 7th prince bear a rod to ask for punishment and kneel down to admit his fault. While in the capital, the ones who understood Yi Yuan best was none other than the Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng even held awe and veneration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. He, an alchemy king, was nothing in front of Sovereign Star Abyss. But Yi Yuan did not have any good attitude. He sneered coldly and said, "You, as her father, are truly of the highest grade. To actually have forced your own daughter to death." Xiao Changfeng's expression dimmed, but he did not refute. He heaved a sigh and said, "Although I'm the family head, I don't have much of a choice either." Who knew? Who knew that Ruyan Shi would actually be so resolute? Enough crap. Let me see Ruyan. Yi Yuan was not in the mood to talk rubbish with him. Xiao Changfeng nodded slightly and opened up the path. Yi Yuan rushed inside like a gust of wind. On the jade bed, Xiao Ruyan wore an unadorned but elegant white outfit, lying there quietly as if she was asleep. Seeing Xiao Ruyan, Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh in relief. Her qi had yet to dissipate fully. As long as her qi was not cut off, Yi Yuan could bring her back. "All scram outside for me." Yi Yuan went forward to prop Xiao Ruyan up and turned around to bellow. There were many Xiao family elders crowding around the scene. Seeing the situation, their eyebrows all furrowed. "Ji Qing, who the hell are you, to dare yell at us like this?" "That's right. You're no longer Xiao family's guest retainer. When was it your turn to meddle in my Xiao family's affairs? Put Ruyan down, otherwise, we won't be courteous. The dead is the most important. You even dare to touch Ruyan's remains. Do you really take my Xiao family to have no people?" Many Xiao family elders immediately refused to comply and made a row. Yi Yuan laughed coldly inwardly. He knew that the ones who forced Xiao Ruyan to death were precisely these hypocritical Xiao family elders. Xiao Ruyan once complained tearfully in front of him that these Xiao family elders all bullied her, selling her out like a commodity. Although Xiao Changfeng was a little weak and indecisive, he still cared deeply for Xiao Ruyan and would not go so far as to do this. But for the sake of the Xiao family's continuation, he did not say much either. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror, which was why he did not have a good attitude towards Xiao Changfeng. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Xiao Changfeng's difficulties. But in Yi Yuan's viewpoint, even if the Xiao family no longer existed tomorrow, he could not sacrifice his own daughter's happiness as a father either. Xiao Changfeng, if you wish to see your daughter die like this, then let those dregs continue clamoring here. Yi Yuan's voice carried unspeakable rage. Xiao Changfeng was stunned when he heard this. He said in surprise, You can bring Ruyan back to life. Yi Yuan did not answer him. He just said coldly, I don't wish for these flies to buzz around my ears non-stop. You, Ji Qing, you actually dare to call us dregs and flies? Changfeng, don't listen to this punk talk nonsense. Ruyan is already dead by being poisoned. Even if Sovereign Star Abyss came here, he can't save her too. Changfeng, as the head of a family, are you going to watch an outsider raise a row here? For a moment, the Xiao family elders all exploded, reproaching Xiao Changfeng one after another. Chapter 409. Xiao Changfeng's expression flickered non-stop. Xiao Changfeng's expression flickered non-stop. He was an alchemy king expert. He could naturally tell that Xiao Ruyan was already without any vital activities, impossible to bring back. But Yi Yuan just had to say that he could bring her back. Should he believe Yi Yuan or not? So many elders were exerting pressure on him, demanding to chase Yi Yuan away. He could not disregard everybody's opinions either. For a moment, Xiao Changfeng wavered. He looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's dazzling performance in the Grand Pill Assembly. Perhaps he really could. The elders were still talking all at once, making Xiao Changfeng feel very irritated. All shut your mouths for me. Xiao Changfeng roared, silencing everyone. All get out for me. Let young Master Ji try. Xiao Changfeng said. Changfeng, how can you be so muddled? How can people revive after they die? This boy is clearly here to cause trouble, said a Xiao family elder. Xiao Changfeng glared and said, the one lying on the bed is my daughter. Can't I even make this decision? Am I still the Xiao family's family head or not? Xiao Changfeng's aura released. This time, no one dared to speak. These elders exchanged glances but finally still withdrew out of the room. Yi Yuan watched indifferently, thinking to himself that this fellow was still not considered hopeless. Yi Yuan casually threw Xiao Changfeng a jade slip and said, at least you have a bit of consciousness towards Ruyan. Prepare the medicinal herbs well according to this formula. I'll need to start a furnace to refine pills in a while. Xiao Changfeng nodded and did not say much as he left. Yi Yuan supported Xiao Ruyan well and executed the tempered profound gold finger once again. Roughly an hour later, the elders waiting outside the room were all quite impatient. Oh Changfeng, that boy is messing around, you're messing around with him too. You're an alchemy king. Even you've determined that Ruyan has died, how can he bring her back to life? Now, he chased all of us out here and stayed in Ruyan's chambers alone. Where is the sense of propriety? The one speaking was a Xiao family elder with a rather high position, an exalted quasi-alchemy king too. His name was Xiao Changhong. Ever since the Xiao family seized back the medicinal pill market, these elders' confidence all swelled up one by one. They had immense faith that the Xiao family could rely on these 10 years to rise up once more. In the past, they felt a head shorter than others when they went out. But now, their heads all raised to the skies when they went outside. Hearing Xiao Changhong said so, Xiao Changfeng frowned but did not speak. The more Xiao Changhong talked, the angrier he got. He even pointed the spearhead at Xiao Ruyan and said recalcitrantly, Ruyan, this Laness is seriously. The Xiao family raised her up so big and even nurtured her to become a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How many resources were expended? Now, when the Xiao family needs her, she did something like this. It really chills our hearts greatly. Her death doesn't matter, but how are you going to give an account to the Huang and Shui families? That's right. Ruyan, this Laness is seriously outrageous. With Xiao Changhong saying so, many elders immediately concurred. When Xiao Changhong saw that everyone stood on his side, he became even more zealous and continued, as I said, Ruyan, this Laness doesn't know what's good for her. Isn't it just marrying someone? Which girl doesn't marry? Also, Those two young masters from the Huang family and Shui family are dragons among men. Could it be that they are still undeserving of Ruyan? Right at this moment, a piercingly cold killing intent suddenly attacked. Xiao Changhong had yet to figure out what was going on when his throat was already tightly grasped by a hand, unable to speak. Yi Yuan pinned Xiao Changhong onto the wall and said icily, "You just try saying another cynical word. Cough. Cough, cough. Let go of me." Xiao Changhong's 2 feet were straight but did not dare to resist. At this time, Yi Yuan just had to spit essence energy, and he could claim this old life of this. Seeing Yi Yuan overflowing with killing intent, the Xiao family elders all felt chills. This boy was only a crystal formation realm martial artist. How could he be so strong? Although Xiao Changhong was an alchemist, he was, at any rate, a 7th level C transformation realm martial artist. He did not even get to react and was pinned on the wall by Yi Yuan. "You bunch of fools. As elders, you don't have any capabilities at all, and still need the juniors to sacrifice their own marital happiness to help achieve your selfish gains. Truly laughable. You all nurtured Ruyan. She has already done sufficiently well. These years, how much pressure was she, a little girl, shouldering? You these old fellows, other than gesticulating behind backs, what have you done? A bunch of opinionated things." Yi Yuan words were filled with rage, making everyone feel a chill unceasingly. "Ji Qing. Here is the Xiao family. How can we allow you to be so insolent? What we do is the Xiao family's own affairs. It's not your turn to come and bother. Quickly let go of Elder Changhong," another elder said grimly. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at that elder coldly. He suddenly smiled and said, "Is that so?" The elders were taken by Yi Yuan's aura and could not resist backing away. "You! What are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If I recall correctly, my Xiao family's guest retainer ident. 1 tie doesn't seem to have been removed yet, right? Since I'm a Xiao family guest retainer, why can't I interfere with Xiao family's affairs?" As Yi Yuan said, his face suddenly darkened as he said, "I can't be bothered with the Xiao family's matters either. But Ruyan's matters are my matters. If you all dare to coerce her again in the future, your outcome will be like this rock." As he said, Yi Yuan casually fired out a blast of essence energy. A fake mountain not far in the distance instantly turned into dust. The elders' faces all changed. They were frightened by Yi Yuan's aura. To be able to instantly defeat Xiao Changhong, Yi Yuan's strength could be seen at a glance. The Xiao family naturally had Soul Sea realm martial artists too. But Yi Yuan was not alone by himself. Behind Yi Yuan stood Sovereign Star Abyss. To be able to make His Highness, the 7th Prince, kowtowed and apologized for his mistake. Who in the capital dare to provoke this malefic star? Now, all scram far away from me, in case this little lord, I, get vexed when I see you," Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. How could the elders dare to stay? Each one of them ran faster than rabbits. In the big courtyard, only Xiao Changfeng and Yi Yuan were left currently. Xiao Changfeng's expression changed again, very astonished by Yi Yuan's strength. He remembered that when Yi Yuan left the Xiao family a month ago, he was still just 2nd level crystal formation realm strength. How long had it been only and he was already at the 7th level crystal formation realm? But now was clearly not the time to be asking this. Xiao Changfeng asked rather awkwardly, "Young Master Ji, Ruyan Shi?" Yi Yuan looked at him nonchalantly and responded with a question instead, "Are the medicinal herbs all prepared?" Xiao Changfeng hurried nodded and said, "All prepared. All inside my pill refinement room. Tong Swan is right outside. He'll bring you in." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "You go inside then. Ruyan still has some time before she'll wake up. I'll go and prepare the detoxification pill right now. You look after her well." Although he was long prepared, Xiao Changfeng's entire body still trembled as he asked disbelievingly, You really brought her back to life?" Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said coolly, "Could it be that you wanted to see your own daughter die?" Chapter 410. On the jade bed, the beauty opened both eyes weakly. On the jade bed, the beauty opened both eyes weakly. Xiao Changfeng was overjoyed as he said, "Ruyan, you're awake." Father." Xiao Ruyan saw Xiao Changfeng when she opened her eyes, but she stubbornly turned her head over and was unwilling to take another look. Xiao Changfeng felt a heartache as he let out a feeble sigh and said, Ruyan, father knows that you have a grudge in your heart, but father is helpless too. Xiao Ruyan still had her head turned and refused to say a word. Xiao Changfeng's heart was like it was being sliced by blades. He knew that his daughter was already extremely disappointed in him. Fine then. You aren't willing to listen to father's words, but you're willing to listen to Ji Qing's words, right? Xiao Changfeng sighed heavily and said. Xiao Ruyan's body quivered when she heard that and could not resist turning her head around, her eyes filled with doubt. Xiao Changfeng knew his daughter's thoughts and explained, Father is incapable. When I discovered that you were poisoned, father was already powerless to do anything. It was Ji Qing's miraculous skills that could revive the dead that actually brought you back to life miraculously. Xiao Ruyan's eyes were filled with astoundment. She was clearly than anyone else about the toxicity of the 9 nether soul-shattering powder. It could be said to kill upon infliction. After being poisoned for several hours, it was basically beyond redemption. Ji Qing could actually bring her back. How brilliant medical skills were needed for this. Where is he? Xiao Ruyan asked with a slight tremor. Xiao Changfeng sighed again and said, Ruyan, I know that you might not like to hear some words, but the spouse finding martial compet. One Taion is already unavoidable. Otherwise, it will be very hard for our Xiao family to keep a foothold in the capital in the future if we offend the 2 Huang and Shui families at the same time. Seeing his daughter's emotions becoming agitated, Xiao Changfeng hurriedly said, You don't get agitated first. Listen to me finish talking first. Perhaps, this unsolvable situation now has an opportunity to reverse. Xiao Ruyan's beautiful eyes swirled slightly, and she said in surprise, Father's meaning is. Xiao Changfeng nodded and said, That's right. If you're really unwilling to marry into the 2 Huang and Shui families, maybe you can land this matter on Ji Qing. I think, if it was Ji Qing, you wouldn't reject, right? Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Xiao Ruyan's initially pallid and wan face because of weakness became flushed red. Seeing Xiao Ruyan putting on a posture to refute but blushed instead, Xiao Changfeng sighed faintly and said, Actually, during the Grand Pillar Assembly, I already saw through your thoughts. After Ji Qing was taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss as a disciple, his status was also sufficient to be mentioned in the same breath as the Huang and Shui families. If the 2 of you were brought together, it isn't prohibited either. It's just. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Xiao Ruyan was actually slightly gleeful in her heart. But when she heard the 2 words it's just, Xiao Ruyan's heart involuntarily plunged, and she asked weakly, It's just what? Sigh. I never would have thought that you would do something so resolute. I'm afraid that you drop flowers pining for love, while he, a heartless brook, babbles along. Xiao Changfeng said with a sigh. Xiao Ruyan's heart involuntarily jolted fiercely as she said unresignedly, If he doesn't have interest in me, why did he help me repeatedly? Father is somebody who has gone through it all. Ultimately, I can see things clearer than you. Although I don't know why he entered the Xiao family, Ji Qing definitely came harboring some kind of goal. That was why father carried out an unwise decision to intentionally let him and Tong Wenkang face off. Who knew that unexpected sowing led to blooming in the garden? Ji Qing actually became the Xiao family's savior. Honestly, father actually already completely infuriated him at that time with distrust. If not for you standing up to support him vehemently, he would probably have already flicked his sleeves and left. Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Xiao Ruyan was even more puzzled. Since that's the case, doesn't that show even more clearly? Xiao Changfeng shook his head and said, It's precisely because of this that showed more clearly he doesn't have feelings of man and women towards you but ties of friends. Hi+P. If he entered the Xiao family because of you, he definitely wouldn't have gotten so angry because of father's distrust. He also would not have performed so low-key in the Grand Pillar Assembly but try to think of ways to make you and father value him highly. Although I don't know why, something must have happened during the Grand Pillar Assembly to have utterly infuriated him, making him destroy Tong Wenchang completely. Listening up to here, Xiao Ruyan's complexion immediately became as pale as paper again. Those closely involved could not see clearly. Only with Xiao Changfeng analyzing like this, did Xiao Ruyan know that maybe it was her wishful thinking. A line of clear tears flowed down uncontrollably again. Ruyan, you don't have to be like this. This matter might still have a turnaround, Xiao Changfeng said. Xiao Ruyan said in tears, Father doesn't need to console me. I'm not consoling you. Perhaps you can really fight on this matter. Previously, I didn't have a assurance. But now, I have 70% confidence, Xiao Changfeng said. 70% confidence? Xiao Ruyan asked doubtfully. Xiao Changfeng nodded and said, that's right. Ji Qing should have his objectives coming to the Xiao family, so I didn't have any confidence at all. I was afraid of offending a future major figure, so I didn't open my mouth all along. But today, through your affairs, I can conclude that Ji Qing is somebody who values brotherhood immensely. If you're really unwilling to marry into the Tu Huang and Shui family, maybe you can poke open this layer of windowpane paper to him. With his disposition, I believe that he wouldn't wish to see you jump into a fire pit. Xiao Ruyan's eyes could not help lighting up but dimmed very quickly. To a girl, especially a peerless beauty like Xiao Ruyan, asking her to poke a hole through this layer of windowpane paper was too hard. This need enormous courage. Furthermore, Xiao Changfeng already made it very clear just now, Yi Yuan only had feelings of friends. HI+PS towards her. What if he rejected? By not poking a hole, maybe they could still be friends. Once she poked a hole through this windowpane paper, they might not even be friends anymore. This was not the outcome that Xiao Ruyan wanted. Despair was the greatest sorrow. At that time, she might feel even worse than dying. Xiao Ruyan clearly fell into an extreme internal conflict. Sigh, I know that this is somewhat cruel to you too. But this is already the best plan that father can think of. Most importantly, you're in love with Ji Qing, isn't it? Ji Qing has already waited outside for a long time. I'll go call him in now. As for whether you tell him or not, that will have to depend on yourself. Xiao Changfeng sighed lightly and turned around and left. Xiao Ruyan did not notice that at the moment he turned around, a glimmer of light flashed across Xiao Changfeng's eyes. It was true that Xiao Changfeng said this for the sake of his daughter. But more importantly, once Yi Yuan and Xiao Ruyan became a pair, it would be equivalent to the Xiao family getting close to the Alchemist Association, this giant banner. With this layer of relation, nobody could shake the position of the Xiao family in the capital anymore. Star Abyss actually dared to sanction the royal family for Yi Yuan. It could be seen how highly he valued this disciple. Once the two people tied the nuptial knot, the arrangement in the capital's alchemy scene would undergo a change again, and the Grand Pill Assembly would not have the need to be carried out anymore. This was Xiao Changfeng's deeper level scheme. Xiao Ruyan's thoughts were pure. How could she see through Xiao Changfeng's such deep thoughts? Speaking of which, even if she saw through it, she would most likely want to hold Yi Yuan's heart without looking back as well, right? Expose the truth. Chapter 411. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Xiao Ruyan's tears once again flowed down with disappointment. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Xiao Ruyan's tears once again flowed down with disappointment. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, how big a matter was it? Was there a need to attempt suicide? Such a beautiful girl, so many people are fighting to have. Such a pity if you died. Putting yourself at home to be a flower vase is also pretty good. Poochie. One sentence tickled Xiao Ruyan, turning tears into smiles. Rolling her eyes at Yi Yuan, she pouted and said, can't you say something properly for once? Frivolous. Her eyes were filled with amorous feelings, mesmerizing people to death. Putting Yi Yuan, who was looking into a trace as well. Haha, didn't I see that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and wanted to liven things up? Yi Yuan said slightly awkwardly. But Xiao Ruyan's eyes dimmed and she shouted begrudgingly, you shouldn't have saved me. Didn't I already save you? Heh, you foolish girl, is it worth it to do this? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xiao Ruyan sighed and said, there's no worth it or not, only willing or not. I don't wish to go against father's intention and also don't wish for myself to become another person's accessory. This was the best option. Ah, what are you doing? Xiao Ruyan was just bemoaning her fate vacantly when suddenly a face popped up in front of her, making her jump in fright and hastily backing away. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "You're lying." That scene earlier made Xiao Ruyan's little heart flutter, only to see her fluid US turd expression, her eyes dodging like she did something guilty. When did I? Xiao Ruyan said softly. Your eyes betrayed out. The eyes of a person whose heart is dead like ashes are utterly without a lease of life. But you are filled with attachment towards this world. So what then? I have no other choice. Having her thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan said with hints of embarrassment. Of course, she was filled with attachments towards this world. She was attached to her alchemy path. She was attached to her parents and her elder brother. She was attached to Yi Yuan. The Xiao Ruyan at this time was very sensitive. She felt that Yi Yuan was well disposed towards her, but Yi Yuan completely turned a blind eye to her. He clearly knew that the spouse-finding martial compet. One Taion was about to begin, yet he still entered close seclusion to cultivate. In her despair, she chose this sort of extreme way of doing things. "Haha, don't wish to die, then don't die," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Xiao Ruyan did not know where the courage came from. She suddenly yelled at Yi Yuan, "Easy talk for you. Do you know how powerful first-rate families are? Do you know the Xiao family's current predicament? Do you know my circumstances? Don't want to die. What about the spouse finding martial compet? One Taion? Could it be that you're going to go defeat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe and marry me?" Finish the words in one breath, Xiao Ruyan stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes, looking very furious, but in truth, her heart already leaped up to her throat. She was worried Yi Yuan would say no, worried that Yi Yuan would turn around and leave. The two people stared at each other. For a moment, there was only the sound of breathing in the room. Fine, after a moment, Yi Yuan suddenly cracked a smile and said, "What?" Xiao Ruyan did not react right away and instinctively blurted out, "I'll help you settle those two fellows. But I have no way of marrying you." Yi Yuan felt that regarding this kind of matters, it was better not to do things sloppily. "You? What do you mean?" Xiao Ruyan was pleasantly surprised earlier, but the second half of Yi Yuan's sentence splashed down like a basin of cold water. "My meaning is that I'll partic. 1p8 in the spouse finding martial compet. 1 Taion and help you take care of those two punks. But I have no way of marrying you," Yi Yuan said. Although he knew that these words were rather hurtful, he had no choice but to say it. Yi Yuan only entered the fierce Gale world in order to save people. Whether he could return to the endless world alive was another matter altogether. Even if he returned to the endless world, their two sides were also destined to be enemies. Could enemy and enemy be together? Yi Yuan naturally liked beauties. But he did not have the qualifications to enjoy beautiful women right now. He could only treat Xiao Ruyan as a friend. Since he treated Xiao Ruyan as a friend, he could not bring great harm to her. This was Yi Yuan's principle. He did not agree to Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Zhirobak then also because of this reason. "Can you tell me why?" Not knowing why, Xiao Ruyan calmed down at this time instead. Yi Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I have my own difficulties." "Sorry." Xiao Ruyan nodded and actually smiled sweetly, saying, "As long as you don't let me marry those two fellows, that will do." "Thank you, Ji Qing." Seeing Xiao Ruyan like so, Yi Yuan's heart eased up slightly. Honestly speaking, dealing with matters of the heart was really not his strong suit. Yi Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, "What's to thank? Being of service to Miss Ruyan is something that many men in the capital dream to have. Other people can't even beg for it, but I gained a huge advantage." Chaha. Yi Yuan himself felt that this joke was not funny at all, but Xiao Ruyan giggled non-stop. No matter how one looked at it, this laugh carried some misery and bitterness inside. But Yi Yuan did not know how to resolve it either. "Ah. Ji Qing, you're actually 7th level crystal formation realm already?" Xiao Ruyan suddenly noticed something and the laughter stopped. My closed seclusion this 1 month was in order to break through realms," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. I really can't see through you more and more. Your strength in the alchemy path is powerful until it makes people despair. You actually have such peerless talent in the martial path too. Just what kind of existence are you? In Xiao Ruyan's viewpoint, Yi Yuan was an enigmatic man. Or perhaps it was precisely this point which attracted her deeply. Haha, I am me, a different colored firework. Frivolous. But, even if you broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm, you're still a lot worse than them. If you can't do it, don't force it. Xiao Ruyan said worriedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, relax. Just 2 middle stage sea transformation realms. I think nothing of them. Really? Xiao Ruyan said doubtfully. Of course it's true. Yi Yuan said confidently. All right then. But I still have one matter to request of you. You mustn't reject me. Xiao Ruyan suddenly said seriously. You say it first. I'll definitely agree what I can promise. Yi Yuan did not fall for it and decided to hear the contents first before deciding. Xiao Ruyan looked at Yi Yuan with a begrudging face and said, You, this fellow, really don't have the thoughts of being tender towards women. Chaha. Yi Yuan gave a laugh. If you can really defeat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe, you don't have to marry me, but I want to follow you in the future, Xiao Ruyan said. Ah, follow me? Yi Yuan had an astonished look. Yeah. You defeat them in front of the entire capital but refuse to marry me. How will I marry in the future? So, I'm going to stick to you in the future. I want to follow you. If you don't agree, I'll just die another round. Either way, I'm already somebody who died once. Xiao Ruyan threatened. Yi Yuan felt his head swell and he waved his hands, saying, What's the deal with you following me? I already said that I have my own difficulties. That's simple. You just take me in as a disciple, and that will do. A hint of cunning flickered across Xiao Ruyan's eyes. Chapter 412. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan rather surprisedly and blurted out, Take you in as a disciple? Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan rather surprisedly and blurted out, Take you in as a disciple? Yeah. I'm not forcing you to become Dao companions with me either. It's just taking me in as a disciple. Not overboard, right? Xiao Ruyan said. This. Yi Yuan could not help hesitating. He did not even officially take in disciples in his previous life. He really did not have the desire to be a teacher. Xiao Ruyan suddenly raising this condition made him unable to make a choice for a moment. Not that Yi Yuan was averse to take a disciple, it was just that he was not willing to waste time on something like teaching disciples in his previous life. So, he could not be bothered to take any disciples. People like Li Daohang belonged to those with better luck. They were people who were able to learn alchemy by his side. Even if he did not deliberately go and teach, Li Daohang also used just 100 years to cultivate from alchemy ancestor to alchemy venerable realm, only a step away from stepping into alchemy emperor. One could say that being beside Yi Yuan, even if it was just being a little medicine boy, it would also be endlessly beneficial. Xiao Ruyan could not help being anxious when she saw Yi Yuan hesitate and said, Don't say anything like you're young and can't teach me. I know the disparity between us. Your strength is more than enough to be my master. If you don't even agree to this, I don't need you to get on the stage either. At most, I'll consume another portion of 9 nether soul-shattering powder. One had to acknowledge that when a woman like Xiao Ruyan acted like a spoiled girl, all men would find it hard to resist. First, cry, second, make a fuss, and third, hang oneself. Even knowing all these, Yi Yuan was just weak to this tactic. He instantly said helplessly, Fine then. Be my disciple then. But I'll say the nasty things first. I will leave the capital in the future. Yi Yuan naturally would not stay here for a long time. As long as he rescued his fellow apprentices, he would leave immediately. Who knew that Xiao Ruyan became overjoyed and said, Doesn't matter. Wherever you are, I'll be there. I have a feeling that by following you, I'll get even closer to the magnificent Tao of alchemy. If you go, what about your parents and brother? Xiao Ruyan's eyes dimmed as she said, The Xiao family has seized back management rights. My mission is already completed. The Xiao family doesn't need me anymore. As for father and mother, they still have big brother and other children. One less person is fine. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. He could sense the blow that this incident had on Xiao Ruyan was tremendous. The heartlessness of the Xiao family elders already made Xiao Ruyan lose complete faith in the Xiao family. Continuing to stay in the Xiao family, as long as she could be the bargaining chip for their exchange of benefits, they would not care about Xiao Ruyan's feelings. To the Xiao Ruyan who had already died once, she had already come to accept many things. These past 20 years, she lived for the Xiao family. From today onwards, she would live for herself. She wanted to pursue her own path, her own happiness. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know if he told her that he was an endless world native, would she leave with him or not? Following Shi plus Howren out of the Xiao family, Yi Yuan kept feeling very odd in his heart. This female disciple was accepted somewhat awkwardly no matter how one looked at it. Other people took in disciples in order to continue their legacy, but why did it have the feeling that he took in Xiao Ruyan because of some ulterior motives? To Shi plus Howren, Yi Yuan did not have much to hide and directly told him the agreement with Xiao Ruyan for him to hear. After Shi plus Howren heard it, he first sized Yi Yuan up with a peculiar look in his eyes, and he finally raised a big thumbs up as he exclaimed with admiration, "Little junior brother is indeed extraordinary. Other people are all fighting to take the two absolutes back home to be Dao companions, but you actually blazed a new trail and started playing with teacher-student love affair." Yi Yuan had an impulse to collapse. He said huffily, "What teacher-student love affair? I didn't want to take her in as a disciple. But she threatened to die. What can I do? Ha. Little junior brother doesn't need to have any qualms. There's nothing bad about teacher-student relations. Hi plus P either. Instead, it has another flavor. Little junior brother just has to be yourself. With master and me backing you, what's there to fear?" Shi plus Howren said with a laugh. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was utterly defeated by this dirty old man and just ignored him altogether. Returning to Chixia Mountain, Yi Yuan directly went to see Star Abyss. When Star Abyss saw Yi Yuan, he similarly had a look of astonishment. Even if you took over a body to rebirth, isn't this cultivation speed a little too fast? Star Abyss said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was not willing to waste his breath on this. He waved his hands and said, "Relax, I know what I'm doing. Something like killing the chicken to retrieve the egg, I won't do it. You came to find me. Is there some news?" Star Abyss smiled faintly and waved his sleeves. Several human silhouettes appeared out of thin air. This Star Abyss actually had a spatial spirit artifact too. Seeing these few figures, Yi Yuan could not help lightly trembling all over. Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. Senior Apprentice Brother Wu Jiu. Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu. Senior Apprentice Brother Du. Senior Apprentice Brother Chen. "It's really great that you're all fine," Yi Yuan said agitatedly. These few people were shockingly Mo Yuntian and the rest. Apart from Mai Zhen, everybody was all here. Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss was actually so extravagant, rescuing everyone in one shot. It was just that Mo Yuntian and the rest all had vacant eyes. They were similar as the Du Cheng that Yi Yuan saw that day. Clearly, the divine soul prohibitions had yet to be removed. Their divine soul restrictions will be up to you to undo then. Otherwise, I can't explain to them, Star Abyss said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a nod, "You did very well. This time thank you very much." Star Abyss smiled and said, "With my status, asking for a few slaves is still not a problem. It's just that Mai Zhen whom you mentioned is quite troublesome." Yi Yuan frowned and asked, "How so?" Star Abyss said, "This batch of endless world slaves, the highest strength is at the sea transformation realm. And sea transformation realm slaves are all kept by the royal family. Because that Mai Zhen is a sea transformation realm expert, he was naturally kept behind by the royal family. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too, the one who took him in was none other than 7th Prince, Zhao Chenggan. We were just at odds with the royal family. It isn't convenient to open our mouths and ask for him at this time. Otherwise, it would be too obvious." Yi Yuan's eyebrows knitted together even tighter. If Mai Zhen was in Zhao Chenggan's hands, then this matter was truly quite hard to deal with. After a long while, Yi Yuan finally slowly said, "This matter is indeed a little troublesome. But I've remembered this favor. How about this? My present strength can't help you much, but I'll impart you a piece of soul cultivation formula." Star Abyss's entire body trembled as he said disbelievingly, What kind of soul cultivation formula?" As the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Star Abyss naturally did not lack soul cultivation formulas. Otherwise, he would have no way of becoming a sovereign either. But Star Abyss knew that the soul cultivation formula that Yi Yuan was imparting him would surely be extraordinary. At least, with his present strength and status, it was impossible to get. Star Abyss never dreamt that Yi Yuan's recompense would actually be so generous. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "This soul cultivation formula is called Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art. It is a Tier 9 cultivation method." Tier 9 cultivation method. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would not take some common where to fool him, when he heard Tier 9 cultivation method these several words, Star Abyss's heart still failed to live up to his expectations and pounded fiercely. Chapter 413 The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art is just an ordinary Tier 9 cultivation method. It can at most support your cultivation to the Alchemy Emperor realm, not much of a big deal. But with your present realm, it's more than plenty. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art is just an ordinary Tier 9 cultivation method. It can at most support your cultivation to the Alchemy Emperor realm, not much of a big deal. But with your present realm, it's more than plenty. To Yi Yuan, Tier 9 cultivation methods were really no big deal. In Yi Yuan's brain, there were as many as over a dozen Tier 9 cultivation methods. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art was just an inconspicuous one. Similarly, a Tier 9 cultivation method, the Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art, was way lousier than the 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation one. Had to know that the 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation was the cultivation method that supported Ji Zhengyang and Ji Qingyun to the peak Alchemy Emperor realm. It was an absolutely a top grade among top grades. In his previous life and this life, Yi Yuan only imparted this cultivation method to his father, Yi Hang. Even Li Daohang, this half a disciple, Yi Yuan did not easily impart it to. Thank you for Senior's great grace. Star Abyss was overwhelmed by emotions and gave thanks. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "Disregarding that you've rendered such a great help to me, just the fact that you're Li Daohang, that boy's disciple, imparting you a soul formula isn't something of a big deal either. It's just that this life. I also don't know if I'll have the opportunity to make up for it." Towards this sort of topic, Star Abyss felt unable to interject a single word in. He could only remain silent by the side. Yi Yuan imparted the Heavenly Luo Soul Refining technique to Star Abyss. He no longer doubted Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. How could a Crystal Formation Realm boy possibly know a Tier 9 cultivation method? This was a Tier 9 cultivation method. To lower realm martial artists, Tier 9 cultivation methods were paramount existences. Deity realm? What did that have to do with lower realm martial artists? 2 days later, at the largest plaza in the capital, the Wind Emperor Plaza. Perhaps the Xiao family was not some peak major family clan, but as one of the capital's two absolute beauties, Xiao Ruyan was practically a household name. Her spouse finding martial compet. One Taion was naturally also the focus of everyone. At this moment, the Wind Emperor Plaza was swarming with people. It was virtually the situation of watertight. The Xiao family completely did not antic. 1p8 such a spectacle. The spouse finding martial compet. One Taion had already been in progress for several months now. The martial artists who met the requirement already reached the tens of thousands. Among these people, the vast majority were actually just in order to make a name for themselves. Because everyone in the world knew that this spouse finding martial compet. One Taion match was carried out for the two Huang and Shui families, and the Huang family's Huang Wenqiu and the Shui family's Shui Zaihe were practically the cream of the crop of the fierce Gale World's junior generation. Under the circum stances where the other two great experts in the capital were absent, they virtually had victory in their grasp already. To the two Huang and Shui families, the Xiao family was indeed not considered much. But to the tens of thousands of martial artists in the world, the Xiao family was an exceedingly powerful existence. To martial artists of the junior generation, to be able to bring back the beauty and enter the Xiao family, this temptation was seriously too great. Hence, even if everyone knew that there was no chance of success this time, the youngsters who registered were still bursting at the seams. In the center of the Wind Emperor Plaza, a high stage was established. The high stage was already fully occupied by eminent guests. Among them included the various large families' upper echelons, as well as the distinguished members of the junior generation. Both Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe were shockingly there. It was also uncertain whether it was deliberate or unintentional that these two leaders of the young generation sat together. The arena match had yet to begin, and the smell of gunpowder between the two became heavy. Xue Zaihe, I urge you to better find a reason to withdraw now. After today, the capital won't have whatever juxtaposed number 2 experts anymore. Huang Wenqiu's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. But when Xue Zaihe heard that, he just smiled faintly and said, "Haha, I think so too. 2 number 2 experts, don't you feel that it's too many?" Huang Wenqiu's face darkened, and he said, "Looks like you refuse to give up until all hope is lost. Fine. Today, I'll let you have a taste of defeat and know what is called heaven beyond heaven, and people beyond people." Xiao Changfeng sat not far away from the two. Towards the dispute between these two people, he was deeply aware. He immediately smiled and said, "Two honorable nephews don't need to be like this. You two are the capital's top people and are bound to surpass us old fellows in the future. Today is just a martial compete. One tie-on to find a spouse, not some family clan's desperate fight. Both of you mustn't hurt your friendly relations because of this." These words sounded like mediating between fights, but recalling it carefully, it was always somewhat wrong. The two people's shrewdness were still shallow after all. Seeing that Xiao Changfeng spoke, Huang Wenqiu took the lead to express his attitude, saying, "Father-in-law, have a seat for a moment. After Wenqiu sweeps away these stinky salted fish, I'll come and marry Ruyan tomorrow." Xue Zaihe sneered and said, "With the likes of you, pass through my hurdle first before talking." The two people chimed in one after another. Not only did Xiao Changfeng's words not placid the two people, but it also intensified the situation instead. Right at this time, only to hear Tong Xuan shout in a clear voice, "Shangguan family head, Shangguan Yi has arrived. His Highness, 7th Prince, has arrived." When his voice landed, the plaza instantly became much quieter. Shangguan family head, Shangguan Yi, slowly entered the high stage. Xiao Changfeng hastily got up to welcome. Behind Shangguan Yi, Shangguan Lingyun and Shangguan Lingxue followed closely behind. Brother Shangguan and Your Highness, the 7th Prince, personally made an appearance. It really graces the Xiao family with your presence, Xiao Changfeng hurriedly said. Shangguan Yi said coolly, "Haha, family head Xiao is too courteous. Family head Xiao gave birth to a fine daughter. But today, she's going to be a fish leaping over the dragon's gate." Xiao Changfeng took a look at 7th Prince behind Shangguan Lingxue and said smilingly, "Not at all. To talk about fish leaping over the dragon's gate, it should be Brother Shangguan. Has Your Highness, 7th Prince, been well?" Xiao Changfeng greeted Zhao Chenggan again. Zhao Chenggan's expression was cold but was clearly very sensitive to Xiao Changfeng's words. He said with a smile, "These words from family head Xiao leaves Chenggan abashed." Xiao Changfeng had an awkward look as he said, "Haha, Your Highness, 7th Prince, is a man bestowed with great responsibility. Past matters, I can only impel Your Highness to scale new heights and not mention them." Zhao Chenggan nodded slightly and said, "Haha, grateful for family head Xiao's auspicious words. Haha, everyone, please take your seats," Xiao Changfeng said with a laugh. These few words sounded simple, but they crossed swords multiple times in secret. The Xiao family could not shake off relations with Yi Yuan after all. The 7th Prince becoming such a huge joke, Xiao Changfeng was naturally quite awkward. Zhao Chenggan's words had a concealed blade too. But it was also skated over by a few sentences of Xiao Changfeng's flattery. It was also considered to have said the round. Regarding Zhao Chenggan, nobody dared to overlook him. Zhao Chenggan's heart was poured on Shangguan Lingxue. Xiao Changfeng was naturally well aware. Those words earlier were also considered to have smoothed things over. Right at this moment, Tong Xuan suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Under Sovereign Star Abyss, SHI plus Howren has turned up with his 7 fellow apprentices." The excitement in Tong Xuan's words could not be concealed no matter what. And when his word left his mouth, the tens of thousands of people present were all taken aback with shock. Sovereign Star Abyss's 8 great disciples all attended at the same time. What kind of face was this? Chapter 414 Family Head Xiao. This SHI plus wish you good luck in choosing a splendid son-in-law today, SHI plus Howren said with clasped hands. Family Head Xiao. This SHI plus wish you good luck in choosing a splendid son-in-law today, SHI plus Howren said with clasped hands. Although SHI plus Howren did not come out independently and was just a disciple under Star Abyss, nobody dared to overlook his Alchemy King's strength. Putting aside Star Abyss, SHI plus Howren's strength among the Alchemy Kings in the entire capital could also enter the top 5. Even those veteran Alchemy Kings like Yang Xiu did not dare to say that they could guarantee a win against SHI plus Howren in alchemy. Therefore, SHI plus Howren's position in the capital's alchemy scene was actually very aloof. Him coming by himself already gave the Xiao family sufficient face. Now that he led his 7 juniors here together, it could be seen just how astounding this scene was. The Xiao family has such immense face. Alchemy King SHI plus generally don't make an appearance in public activities. Today, he actually made an exception and arrived here. It's truly out of the blue. Hehe, did you guys hear? Xiao Ruyan's relations. HI plus P with Alchemy King SHI plus S little junior brother, who is Ji Qing, is not shallow. This time, Alchemy King SHI plus most likely came to escort his little junior brother. There's such a thing. But with that Ji Qing's strength, he probably can't get on the stage at all, right? What's being competed today isn't alchemy but real swords and genuine spears, it's about martial strength. He, a crystal formation realm martial artist, simply doesn't have a chance, right? Haha, there's no way of knowing that. However, Sovereign Star Abyss's 8 great disciples came as a group. No matter how one looks at it, it's somewhat unusual. That. What is it? Wasn't that Ji Qing's 2nd-level crystal formation realm? How long has it been? Why is he already 7th-level crystal formation realm? What in the world happened? This. Many people discovered Yi Yuan's transformation and were unbelievably shocked. If, say, the Grand Pill Assembly did not stir up much of a wave a month back, then the matter of the 7th Prince, Zhao Chenggan, bearing a rod to ask for punishment already let everyone in the capital get to know Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's realm was naturally discussed by meddlesome people long ago. Yet, a month of not seeing him, Yi Yuan actually broke through 5 realms in succession. This was seriously too inconceivable. Xiao Changfeng laughed loudly and said, "Then, I'll have to thank Alchemy King SHI Plus for your blessings." Haha. The 2 people exchanged glances and burst into laughter once again. Alchemy King SHI Plus and fellow masters, please, take your seats. From Xiao Changfeng's mouth, SHI Plus Howren's juniors all became masters. This naturally included Yi Yuan too. Right after taking his seat, Yi Yuan felt multiple glances looking towards him. One of the gazes was very resentful. Who could it be except Zhao Chenggan? The matter of the sanction was already over. The main army already set off. Zhao Chenggan no longer had a need to suppress his anger anymore. The entire city knew that he hated Yi Yuan to the bone. This sort of thing did not need to be concealed, and it could not be masked as well. Of course, as long as it was within the capital, he truly did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan. Not that he really dreaded that day's promise, what he feared was the Star Abyss behind Yi Yuan. That old fellow's influence was too great. But Zhao Chenggan clearly already noticed that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms consecutively. Apart from hatred in both eyes, there was even deep trepidation. There was another person sizing up Yi Yuan with thick curiosity. Seeing Yi Yuan look over, that person gave Yi Yuan a faint smile. Yi Yuan similarly responded with a smile. That person is the Shangguan Lingyun who is on par with His Highness, the 7th Prince. The position of Wind Emperor is only par s said to the strongest person. Hence, the 7th prince's great opponent is him, said Shi plus Howren by the side. Yi Yuan asked in surprise, 7th prince isn't the first person in the line of succession, Shi plus Howren smiled and said, if Shangguan Lingyun breaks through to the boundless realm, even if the Wind Emperor par s said his position to the 7th prince, it will also make no difference to the matter, isn't it so? Yi Yuan thought about it and nodded, saying, it's indeed this logic. But the Wind Emperor can suppress the Shangguan family and not let them rise up. Shi plus Howren shook his head and said, the reason why the Wind Emperor's position is stable is not just because he's the only boundless realm powerhouse, but because he can maintain the capital's stability. The first-rate families all practically has sovereign-level powerhouses existing. Once the Wind Emperor deliberately suppresses a family, the capital will no longer know peace. The Wind Emperor ultimately has to ascend to the divine realm. If he incurred public indignation, his family clan will eventually be replaced or even exterminated. Yi Yuan said with a realization, so that's the case. Looks like even invincible existences also have many things to take into consideration. Haha, that's natural. In this world, where are there invincible people? Even more powerful people have their soft spots. It's just whether or not others can discover and make use of them. Oh, right, this Shangguan family is the previous Wind Emperor's family clan, Shi plus Howren said with a smile. No wonder the Shangguan family is so strong, sigh. Similarly, one of the capital's dual absolute beauties, that Shangguan Lingxue is much luckier, unlike Xiao Ruyan with no command over herself, Yi Yuan said in amazement. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan still had to give thanks to this other beauty to be able to enter the capital. It was just that this Shangguan Lingxue walked too closely with Zhao Chenggan and naturally kept Yi Yuan at a distance. Similar people, different fate. No matter how heaven-defying a person is, they are also unable to choose their parents. Xiao Ruyan's greatest misfortune was being born in the Xiao family. But her greatest fortune was meeting you. Haha, Shi plus Howren said with a laugh. Yi Yuan unwittingly rolled his eyes. This eldest senior brother was at it again. Eldest senior brother has such faith in me? Yi Yuan asked curiously. If it were before, I would really not have much faith in you. But since Master has such faith in you, I naturally believe his judgment too. Shi plus Howren said confidently. How so? Shi plus Howren gave Yi Yuan a faint smile and explained it. Turned out that after Yi Yuan left Star Abyss's place that day, Shi plus Howren went to find Star Abyss to express his concern about Yi Yuan's rapid breakthrough. But Star Abyss just said indifferently, your little junior brother's talent is extraordinary. It's just breaking through 5 realms, there's no need to make such a fuss. That spouse finding martial compet. One Tyon, you accompany him and walk around. Don't let people hurt him and just bring him back safe and sound. Very clearly, Star Abyss was brother Iming with confidence in Yi Yuan. Making him accompany Yi Yuan here was also just for the sake of preventing accidents from happening. Haha, little junior brother just need to care about letting yourself go. With me around, nobody dares to do anything to you. Shi plus Howren was also full of confidence in himself. Haha, with these words from eldest senior brother, I can rest at ease, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Right at this time, Xiao Changfeng came to the center of the platform, and he mustered up essence energy to cry out, today is the red-letter day of my little girl's spouse-finding compet. One Tyon. This Xiao did not think beforehand that there would actually be so many people coming here to rally. This Xiao thanks everybody here and now. Family head Xiao, enough with this. Let Miss Ruyan come out and let us broaden our horizons. Family head Xiao, I'm Miss Ruyan's loyal fan. My words. Hi plus P of her flows unceasingly. Yeah. This spouse finding compet. One Tyon, you got to let us see what the bride looks like, right? For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices below the platform, causing a huge din. Evidently, everyone wished to witness the elegant demeanor of one of the capital's dual absolutes. Xiao Changfeng smiled and said, everyone, hold your horses. My girl will be out right away. Chapter 4:15. As he spoke, a maidservant supporting a lithe and graceful figure came from the backstage. As he spoke, A maidservant supporting a lithe and graceful figure came from the backstage. Xiao Ruyan was dressed in full red phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes, looking like a heavenly maiden descending to the world. But sadly, a red bridal veil was on her head, and there was no way of witnessing her true appearance. But Yi Yuan could sense that behind that red bridal veil was definitely a face beautiful until it made people unable to extradite themselves. Whoever who could take off this red veil today would absolutely be the luckiest man in the world. What the hell? We want to see the real person. Yeah. If we don't see Miss Ruyan's face, how do we know if that's the actual person? What will we do if you get a fake one to hoodwink us? Quickly take off the head veil. Quickly take off the head veil. Seeing that Xiao Ruyan actually covered her face and came out, everyone immediately became indignant and exploded. Xiao Changfeng said in a solemn voice, "Harumph. Although the Xiao family isn't a first-rate family, we're a respected family clan in the capital. There are so many people present here today. How could this Xiao crack such a joke? Gentlemen, anyone who doesn't wish to take part in this spouse-finding martial compet. One Taion can very well leave right now." Seeing Xiao Changfeng fly off his handle, the martial artists present all remained silent. Offending their future father-in-law was not some wise move. Huang Wenqiu sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Just these trashes are also worthy of witnessing Miss Ruyan's unrivaled looks. Truly toads lus ting after a swan's fles. H. Plus hair, aren't you one of the toads? What qualifications do you have to mock them?" Shuezaihe said with a cold laugh. "Shuezaihe, are you provoking me here? Humph. Flaunting eloquence. You'll get it in a while." Huang Wenqiu similarly said with a cold laugh. "Haha, today, I'm definitely marrying Miss Ruyan. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll step over his corpse." Shuezaihe said nonchalantly with a smile, but the words he said made people's hair stand on its ends. The spouse-finding compet. One Taion had yet to start, but the smell of gunpowder already gradually becoming intense. "Ruyan, you go and sit properly at one side," Xiao Changfeng said to Xiao Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and went to one side to sit down. Her position was very eye-catching. The entire plaza could see it. And as luck would have it, the place Yi Yuan was sitting at was the closest to her among the guests. It was also unknown if it was coincidental or Xiao Changfeng's deliberate arrangements. Xiao Changfeng watched Xiao Ruyan sit down, but he took a very meaningful glance at Yi Yuan as if he had already internally decided that Yi Yuan was his son-in-law without officially announcing it. Xiao Changfeng's eyes made Yi Yuan involuntarily feel a chill. But how could Yi Yuan not know Xiao Changfeng's plan? It was just that today's outcome would probably disappoint him. The spouse-finding martial compet. One Taion today doesn't have any special rules. One just has to win on the platform in the end, and that will do. But once you step onto the platform, you'll be responsible for your life and death. On this point, you all already signed the life and death agreement when you registered. The Xiao family won't force anyone onto the platform. All of you can still back out now. This Xiao gives a word of advice here. Young martial artists whose strength hasn't reached C transformation realm, they better not go onto the stage. Cultivation isn't easy. Why should a man worry about having no wife? Don't today, Xiao Changfeng said. One had to say that this speech from Xiao Changfeng was still very useful. It was akin to a tub of cold water, splars. I plussing some people awake. Life or death on the stage was one's own responsibility. If one died, then they died. Nobody would pity you. And this spouse-finding compet. One Taion had 2 final malefic stars waiting there. Snatc hing wives from those 2 malefic stars. The final outcome completely did not need much thinking. Those 2 people would definitely deal a killing blow. Hence, one had to properly deliberate on whether to get on stage or not. But Xiao Ruyan's reputation in the capital was seriously too great. Before this, there were already all sorts of editions of Xiao Ruyan's portrait secretly leaking out. Although those drawings all differed from one another, they all had one distinguish. Plussing feature, she was overwhelmingly stunning. Adding the Xiao family's position in the capital, the vast majority of these martial artists was still like being on stimulants. especially those martial artists below the age of 30 and had reached C transformation realm cultivation. How could they be willing to yield without giving it a shot? Now, the spouse-finding martial compet. 1 Taion official begins, Xiao Changfeng shouted in a clear voice. Right at this time, Xiao Ruyan suddenly heard a voice transmission coming from Yi Yuan. Good disciple, you're the first disciple that Master took in. Today, Master will battle all the heroes under the heavens for you. Treat it as a first meeting gift for you, disciple. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left, gliding on air, and landed on the platform. With her face covered, No body could see Xiao Ruyan's expression. But her body started quivering lightly. What's happening? Who is that? You don't even recognize him? Did you forget that His Highness, the 7th Prince, previously kneeled down before him to admit his fault a month ago? What? His Ji Qing. What's he doing here? Are you a pig? Him coming out like this, of course he's taking part in the spouse-finding martial compet. 1 Taion. Bulls. HI plus T. Of course I know that his partic. 1 P8ing in the spouse-finding martial compet. 1 Taion. But, he's only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Isn't this courting death? Hehe, I heard that this Ji Qing's alchemy skills have already reached the realm of perfection, utterly destroying Tong Wenchang in the Tu Xiao and Tong family's Grand Pill Assembly. But who knew that he even has such confidence in his martial path? Yi Yuan's sudden appearance caused a huge commotion. Xiao Changfeng had yet to withdraw. When he saw this move from Yi Yuan, his complexion could not help turning livid. This spouse-finding martial compet. 1 Taion today had no rules at all. One just had to defeat their opponent, and that would do. And the youths present here today that satisfied the conditions. There were also 8,000, if not 10,000 youths. Furthermore, those who dared to register, which one of them wasn't an expert? The first martial artist that came onto the stage was at the greatest disadvantage. What he had to face was the non-stop battle against all the martial artists present. One person against 10,000 people? You got to be kidding. Xiao Changfeng wished that he could let loose a torrent of abuse. If you don't want to marry my daughter, you don't need to use such a method to reject either. What the heli was this? Forget that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Even Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, who were hailed as the number one among the capital's younger generation, probably did not dare to be the first on stage in such a situation, right? So many martial artists, by dawdling, it would exhaust them to death. The first one on stage clearly did not wish to marry Xiao Ruyan. Daughter must be very furious right now, yeah? Xiao Changfeng looked over in Xiao Ruyan direction. Indeed, he saw that his daughter's body was trembling lightly, hatred seething in his heart. Xiao Ruyan marrying Ji Qing was undoubtedly the best choice. But this fellow actually stood Ruyan up. Ha ha ha. Turns out that this boy is a moron. To actually be the first one to rush up to the stage. Who does he think he is? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Can it be that he wants to sweep away 10,000 martial artists alone? Seeing this scene, Zhao Chenggan really could not hold back and started mocking loudly. Your Highness, since this punk is seeking death himself, then let's not be courteous. Ha ha. Wait until he's completely worn out, I'll go up on your behalf to take care of him properly. Huang Wenqiu said with a laugh. Huang Wenqiu's words incurred a wave of contempt. This flattery was also too lacking standard. But Zhao Chenggan did not laugh anymore after he heard it, his eyes flickering instead. No one knew what he was thinking about. Chapter 416 Disregarding Zhao Chenggan and the rest, even SHI plus Howren and the other seniors were also at a loss on what to do after being caught by Yi Yuan's sudden ambush. Disregarding Zhao Chenggan and the rest, even SHI plus Howren and the other seniors were also at a loss on what to do after being caught by Yi Yuan's sudden ambush. No way, right? What is little junior brother trying to do here? Isn't the first one on the stage too risky? Yu Guang said with a frown. That's right. Isn't this messing around? Can it be that he wants to challenge 10,000 martial artists with his own strength? Tang Ji also felt mind blown as he spoke. But SHI plus Howren sighed and said, little junior brother tends to exceed all expectations when doing things. His behavior is not what we can guess. Him doing so should have a deep meaning. We should just watch. For a moment, the sounds of ridicule linked together, all saying that Yi Yuan overrated his own strength. Indeed, not long after, a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist jumped into the platform, cupping his fists as he said, "I'm Wang Jie. I specially came to challenge young Master Ji." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Please." The other party was courteous. Yi Yuan naturally would not put on a scowl. But he would not be courteous when making a move. Wang Jie knew that since this Ji Qing dared to be the first one on the stage, he definitely had some skill. But by relying on him being 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, he was not too worried either. His hand suddenly had an spirit artifact long sword. He then cried out, "Shadowless sword art." Wang Jie's figure charged abruptly, stabbing towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. This shadowless sword art had lived up to its reputation. It was just that who he encountered was Yi Yuan. The audience was just planning on watching an intense battle when a miserable cry suddenly sounded out. Wang Jie directly tumbled heavily onto the ground. Wang Jie's speed was seriously too fast. Initially, some martial artists with slightly weaker strength already could not catch Wang Jie's form. At this instant, it was like they saw Wang Jie fall down out of thin air. It was very bizarre. What happened? I don't know either. Ji Qing is clearly standing there motionlessly. Could it be that this Wang Jie was being funny and fell down himself? Being funny? You're the one being funny, right? Showing the lower limits of his intelligence in front of so many people? Not unless this Wang Jie's brain is damaged. But Ji Qing clearly didn't move. Could it be that his movements were too fast and we all didn't see clearly? No. He really didn't move. All of a sudden, a grey-robed youth suddenly spoke. Those 2 people thought nothing of it either and asked curiously, "What's going on?" "It's divine soul attack. This Ji Qing's soul art is so powerful," the youth said solemnly. Marveling sighs suddenly sounded out all around. It was actually an extremely rare divine soul attack. This kind of method to fierce-scale world martial artists was seriously too abnormal. The fierce-scale world martial artists' martial era was extremely flawless. Hi+ing. They all pursued the extremities of essence energy and concepts. Yet, very few people would use divine soul mystic arts to execute divine soul attacks. This aspect was the shortcoming of virtually all the fierce-scale world martial artists. Right at this time, that Wang Jie slowly struggled to his feet on the platform and clasped his hands towards Yi Yuan, saying, "Many thanks to Brother Ji for showing mercy. Wang Jie is utterly convinced with my loss." Wang Jie's speed was indeed very quick. Even if Yi Yuan used a divine soul attack, wanting to accurately hit him was not something easy too. But during the process that Wang Jie was in motion, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his brain, and then he fell down. It could be seen how powerful Yi Yuan's divine soul attack was. Furthermore, Wang Jie deeply sensed that Yi Yuan's blow just now completely did not use full strength. Otherwise, he might already be an idiot now. If he did not know what was good for himself and made a move against Yi Yuan again, it would probably not be as simple as a sharp pain anymore. Hence, he conceded very straightforwardly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your speed is pretty good. But what sword Dao pursues isn't the extremities of speed. You took a wrong turn." Wang Jie's entire body shuddered as if he understood something. He bowed towards Yi Yuan and said, "Thank you very much for Brother Ji's guidance. This Wang will never forget it." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and accepted it coolly. In Sword Dao, it was not over the top for Yi Yuan to say that he was the number 1 in the lower realms. His pointers, Wang Jie naturally received endless benefit. Yi Yuan saw through the drawbacks of this shadowless sword art that Wang Jie cultivated at a glance and pointed it out. Training the sword, pursuing speed was correct. But speed was not the only thing. The sword was the gentleman among weapons. It strived for agile and grace, power and magnificence. Pursuing speed blindly would forfeit the fundamentals of the sword. Ultimately, one's accomplishments would be limited. One sentence from Yi Yuan let Wang Jie walked countless lesser detours. Receiving a bow from him was naturally nothing inappropriate. In truth, Wang Jie only came out to travel the world after reaching a bottleneck state in his cultivation in concepts, seeking a chance to break through. Encountering the Xiao family's spouse, finding martial compet. One Taion this time, he did not come here for Xiao Ruyan but wanted to find opportunities to compete with young experts. He did not have any qualms, so he was the first enter the stage and was very polite to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not expect Yi Yuan to see through the problem with his sword art in one glance and pointing it out. His grat. 1-2 towards Yi Yuan naturally could not be any greater. Humph. Unorthodox paths ultimately can't ascend to the higher levels, Zhao Chenggan said with a cold smile. But Shangguan Lingyun had a rare laugh as he said, "My view differs from Brother Zhao. That attack from Ji Qing earlier was no trifling thing. It could be seen that his attainments in the divine soul are extremely profound. The divine soul cultivated to an exceedingly high realm can similarly compete with martial artist. He also has to cultivate to an exceedingly high realm for it to work. He merely encountered a crystal formation realm martial artist this time. When he meets sea transformation realm martial artists, I'll see how he executes his divine soul attacks," Zhao Chenggan said in annoyance. This time, Shangguan Lingyun did not refute. He knew that what Zhao Chenggan said was right. While divine soul attacks were bizarre and powerful, once one guarded to some extent, it was very hard to succeed. Moreover, for divine soul attacks to want to leap ranks to battle, the difficulty was even greater compared to martial artist. While the divine soul for sea transformation realms did not produce qualitative changes, it was still much stronger compared to crystal formation realm martial artists. Yi Yuan's advantage could at most just reflect among crystal formation realm martial artists. This spouse finding martial compet. Taion ultimately needed to rely on genuine martial strength to determine victory. If what this Ji Qing relied on was just divine soul attacks, he could not last for very long. "Big brother, if it were you, can you block his divine soul attack?" Shangguan Lingxue asked curiously. "This. If I went up earlier, I might also suffer a huge loss. But now, the one who's at a disadvantage should be him." Shangguan Lingyun mused for a moment and replied. Shangguan Lingxue said in astonishment, "His divine soul attack is actually so powerful." When Zhao Chenggan saw Shangguan Lingxue praise Yi Yuan, he was very displeased in his heart as he said, "What's powerful about it? It's just a cheap ambush. Hi-plussing trick." This kind of methods are extremely few, so everybody was unprepared. Once they are on guard, it's practically equivalent to being useless. "I want to see how he plans on coping at the back." Shangguan Lingxue giggled as she said, "Last time, although Ji Qing was nearly killed by you, he was only at the second-level crystal formation realm at that time. It could be seen that he's also extremely formidable in martial strength. Now that he's already 7th-level crystal formation realm, his combat strength most likely already approaches sea transformation realm martial artists. It probably isn't so easy for the average person to want to win him, right?" Chapter 417 Zhao Chenggan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. But he had no choice but to admit that what Shangguan Lingyun said was completely correct. Zhao Chenggan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. But he had no choice but to admit that what Shangguan Lingyun said was completely correct. In comparison to himself, apart from Yi Yuan's realm being far lacking, he was simply powerful until he had no weakness to exploit. Zhao Chenggan could not quite dare to imagine if Yi Yuan and his realm were on par, what would the result of their battle be? If he let Yi Yuan continue maturing like this, that day might arrive very soon. Zhao Chenggan started to consider the idea and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan on the stage. Who else? Yi Yuan looked steadily ahead as he said nonchalantly. Yi Yuan's move against Wang Jie already suppressed many people. At the very least, crystal formation realm martial artists would not dare to easily enter the stage. Without even moving and instantly defeating Wang Jie, this 9th-level crystal formation realm wasn't going up there looking for a thrash. Hi-plussing? I'll go. Right at this time, A well-built burly man dashed onto the platform. Please. Yi Yuan still did an inviting hand gesture. Heh, your divine soul attack might perhaps be of some use against Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. But under my countermeasure in advance, it's already useless, said the burly man with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled faintly, and he said, is that so? When the burly man saw Yi Yuan's nonchalant look, he could not help becoming enraged. Courting death. The burly man dashed in front of Yi Yuan with a sudden huge stride. Despite his stature being extremely tall and strong, very umbersome, this move was exceptionally vigorous. His speed was much faster compared to Wang Jie. An enormous fist smashed down towards Yi Yuan's head, however only to hear a bang. The burly man collapsed with a loud bang, crash. Hi plussing downward until the stage quaked. Yi Yuan still did not move. This was a divine soul attack again. This burly man is a sea transformation realm martial artist. Furthermore, he even said that he took precautions. Too scary. This Ji Qing's divine soul attack is too scary. Even a sea transformation realm martial artist can't force him to make a move. Make a move? Make a move for what? This divine soul attack of this completely doesn't need to make a move, alright? What kind of divine soul attack did Ji Qing use? To actually be able to leap ranks and defeat a sea transformation realm expert. This is too inconceivable. Yi Yuan did not use some profound divine soul mystic art. It was still the God stunning spike. Using divine soul attacks to cross ranks and battle might perhaps be beset with difficulties for others, but to him, it was as simple as drinking water. Yi Yuan's present divine soul realm already reached the alchemy grandmaster perfection realm. Same as alchemy master, his present perfection was completely different from his previous life's perfection. In truth, his current divine soul was already not much weaker than sea transformation realm. Using divine soul mystic arts to deal with sea transformation realm martial artists was not some impressive matter. With Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul, under the circumstances where the divine soul realm was roughly the same, even if the other party took precautions, so what? The Xiao family's judge still stood there looking left and right, uncertain if this burly man would stand up again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, stop looking. He's not getting up. Drag him away. Oh. Come men, drag this person down, said the judge absent-mindedly. Seeing that burly man fall to the ground, Zhao Chenggan and Shangguan Lingyun all revealed astonished looks. Especially Zhao Chenggan, who already did not know what to say. He had just said that Yi Yuan could not do anything to sea transformation realms. The result was that the well-built burly man collapsed with a crash. Shangguan Lingyun smiled wryly when he saw the situation and said, looks like we still underestimated Brother Ji. His divine soul attack already has the capital to clash head-on with sea transformation realm martial artist. The sea transformation realm that Shangguan Lingyun was talking about was naturally not that sort of rookie like the burly man. Although martial artists did not cultivate the divine soul, they should have methods to protect the divine soul. This burly man said verbally that he took precautions, but in truth, his precautions completely could not withstand a single blow. If it were Shangguan Lingyun, his defense would absolutely not be that easy to break through. Rather, Shangguan Lingxue suddenly became mischievous and said to Zhao Chenggan with a smile, Your Highness, the seventh prince, why don't you make a guess whether or not the next sea transformation realm that enters the stage will be defeated by Ji Qing in a single blow? Zhao Chenggan gave a cold snort and said, I don't believe that he can keep winning all the way by relying on this one move. Cleaning things up, Yi Yuan said indifferently again, is there anyone else coming up? One had to acknowledge that this spouse-finding martial compet. One Taion gathered many young geniuses. There were a great number of sea transformation realm martial artists present. That burly man was only one of the weakest. To be able to advance to sea transformation realm before 30, this was already an extremely proud achievement. Therefore, these martial artists were all very confident in themselves. Even if that burly man collapsed instantaneously, they did not believe that Yi Yuan could take them down either. But the result was that the next few sea transformation realms that went up were all brought down by Yi Yuan in one move without a single exception. From beginning to end, Yi Yuan did not move a single finger, and the strongest among these martial artists were already third-level C transformation realm. After they collapsed, No Body dared to go up the stage again. For some time, the audience below the stage all exchanged glances with each other. There was actually No Body who dared to go up the stage. Even a third-level C transformation realm could not survive one move under Yi Yuan's hands. How to fight? This Ji Qing is simply too monstrous. He is eating his fill with one specialty. A method like this, if there isn't a powerful divine soul mystic art to protect the divine soul, who dares to go and fight with him? That's right. This is freaking bullying people. I feel that in front of Ji Qing, these past 30 years of cultivation were all wasted on a dog's body. Other people don't even need a second to make you fall. So, alchemists can be powerful to this sort of extent. Truly widened my knowledge. I really want to see now whether Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe can force Yi Yuan to make a move or not. Only now do I know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Everybody was mocking him at the beginning. Now, it looks like we were the fools, with strength like his, so what if he is the first one on stage? Below the stage was widespread comments. Clearly, many people already directly gave up on going up the stage. At least for the early stage C transformation realm martial artists, No Body dared to go up anymore. Xiao Changfeng only knew that his understanding of Yi Yuan was still too little when he saw this scene. This young man was truly unfathomable, making people pleasantly surprised unceasingly. Young Master Ji already defeated 7 people consecutively. Is there anyone else going up the stage to challenge? If there isn't, I'm going to announce the results, shouted the judge in a clear voice. The audience below the stage all looked at each other. No Body dared to go up the stage. Since that's the case, I announce. Huang Wenqiu could not sit still anymore. Although this Ji Qing was very strange, he could not possibly withdraw without fighting. Moreover, he was different from those rookies. He was confident that he could block Yi Yuan's divine soul attack. Huang Wenqiu was just about to stand up when he heard a loud cry. Wait a minute. A grey figure floated up the stage, interrupting the judge's words. This one is Xu Qing. I wish to experience young Master Ji's divine soul attack, said the grey SHI plus RT youth while clasping his hands together to Yi Yuan. This Xu Qing was precisely the first one previously to perceive that Yi Yuan was attacking with divine soul attack. Chapter 418. Who is this young man? His age doesn't seem to be old either. Pretty gutsy. Who is this young man? His age doesn't seem to be old either. Pretty gutsy. That's right. He's still only first level C transformation realm. To actually dare go up and challenge Ji Qing, isn't it overestimating his own strength a little? I think not. This young man's eyes are radiating light, and is full of fighting intent. He doesn't look like a foolish person. Perhaps he really has some reliance to count on. Xu Qing entering the stage drew considerable attention. The people who went up the stage at the back were all stronger and stronger, such so that it reached the degree of third-level C transformation realm. But Xu Qing was only at the first-level C transformation realm. If he did not have some reliance, then he was only a fool. Yi Yuan sized up Xu Qing and suddenly smiled and said, "Turns out that it's a soul martial artist. No wonder you're so confident." Xu Qing's expression became stern when he heard that and said, "Brother Ji's discerning eyes are like a torch. Truly incredible. That's right, I'm indeed a soul martial artist." What? He's actually a soul martial artist? No wonder he dares to challenge Ji Qing. There are exceedingly few soul martial artists in our fair-scale world. Only Sovereign Shishan alone reached the highest level in this area. It's just that his elderly self has already vanished for several decades. Ever since Sovereign Shishan, the name of soul martial artist has never been heard of again. To think that another one would appear today, it's just that who knows how this young man's strength is, and how it compares to Ji Qing. But speaking of which, Ji Qing can also be considered a soul martial artist already. Except that his alchemist didn't. One time made everybody overlook this matter. The so-called soul martial artist was actually martial artists who primarily cultivated the divine soul. What soul martial artists were skilled in was not martial techniques but divine soul mystic arts. Their means were highly bizarre and powerful. Most martial artists cultivated the essence energy system. The execution of martial techniques was also mostly with essence energy as a basis, while soul martial artists' attack methods relied completely on the divine soul. This kind of divine soul attacks was powerful and hard to defend. Furthermore, it was incredibly dangerous. Martial artists getting injured was a very normal thing. As long as they did not injure their divine soul, most could heal. However, soul martial artists' attack measures directly affected the divine soul. Once they injured the other party, it would tend to be hard to heal. On the basis that the divine soul was injured, even if they did not die, it would have a tremendous impact on the martial artist's future cultivation too. This was the terrifying aspect of soul martial artists. Hence, when Shu Qing admitted that he was a soul martial artist, it stirred quite a commotion. Sea Transformation Realm soul martial artists were already very powerful. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You facing off against my Alchemy Grandmaster Realm Soul Force with Alchemy King Realm Soul Force, isn't this somewhat bullying people?" Shu Qing's expression froze, and he forced a laugh, saying, "Don't joke around, Brother Ji. Just based on the means that you displayed earlier, I don't have much confidence in winning you. How is this bullying people?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Fine. I'll witness the methods of a soul martial artist today. Come on. Here I come." Once Shu Qing's voice faded, Yi Yuan felt like flying needles that covered the skies pricked towards his divine soul. Manifestation of soul force. Fine technique. Yi Yuan had a rare bout of amazement. This soul force manifestation was totally different from essence energy martial techniques. The so-called manifestation was just materializing the attack. The naked eye completely could not see it. It could only be sensed through the divine soul. One could say that this was the face-off between a divine soul and a divine soul, an invisible match. This showdown was incredibly perilous. But the outside world could not see any storm clouds surging. Yet, when those flying needles jabbed deeply into Yi Yuan's divine soul like this, Yi Yuan actually did not perform the slightest bit of defense. Yi Yuan shut his eyes, his face revealing an anguished look, looking very unwell. Shu Qing had already made the preparation of an arduous battle. But he did not think that it would actually be such an outcome. You were too careless. The soul force flying needle's damage to the divine soul is permanent. Even middle-stage Sea Transformation Realm martial artists would also be severely wounded after receiving this attack head-on. You actually did not defend at all. Truly courting death. Shu Qing shook his head and was just about to walk down the platform. Being struck full-on by this attack of his, Yi Yuan would also be the outcome of heavily injured if not death. He only went up the stage to experience Yi Yuan's means, and not for Xiao Ruyan. But Yi Yuan crumbling in one hit disappointed him greatly. Recalling how Yi Yuan swept across Sea Transformation Realm martial artists previously, what he relied on was really one specialty. Leaving like this? You don't think that you can win like this, right? Shu Qing was just about to step down from the stage when Yi Yuan's voice sounded over leisurely. Shu Qing's entire body trembled. Turning around to look at Yi Yuan with incredulity, he exclaimed in shock, You're completely fine? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Trying to defeat me with soul force flying needles this sort of trifling means, isn't your distinguished self looking down on me too much? Whatever methods you have, just execute them. Otherwise, once I make a move, you won't have the opportunity anymore." Shu Qing was dazed for a very long time. He seriously could not imagine just what kind of method Yi Yuan used to resolve his soul force flying needles. Yi Yuan's soul force completely did not have the slightest bit of undulation. Which was also to say that Yi Yuan forcefully received his divine soul attack. But completely unscathed. Was this a joke? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Blade light, sword shadows. Shu Qing gritted his teeth and cast a divine soul attack at Yi Yuan once again, yet, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean again. Yi Yuan did not have the appearance of being attacked at all and still stood there looking at him unperturbedly. Xu Qing refused to believe in heresy and virtually displayed all of his techniques. Divine soul mystic arts followed one after the other. Yet, despite him exhausting all the skills in his arsenal, it still did not cause a hint of damage to Yi Yuan's divine soul. With a crash, Xu Qing tumbled to the ground. Xu Qing laid on the ground, his expression wan and sallow. It was clearly the indication of soul force being drained. This Xu Qing already wore himself out. The astoundment in everyone's hearts could not be any greater. What was this? Wasn't it said that the divine soul attacks of soul martial artists were incomparably powerful? Why did this Yi Yuan seem to be immune to divine soul attacks? What kind of freak is this Ji Qing? That soul martial artist used all the skills he learned in his life and actually did not cause any injuries to him at all. This is playing me, right? Yeah. Back then, Sovereign Shishan was the hardest sovereign-level powerhouse to deal with in the capital. The other sovereign-level powerhouses were all unwilling to provoke him. It could be seen just how terrifying soul martial artist's strength is. But this Ji Qing actually did not even move, and his opponent exhausted himself to the extent he collapsed. Did you all notice that many of the divine soul mystic arts yelled out by Xu Qing were identical with Sovereign Shishan's divine soul mystic arts back then? Could it be? No way, right? Looking at the laying on the ground and already completely drained Xu Qing, Yi Yuan casually threw out a medicinal pill and said, "Take it. It can help you to recover your soul force." Xu Qing received the medicinal pill, hesitated for a moment, but then he still swallowed it. Soon, it was as if a timely rain irrigated his divine soul. Xu Qing's divine soul was in the midst of rapid recovery. At this time, Xiao Changfeng suddenly got up and floated down to the platform. He clasped his hands towards Xu Qing and asked, "Could your distinguished self be Senior Shishan's disciple?" Chapter 419. Among the crowd, there were two unremarkable women. Among the crowd, there were two unremarkable women. One of them looked at that figure on the platform with scorching eyes. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. The other girl giggled as she transmitted her voice, "Hehe. Seeing Mr. Yi challenge the heroes under the heaven for Xiao Ruyan, I wonder what are your thoughts, miss?" This girl actually knew Yi Yuan's true ident. One Tai. Who could it be but Yang Er? There was no need to talk about the other girl. It was naturally Li Er. Actually, these few days, they had been inside this capital the entire time. If not for this master and servant pair, Yi Yuan simply would not get to see his fellow apprentices. It was precisely because of the protection in the dark from the two of them that let those seniors of Yi Yuan survived safe and sound. On that day when Zhao Chenggan carried a rod to ask for punishment, it stirred up the entire capital. Li Er naturally also became aware that Yi Yuan actually quietly sneaked into the capital already. Of course, speaking of it, this was not considered quietly either. It was just that Li Er did not think that Yi Yuan would be the first to go up the stage today and challenge all the heroes in the world. Hearing Yang Er's secret voice transmission, not knowing why, a hint of billow was produced in Li Er's heart. This was simply an inconceivable matter to her. Didn't Li Er's heart only move for him? What's with me? Towards this kind of near betrayal thing, Li Er was obviously unwilling to admit it. What thoughts can I have? That Xiao Ruyan is known as the capital's dual absolutes. She's naturally as beautiful as a heavenly maiden. For Mr. Yi to be able to come together in holy matrimony with her, I naturally have to congratulate him. Yang Er pouted her mouth and said, "Words don't match the heart." Although Yang Er isn't a roundworm in Mrs. Stomach, to say who understands Miss best in this world, it has to be Yang. Miss painstakingly entered deep into the fierce-scale world and did so much for Mr. Yi. Don't you have any thoughts about him at all? Li Er was secretly startled, but she refuted, "What kind of thoughts? Don't you know that this soul-ripping illness of mine still has to fall on Mr. Yi? I'm doing this just to return him sufficient favor to let him treat me seriously. That's all." Yang Er waved her hands and said, all right then. Regardless of what kind of thoughts you have, it's also useless. After today, he'll be somebody with a wife." Not knowing why, when Li Er heard these words, an intense unwillingness welled up in her heart. On another side, a similarly unremarkable person was staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing immense shock. To think that this punk really sneaked into the capital. Not only did he infiltrate inside the capital, he even became Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple, and even made an appearance in an imposing manner at such a grand occasion. Truly audacious to the extreme. I was saying why there hasn't been news about him these 2 months all along. Turns out that he had long sneaked into the capital. However, your good luck has come to an end today. This person quietly withdrew out of the crowd and ran in the direction of the royal capital. If Yi Yuan were here, he would recognize that this person was precisely the Lan who tracked him down here. These 2 months, Lan who never left the capital the entire time. Everything comes to him who waits. He finally discovered Yi Yuan's tracks. It was just that Lan who never thought that the carrying a rod to ask for punishment a couple of days back which rocked the capital, the target of 7th Prince's apology, was actually Yi Yuan. On the stage, Yi Yuan was utterly clueless about this. Shu Qing opposite him already recovered considerable soul force. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Sovereign Shishan is precisely my master. This is this Shu's first time coming out into the society after completing my studies. I didn't think that I would actually lose so miserably. Shu Qing's skills are trivial. I've lost face for master today. He's indeed Sovereign Shishan's disciple. Sovereign Shishan has left the capital for so many years. He actually groomed a sea transformation realm disciple. It's just that this disciple seems to be somewhat of a failure. He faced the crystal formation realm Ji Qing with sea transformation realm soul force and collapsed from exhaustion without even touching the other party's fingertip. Truly lost face for Sovereign Shishan. That's right. Sovereign Shishan back then was ever triumphant. Even His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, showed him some respect. How high and mighty he was. But the disciple that he taught is actually unskilled to this sort of degree. It's really a letdown. The fame of Sovereign Shishan was too great. In everyone's minds, apart from the Wind Emperor, he was the incarnation of invincibility. But his disciple actually lost with no part of his body unscathed today. Although everyone knew that Yi Yuan was very strong in terms of divine soul attacks. But Sovereign Shishan's disciple, as a soul martial artist, shouldn't he be stronger in the divine soul? Even if Yi Yuan was very monstrous, it was not to the extent where he would collapse from exhaustion, right? This was what they could not understand, nor forgive. Xiao Changfeng, hearing Shu Qing admit it, was also rather surprised in his heart. But verbally, he consoled, saying, "Young Master Shu doesn't need to blame yourself. It's not that you're unskilled, but your opponent was too strong. Today's loss was not due to lack of skill." Shu Qing asked in surprise, "What does that mean?" Xiao Changfeng smiled and said, "Young Master Shu learned from Sovereign Shishan. I wonder if you've ever heard of Divine Soul Absolute Defense." Shu Qing's expression changed, and he nearly jumped up. "A absolute defense? You're saying that what Brother Ji used earlier was absolute defense?" Xiao Changfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I don't know either. It's just that other than absolute defense, I seriously don't know what other means are there still that can accomplish to such an extent. Only you still have to get a confirmation from young Master Ji about the answer." When Xiao Changfeng guessed this answer, the astonishment in his heart was not any less than Shu Qing's. Divine Soul Absolute Defense. This term was just an existence of the legends. How could it possibly really appear on a human? Xiao Changfeng even suspected that this defense method was probably fabricated by somebody, or maybe hypothesized by some genius. How could such a perverse defense method possibly exist? But today, he really witnessed it. The so-called Divine Soul Absolute Defense was regardless what kind of divine soul attack the other party executed, as long as it was unable to break through extremum of one's divine soul, it would have no way of causing damage to them. Such a defense measure was simply heaven-defying. Shu Qing's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Family head Xiao is indeed experienced and knowledgeable, to actually even know about Divine Soul Absolute Defense." That's right, the measure that this Ji used earlier was precisely Divine Soul Absolute Defense. The properties of the Divine Soul were completely different from essence energy. The cultivation system was also entirely different. The means of Divine Soul attacks was likewise ever-changing. But through a deep understanding of the divine soul, one could construct a defense measure that was 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than protective essence energy. That was absolute defense. Divine soul attacks were invisible and ethereal. It naturally would not have huge destructive power like that. The innate attribute of divine soul attacks was still formed using one's soul force to damage the other party's divine soul. As long as one's comprehension of the divine soul was sufficiently deep, an absolute defense could theoretically be actualized. Of course, even with Yi Yuan's profound understanding of the divine soul, it also expended a huge amount of time to learn this move in his previous life. Shu Qing was only at the early stage C transformation realm. He was not much stronger compared to Yi Yuan's divine soul. Wanting to hurt Yi Yuan under his absolute defense was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Chapter 420. The moment he heard the term absolute defense, Shangguan Lingxue was also extremely shocked. The moment he heard the term absolute defense, Shangguan Lingxue was also extremely shocked. Divine soul absolute defense. Doesn't that mean that there's only Ji Qing hitting people, while others can only get hit passively? This move is simply too amazing. Shangguan Lingyun nodded as well and said, in the past, I only heard of absolute defense and even thought that it was just a rumor. I didn't think that I would really witness it today. This Ji Qing is truly remarkable. Zhao Chenggan sneered and said, what absolute defense? He just didn't encounter expert. As long as soul force is stronger than him, absolute defense would only be a joke. Is that so? I wonder if there's anybody among you all that can break this absolute defense, Shi plus Howren suddenly said. But Zhao Chenggan was not embarrassed said at all. With a haughty look, he said, soul martial artists is just a minor path in the end. The martial artist path is the major path. He has absolute defense in terms of divine soul, but I wonder if he can block my tyrant martial howling cloud spear. Shi plus Howren smiled and said, that might not be so. Zhao Chenggan laughed when he heard that and said, alright, I won't argue with Alchemy King Shi plus either. Just suffering a defeat in his hands, I haven't taken it to heart yet. However, he has to pass the rounds with Wenqiu and Zaihe first. The two of them are not simple people. Although Zhao Chenggan lost tremendous face previously, his power and influence were still present. The title of number 1 in the capital was not for show. Getting Zhao Chenggan's approval, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Ziahe appeared to be very enthusiastic. Of course, even if Zhao Chenggan did not sow discord here, these two people could not possibly let Yi Yuan off. But Huang Wenqiu gave a mysterious smile at this time and said, rest assured, Your Highness. I've already prepared a feast for Ji Qing. I believe that he'll thank me. Oh, then I'll be waiting to see it. Zhao Chenggan suddenly became interested. After settling Shu Qing down, this spouse finding martial compet. Taion naturally still had to continue. But Yi Yuan's spectacular performance already made most people shrink back. For some time, there was actually nobody who went up the stage. Formidable divine soul attack plus daunting divine soul defense. How to deal with such a monster? Even a third-level C transformation realm suffered a cruise. Plusing defeat in front of him. Unless fourth-level C transformation realms took part, or else, they would simply not be Yi Yuan's match. Is there anybody else going up the stage to challenge young Master Ji? Seeing nobody go up the stage, the judge opened his mouth to ask again. Right at this time, a youth sprung onto the stage and said, I'm here to challenge you. This youth's strength was uncommon too. He was at the third-level C transformation realm. It was just that this realm was somewhat lacking to Yi Yuan. This point, everyone knew full well in their hearts. Is this lad's brain damaged? Clearly aware that he isn't Yi Yuan's match and still run up to look for a thrash. Plusing? Heh, maybe he's bored out of his mind and sent himself up to let people train. Really can't understand why there are increasingly more idiots now. Smart people always held the majority on this earth. Fully aware that they were not a match and still going up to seek a walloping would clearly be thought of as a moron by people. Indeed, Yi Yuan just used one God stunning spike, and that youth directly collapsed. Yet, when that youth buckled, another third-level C transformation realm martial artist directly went up to challenge. but was shot down by Yi Yuan again very quickly. What surprised everyone was that this was only the beginning. From then on, the young martial artists who went up the platform followed one after the other, all second or third level C transformation realm. While they were dropped by Yi Yuan very quickly one by one, everyone discovered that it was not quite right. If it was said that 1 was a fool and 2 was a fool, it could not be that over 10 in a row were morons, right? Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing. He instantly defeated his opponents directly right after coming up. The goal was to awe the audience below the stage and make most people not dare to go up the stage. Thousands upon thousands of martial artists, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was also not possible to deal with all of them. In comparison to using martial techniques, the God stunning spike was evidently more awe-inspiring. Because he did not even need to make a move. Honestly speaking, he already achieved the effect. There was already not many people who dared to go up the stage. While there were still some 4th level C transformation realm and above martial artists below the stage, they all had a wait-and-see attitude. These people were virtually all famed characters in the capital. Nobody was willing to come up and lose face. It was just that he did not expect a large group of fellows who did not fear death to suddenly appear, coming up here to look for a thrass. Plussing one after another. This made Yi Yuan feel very puzzled. His gaze involuntarily swept to Zhao Cheng'an and the others on the grandstands, and he quickly discovered that Huang Wenqiu's expression was slightly pleased with himself. Yi Yuan understood the situation in no time. Want to use non-stop battles to exhaust my strength? Haha, really a pig-like brain. Since you used this kind of despicable moves, then don't blame me for being discourteous. I want to see how many people you can send up. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. At this time, there were clearly also some smart people below the stage who perceived that something was wrong. Their mouths involuntarily started ranting and cursing. Truly shameless enough. To actually use continuous battles to exhaust Ji Qing's strength. Hey, do they still want face or not? The spouse finding martial compet. 1. Taion relies on true abilities. Using this kind of despicable moves will shorten one's lifespan. Using this kind of methods, even if they win, it won't be honorable either. If Miss Ruyan marries this kind of trash, I'm the first to be unconvinced. Hearing the cursing sounds below, Huang Wenqiu had a very composed look. Evidently, he took no notice of these admonishment voices at all. Haha, young Master Huang really has nice means. The lofty number 2 expert in the capital actually used this kind of lowly method to expend your opponent's strength. The surprise it gave us really isn't small. The fatty Tang Ji was very displeased by this action. He already carried a sting in his words when talking. But Huang Wenqiu smiled and said, those who dare to stand on this stage will have to accept the challenge of all the young heroes under the heavens. If one doesn't have such awareness, I think it's best to scram down the stage early. Tang Ji snickered coldly and said, I wonder if young Master Huang heard the words of those martial artists below. Young heroes. Young Master Huang really likes to gild your face with gold. But Zhao Cheng'an said indifferently, since time immemorial, the victor becomes king, and the loser a bandit. I don't feel that Wenqiu's way of doing things is in any way inappropriate. Since one knows the rules of today's spouse finding martial compet. 1. Taion, one would need to plan out a strategy well in advance. Ji Qing dares to be the first one on the stage. Don't tell me he's still afraid of other people going up to challenge him. Humph. Really birds of a feather flock together. When Tang Ji saw that these two people were colluding together, he was so angry that he snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. Eldest senior brother, these few fellows are called the capital's number 1 and number 2 experts in vain, simply shameless. Carrying like this, I'm afraid that little junior brother he. Tang Ji's transmitted his voice to SHI plus Howren. But SHI plus Howren smiled faintly and said, you take a look at little junior brother again. Tang Ji was secretly startled and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. Indeed, he saw that some transformation took place on his body. Prior to this, although Yi Yuan's body had that sort of aura which disdained all under the heavens the entire time, he did not have much killing intent. But now, The aura on Yi Yuan's body already became fierce and sharp. I'm afraid that they miscalculated, wanting to use this kind of method to deal with little junior brother. Little junior brother isn't some soft persimmon. This point can be seen from him using extreme measures to utterly destroy Tong Wenchang. This time, I'm afraid that Huang Wenqiu that boy's flesh is going to hurt, SHI plus Howren said with a smile. Chapter 421 With a tragic cry, the young martial artist opposite collapsed with a loud cras. But this time, this martial artist did not even get to emit a tragic cry and immediately stopped breathing. Yi Yuan directly pulverized his opponent's divine soul. Without a divine soul, the martial artist became a dead person too. Everyone was secretly alarmed and realized that the atmosphere seemed to have become different from before. Next, Yi Yuan said coldly. This time, the next martial artist did not jump up right away. Huang Wenqiu's expression also changed. He knew that his methods had already thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would not directly deal a killing blow. Yi Yuan's attacks previously all just made his opponents lose their combat ability and did not kill. Those martial artists only had to recuperate their divine soul for a while after going back and would be able to recover very quickly. But now that Yi Yuan was aware of this kind of despicable means, he naturally would not go easy anymore. One comes, I'll kill one. Two come, I'll kill both. He really wanted to see how many Sea Transformation Realm martial artists Huang Wenqiu could prepare to send here to die. At this time, Huang Wenqiu said a few words in a low voice to a servant behind. That servant received the order and left. Before long, another martial artist jumped onto the platform. This time, there was an uproar below the stage. 4th level Sea Transformation. A heavyweight Class SS martial artist finally went up. Up to this point, Yi Yuan had a manner of sweeping clean all along. Everyone did not know where his limits lied. And 3rd level Sea Transformation Realm martial artists simply could not feel out Yi Yuan's limits. 4th level Sea Transformation Realm. Regardless whether it was Essence Energy Realm or Soul Force Realm, it all went up an entire step. Nothing more suited to use for testing Yi Yuan's limits. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan flashed a grin and said, "Finally sent a decent one up. But you're still too weak." The arrival said in a great rage, "Don't belittle others. Clear my round first before talking." This martial artist was naturally also aware of Yi Yuan's prowess and did not let out any boasting. Up until now, Yi Yuan only used one move against everyone. One had to know that among these people, regardless of whether it was Essence Energy Realm or Divine Soul Realm, they were all much higher than Yi Yuan. Such a horrifying ability to leap ranks and battle seriously daunted people even from a distance. This young martial artist was already considered outstanding among those in the same generation. But in front of Yi Yuan, he seriously could not be arrogant. "Haha, clearing your round is it? Then, you have to receive it well," Yi Yuan said coolly. The young martial artist's expression changed, and he immediately felt that things were bad. However, it was already too late. He only felt a blur before his eyes. A streak of sword light already penetrated through his heart. How is this possible? Finished talking, this martial artist fell backward looking up at the sky, breathing his last. He did not dare to believe this scene before his eyes even till death. No way, right? Ji Qing he didn't use divine soul attacks, but used martial techniques to kill his opponent. Furthermore, it was still one move. Really freaking seeing ghost. His divine soul attacks are so strong, and even his martial techniques are actually also so formidable. The opponent was at the 4th level Sea Transformation Realm. He finished him off in one move. Too powerful. I completely did not see clearly how he attacked. Why do I feel like his martial technique is even stronger than his divine soul attack? Is he really an alchemist? This Ji Qing is simply without any CHINKS in his armor. Unparalleled alchemy skills. Overwhelming divine soul attacks. Even his martial techniques are so powerful. My God, how can there be such a genius in this world? Does he still want people to live? Yi Yuan did not use very dazzling martial techniques. With his present concept's comprehension, A streak of casually released swordlight was already matchlessly powerful. That young martial artist earlier was at best equal to Lan Bao's strength. Yi Yuan already finished off Lan Bao at the first level crystal formation realm. Now that he already broke through to late-stage crystal formation realm, casually finesse. HI plussing off an ordinary 4th level C transformation realm martial artist was nothing amazing. However, his divine soul attack was already not very useful. So he gave it up immediately. If he could not even eliminate a cannon fodder like this, how could he get to maul the capital's #1 expert, Zhao Cheng'an? Although they were both similarly at the middle stage C transformation realm, Zhao Cheng'an's strength compared to that one just now was the difference of clouds and mud. This was the disparity in concepts. Seeing Yi Yuan finish off a 4th level C transformation realm with a casual blow, Zhao Cheng'an's face could not help changing. He felt an immense threat. These few years, Zhao Cheng'an had always viewed Shangguan Lingyun as his greatest adversary. But even Shangguan Lingyun could not give him such an enormous threat. Ji Qing, this brat, is only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Being at the 7th level crystal formation realm and able to instantly kill someone at the 4th level C transformation realm. Wait until he advanced to the C transformation realm. What can I do by then? Looks like I must find an opportunity to kill this brat. Otherwise, the position of Wind Emperor will probably never reach my turn no matter what. In Zhao Cheng'an's heart, nothing was more important than the position of Wind Emperor. For the position of Wind Emperor, he would do anything. But he naturally did not know that Yi Yuan completely did not care a whit about the so-called position of Wind Emperor, and Yi Yuan also could not possibly go an S and a TCH whatever position of Wind Emperor from him. Zhao Cheng'an treating Yi Yuan as an imaginary foe, Yi Yuan was seriously wronged. Yet, who asked Yi Yuan's guys to be too good? At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly called out in a clear voice, "Huang Wenqiu, however many people you prepared at the back, let them come together." The crowd was taken aback from shock. Only now did they know that the one working this never-ending battles was actually Huang Wenqiu. But Yi Yuan calling out Huang Wenqiu so COC Killy still gave everyone a great fright. Continuous battles were already shameless enough. Now, Yi Yuan actually asked the other party to come all together. This. One had to know that the ones coming up at the back were definitely powerhouses. That judge was also quite worried. He asked weakly, "Young Master Ji, this doesn't adhere to the rules, right?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "What doesn't adhere to the rules is there? Coming up one by one is too troublesome. When do we have to fight until? Coming up together, resolving it is faster too. This. The judge looked towards Xiao Changfeng with beseeching eyes. Xiao Changfeng mused for a moment and said with a nod, "As young Master Ji says then." Huang Wenqiu's face fell as he said, "Since you want to seek death, then I'll help you. Ask them all to go up." In a short while, over 10 silhouettes appeared up there vividly, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. When the crowd looked over, they involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. These dozen over people were mostly 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. There were even 3 people who actually already reached the 5th level C transformation realm. Such a lineup was seriously too strong. One had to know that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. A 7th level crystal formation realm challenging a dozen over middle stage C transformation realms? Young Master Ji, finish them off. We support you. Yeah. Utterly shameless. Come on, young Master Ji. We're all rooting for you. Young Master Ji, I want to marry you and become your concubine, yelled out a female martial artist. Ha ha ha. This sort of unabashed measures already stirred up everyone's sympathy towards Yi Yuan. For a moment, the shouting below the platform rose one after the other. They were all supporting Yi Yuan. Chapter 422. Yi Yuan swept a cold glance across these C transformation realm martial artists and said coolly, "You all don't blame me. If you want someone to blame, then blame Huang Wenqiu. Bon voyage." Yi Yuan swept a cold glance across these C transformation realm martial artists and said coolly, "You all don't blame me. If you want someone to blame, then blame Huang Wenqiu. Bon voyage." That apathetic attitude of Yi Yuan's thoroughly infuriated these people. They were all talented individuals among those of the same generation. Although they attached themselves to the Huang family, they had their own pride. But now, they were looked down by a 7th-level crystal formation realm. You're too unbridled, boy. Do you really think that you're invincible? You're facing so many of us alone. Do you really take us to be made of paper? Hee, so rampant now. In a while, there will be the time for you to cry. These people were currently cursing when all of a sudden, their faces change. The surrounding heaven and earth essence energy underwent some minute changes. Countless pink flower petals were currently forming together in midair. Not good. This boy can actually mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Quickly attack. These people were not rookies and discovered what was wrong very soon. Each of them unleashed their own ultimate moves. Except, how could Yi Yuan give them the opportunity? Breaking through to late-stage crystal formation realm, Yi Yuan was already not far away from sea transformation realm. His affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy already had a qualitative increase. Him unleash. HI plusing 1,000 flowing petals again at this time, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as before. It was only to see the pink flower petals which covered the skies surround the entire platform. The martial artists below could not even see clearly what was happening on the stage. This. What move is this? Too terrifying. Oh my god. His only at the 7th-level crystal formation realm. His control over heaven and earth essence energy actually already reached such an outrageous degree. This move, even late-stage sea transformation realms probably can't execute it either, right? Yet, a group of female martial artists was dazzled by this scenery. Whoa! So gorgeous. Young Master Ji must be a very romantic person. To actually be able to execute such a resplendently beautiful move. When Shangguan Lingxue saw this scene, her eyes likewise roamed around. I'm really somewhat envious of younger sister Ruyan now. To actually have such a phenomenal man battle all the heroes in the world for her. If there's a man who does this for me, I'd even die happy. Getting such a husband, what else is there to seek? When Zhao Chenggan heard these words, his face instantly turned green. Shangguan Lingxue was a very proud girl. He courted Shangguan Lingxue for several years and did not get such a praise from her either. Those words earlier, Shangguan Lingxue had clearly moved on already. However, Ji Qing that punk was still fighting for Xiao Ruyan. Zhao Chenggan's heart suddenly became abnormally irritable, with an impulse to go down and kill Yi Yuan. 1,000 flowing petals. Slaughter. 4 words were lightly uttered out of Yi Yuan's mouth. The flying petals which covered the skies were initially drifting about peacefully. But at this time, it became wild, charging towards the dozen-over martial artists without care. Ah! For some time, miserable cries lingered incessantly, making people's scalp tingled. They could not see clearly what was happening inside the sea of flower petals. But just hearing those miserable cries, they also knew that behind these dazzling flower petals, something not beautiful was currently happening. After a dozen over breaths, the flower petals dissipated, and only a lonely silhouette was left on the platform. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Those dozen over martial artists, including those few 5th-level sea transformation realm martial artists, were already sprawled at random on the platform. This. What kind of joke is this? A dozen over middle-stage sea transformation realm experts were actually annihilated instantly in one move like this. I can't stand it anymore. This Ji Qing is simply like a bottomless hole. You simply don't know where his limits lie. 9th-level crystal formation realm, he instantly defeats in one move. 1st-level sea transformation realm, he instantly defeats in one move. 3rd-level sea transformation realm is still insta-kill with one move. Now, a bunch of 4th and 5th level sea transformation realm, he actually used just one move to insta-kill, but this move is really powerful until it makes people feel suffocated. Truly can't imagine how a crystal formation realm like him can actually muster up so much heaven and earth essence energy. Exclamations sounded out all around. The shock that this scene brought everyone was too intense. Seeing this scene, Huang Wenqiu's face became ghastly pale. These martial artists were all the elites of the Huang family's young generation. They actually died tragically in Yi Yuan's hands just like this. When he returned, how should he give an account to father? This time, he really played big. Originally, he thought that with a dozen over people ganging up on Yi Yuan, they would not lose too badly no matter what. He did not think that Yi Yuan instantly killed everyone with one move. This Yi Yuan was truly too monstrous. Huang Wenqiu looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. But at this time, Yi Yuan looked over. With a grin, he said, "Don't waste time anymore. The two of you can come up together." Both Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's expressions changed, but they involuntarily exchanged glances with each other. "You're sure that you want to challenge the two of us?" Huang Wenqiu said with a cold smile. "So much crap. Did I not say clearly enough?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "Hehe, Huang Wenqiu, looks like the two of us are being looked down by people. Why don't we go up to write our names ourselves?" Xue Zaihe said with a light laugh. Huang Wenqiu nodded with a solemn look and said, "While I'm not quite willing to join hands with a fellow like you, but since he's seeking death himself, we have to team up no matter what. If I don't kill this punk today, it will be hard to sate the hatred in my heart. Haha, even being rampant has to have a limit, isn't it so? Although we're both 5th level C transformation realm too, he doesn't think that he can beat us for certain using just that one move, right?" Xue Zaihe's smile gradually became cold. Among the junior generation in the entire capital, he only dreaded Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan. Today, he was actually disparaged by a crystal formation realm boy. It truly displeased him greatly. "Fine. Then the two of us sworn enemies will cooperate well today. Ruyan's matter, after settling this punk, we'll fight a match properly again," Huang Wenqiu said. Poking such a big hole, Huang Wenqiu must kill Yi Yuan today and marry Xiao Ruyan over. Or else, when he returned today, he would have no way of giving an account to his family. Young Master Ji actually wants to challenge Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe joining hands. This act is rather ras. Plus I couldn't agree more. These two people are known as the capital's junior generation's number 2 experts. It's not an unearned reputation. Those people previously, even if their realms were on par with theirs, their strength was also at a different league. Although that move from young Master Ji earlier was powerful, it's only powerful in area of effect attacks. With Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's strength, wanting to crack it shouldn't be tough. Young Master Ji fighting 2 alone, the difficulty is somewhat high. Both Huang Wenqiu's and Xue Zaihe's strengths were already deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people. These martial artists all knew the terror of their strength. As for the number 1 Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, they dared to imagine even less. However, Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm after all. Facing these two great experts, it was seriously at too much of a disadvantage. The two people stood up and jumped onto the platform. Huang Wenqiu grinned hideously and said, "Ji Qing, this is you courting death yourself. I'm not to blame. Killing you on the stage, I believe that Sovereign Star Abyss has no reason to put the blame on me too." Yi Yuan said indifferently, "As long as you have the capabilities, there will naturally not be anybody who comes to find trouble with you." Chapter 423 Xue Zaihe, "Don't you turn up for work but not put in the effort?" Huang Wenqiu said. "Xue Zaihe, don't you turn up for work but not put in the effort?" Huang Wenqiu said. "Relax. This bit of gains and losses relation, I can still differentiate it. Talk about other things after taking care of this punk first." Xue Zaihe replied. "Then that's good. Go." Once Huang Wenqiu's voice faded, the two people's figure instantly vanished from where they stood. The speed was swift beyond comprehension. Previously, Wang's speed during the earlier battle was as slow as a snail in front of these two. However, at that moment, Yi Yuan's figure similarly vanished from its original spot. Clank, clank, clank. A series of metal class HI plussing sound echoed. The martial artists below the stage practically could not capture these three people's actions. Only from the afterimages left behind occasionally did they know that these three were in the midst of an intense confrontation. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe being so fast were within everyone's expectations. But everyone did not think that Yi Yuan could actually keep up with the pair's speed. Fighting two alone, they actually fought until neither could gain the upper hand. When did crystal formation realm martial artists had such speed? Too fast. I completely can't make out their movements. Who holds the advantage right now? Don't know. I can't see clearly either. Is Ji Qing really a crystal formation realm martial artist? Did he hide his strength? Impossible. From the start to the end, his essence energy undulations was 7th level crystal formation realm. It's certain. If I were on the stage, I would have died a dozen times over long ago. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe are indeed well deserving of being the number 2 experts. Their comprehension of concepts is simply not what rookies like us can compare to. In truth, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe were both very wary of Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. The shock that the scene prior to this gave the two of them was too great. Therefore, these two acted in concert without prior consultation and chose to attack directly. They adopted the method of hand-to-hand combat to not give Yi Yuan the chance to execute 1,000 flowing petals. The two of them were at the 5th level C transformation realm. Their realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. They decided to use realm to crush Yi Yuan to death. But the result of the matter did not develop as they imagined. The more Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe fought, the more alarmed they became. Yi Yuan's Canghua sword danced impenetrably. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves were exchanged, but the two of them actually did not occupy a gleam of advantage at all. How was this possible? How could they know that Yi Yuan comprehended the transmission concept and the wind flow concept? In terms of movement technique and in terms of offensive power, he was only stronger and not weaker. Apart from suffering some minor losses regarding essence energy, Yi Yuan tossed them several streets behind in other areas. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan could just barely fight to a draw with them. Otherwise, their outcome would not be any better than those martial artists previously. Furthermore, Yi Yuan continuously condensed a small SS of 1,000 flowing petals in the process of fighting them to neutralize their all kinds of attack. With Yi Yuan's present strength, just condensing such a small bundle of petals was basically something as swift as thought and completely did not require large-scale mobilizing of heaven and earth essence energy. Ji Qing's execution of his move already reached the extent of releasing and withdrawing as he pleases. Moreover, this move of his is like the flower petals dances along with his entire being. Truly a feast for the eyes and mind. Shangguan Lingxue praised. Of course, not everybody was unable to capture these three people's speed. There were many experts present and also plenty of people stronger than them. There were obviously people who could see it. But precisely because they could see it, their understanding of Yi Yuan's prowess became even clearer instead. Having been through such a long period of fumbling and comprehension, Yi Yuan's execution of the 1,000 flowing petals already reached an extremely proficient degree. It was also to say that Yi Yuan's comprehension of this supreme true intent took another large stride forward. Shangguan Lingyun nodded his head as well and said, to wield this move to such a transcendent degree, this Ji Qing's strength truly makes people sigh with admiration. Shangguan Lingxue asked rather puzzledly, Big Brother rarely commends people. You didn't give rise to the thought of fighting with him, right? Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, Younger sister understands me. That's right. An opponent like this is really hard to come by. Shangguan Lingxue said in derision. Then, did Big Brother take fancy on Ji Qing this rival or took fancy on young sister Ruyan? Haha. You and sister Ruyan are hailed collectively as the capital's dual absolutes. If I can marry her home, wouldn't that be beautiful? Shangguan Lingyun said with a loud laugh. If that's the case, then Big Brother will have to kill Ji Qing on the stage today. Or else, you'd establish a terrifying enemy for yourself, Shangguan Lingxue said with a smile. The smile on Shangguan Lingyun's face froze. Evidently, he had not considered this problem. And this problem was really a dreadful issue. If he really killed Yi Yuan, the Shangguan family would have thoroughly offended the Alchemist Association. As long as Star Abyss still sat on this position for a day, the Shangguan family could forget about ever finding the Alchemist Association to refine a medicinal pill. Such a loss was not what the Shangguan family could bear. And if he did not kill Yi Yuan, the grudge of Snatc, Hing his wife was irreconcilable. How could Ji Qing be willing to drop the matter with him? Although Shangguan Lingyang had immense faith in himself, facing a monster like Yi Yuan, he still really did not wish to provoke. "Alright then, take it as if I never said it," Shangguan Lingyun said helplessly. "Hihi, I have really never seen such a big brother. I'm getting more and more interested in this Ji Qing," Shangguan Lingxue said with a beam. By the side, Zhao Cheng'an's complexion turned green once again. Yi Yuan already entered the heart-like still water state currently. Each and every action of the two people were within grasp. Adding his subtle manipulation of the 1,000 flowing petals, the more Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe fought, the more depressed they got. In a twinkle, several hundred moves par said. The two of them did not gain any advantage at all. The two number 2 experts in the capital's junior generation were actually helpless against a 7th-level crystal formation realm when partnering up. Saying this out was an utter joke. What made them even gloomier was that fighting until now, Yi Yuan's essence energy did not have the slightest hint of being drained. It was as if it totally could not be exhausted. Where did this fellow get so much essence energy? One had to know that Yi Yuan already fought with 20 to 30 C transformation realm martial artists prior to this. Could it be that he did not expend any essence energy at all? Ma's Civ area of effect move like the 1,000 flowing petals should be extremely draining on essence energy. Why was Yi Yuan's essence energy so abundant? These two people discovered to their sorrow that they could not gain any bit of advantage with such a fighting method. "Xue Zaihe!" Huang Wenqiu suddenly yelled out. Xue Zaihe understood tacitly. The two of them withdrew their moves at the same time, pulling apart the distance from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not continue his victorious pursuit but remained calm and composed as he stared at the two of them. With his essence energy thickness, plus extremely precise control over essence energy, he did not fear the two of them fighting a consumption battle with him. "Ji Qing, I admit that you're very strong, but it ends here," Huang Wenqiu said with a cold snort. Clearly, he was very unsatisfied with this battle result. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Whatever moves you have, just use them. I'll receive it all." Huang Wenqiu sneered coldly and said, "As you wish. Plus Xue Zaihe, don't hide it anymore. Bring out your true abilities." Xue Zaihe nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 424. Two great experts fighting 2-on-1 and were actually unable to take down Yi Yuan. They both felt a loss of prestige. Two great experts fighting 2-on-1 and were actually unable to take down Yi Yuan. They both felt a loss of prestige. These first-rate families' top disciples naturally all had their own powerful trump cards. It was just that there were a scant few people who could force out their trump cards. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's trump cards were saved for each other. But now, they had no choice but to use them at the same time to deal with Yi Yuan. Because from them observing the matches until now, ordinary measures completely could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm, his true combat power was already on the same level as the two of them. No, even so far as to say that it said theirs. Because the two of them combining strength earlier only just barely fought to a draw with Yi Yuan too. A heaven-defying genius like this, how could they possibly defeat without going all out? Huang Wenqiu used a saber. He raised long saber in his hand and said solemnly, "To be able to die under my wind rebelling 3 blades, it's also considered your fortune." But what Xue Zaihe relied on was a pair of naked palms. It was only to see him put his palms together. His aura increased explosively. His realm was actually rising continuously. Very soon, Xue Zaihe broke through to the 6th level C transformation realm. But it did not end. His aura was still rising unceasingly. Before long, Xue Zaihe broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm in one stroke. Everyone's faces change. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Xue Zaihe actually learned the Origin Spirit 9 transformations SHI plus Howren's complexion turned pale from fear. Origin Spirit 9 transformations is a martial technique that uses the essence fire within the martial artist's body as the foundation to stimulate the martial artist's potential to let the martial artist temporarily break through realm. It's the Xue family's ultimate martial technique. To think that Xue Zaihe actually already successfully planted an essence fire inside his body and even successfully cultivated this martial technique. Truly surprising. Shangguan Lingyun gasped with admiration. Looking at Xue Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm, the essence fire in his body should be a quasi-tier 4 origin fire. Pretty decent already. Hehe, I really want to see how Ji Qing plans on dealing with these two people's ultimate martial techniques, Shangguan Lingxue said with a giggle. The effects of this Origin Spirit 9 transformations was actually similar to the 5-element Spirit Link pill that Yi Yuan took in the past. It could raise the martial artist's realm briefly. At this time, Xiao Ruyan finally could not sit still anymore. She could not resist uncovering her head veil slightly and taking the scene on the stage all in. When she saw Xue Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm, she could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. Ji Qing, nothing must happen to you. Or else, I won't be able to forgive myself for life either, Xiao Ruyan said with tears in her eyes. Hehe, to think that you really held a move in reserve. If you suddenly used this move when fighting me, I would really not know how to deal with it, Huang Wenqiu said with a snicker. He and Xue Zaihe had always been well matched. Their strength was almost on par. Once Xue Zaihe directly broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm and reached late-stage C transformation realm, even if Huang Wenqiu were more powerful, he would also not be his match. Xue Zaihe grinned and said, "So what even if you know? I don't believe that you can leap across 2 minor realms to defeat me." There was already an exceedingly huge disparity between the 6th level C transformation realm and 7th level C transformation realm, let alone Huang Wenqiu was only at the 5th level C transformation realm. Hence, Xue Zaihe was brother Imng with confidence. But Huang Wenqiu was very composed as he said, "Haha, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you. Even you had such a huge improvement, how can I dare to ease up?" Finished talking, Huang Wenqiu's aura suddenly skyrocketed. But what he skyrocketed was not his realm, it was the sort of pressure pressing forward with indomitable will aura. Xue Zaihe's expression changed. Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade. You actually mastered the 3rd move, Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade. Huang Wenqiu grinned and said, "I wonder how the outcome will be if I use this to deal with you." At this time, although Huang Wenqiu's realm was still at the 5th level C transformation realm, in terms of aura, he surpassed even Xue Zaihe's Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade. Ha ha ha. This boy still has some capabilities. To actually mastered the Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade. This time, I want to see how Ji Qing deals with the Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade plus Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Zhao Chenggan burst into laughter. Below the stage were also exclamations of shock. The reason why the two Huang and Xue families were called first-rate families was because apart from their family's foundation, these two martial techniques claimed enormous credit. These two people are indeed worthy of being experts tied at number 2. Such talent, how many people among the younger generation could measure up? Late-stage C transformation realm versus late-stage crystal formation realm. This difference is a bit too large. Let alone there's still a Huang Wenqiu who mastered the 3rd move of the Wind Rebelling 3 Blade. Reaching the realm of Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade. This martial technique is already considered attaining a higher level of mastery. The power of the Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade is enough to let Huang Wenqiu rival the Xue Zaihe after raising his realm. This. How should young Master Ji respond? Wind Rebelling 3 Blades. This martial technique only had a total of 3 stances. However, with the mastery of each move, the power would show exponential increase. The reason why Huang Wenqiu could be hailed as the number 2 expert was by relying on him mastering the 2nd move and far in the lead among those of the same generation. And now, he actually even mastered the 3rd move. This indicated that he already cast those in the Huang family's same generation far behind. Of course, each move of the Wind Rebelling 3 Blades had 3 levels. Huang Wenqiu had not even reached large success in the 1st level. Even so, he was already sufficiently powerful. Everyone all knew that these two had very formidable cards up their sleeves, but did not think that these 2 trump cards were actually so powerful. Ji Qing, to be able to force us to unleash our trump cards, you can already be sufficiently proud. But after today, the capital won't have Ji Qing this person existing anymore, Huang Wenqiu said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan watched the two of them perform as a bystander the entire time. But he himself did not make the slightest movement. Hearing Huang Wenqiu's cold laughter, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled. Looks like the two of you still have some capabilities to be hailed together as the number 2 experts in the capital. Ha, pretending to be calm? However, it's futile, Xue Zaihe said with a light laugh. The two of them used their trump cards. Their confidence naturally shot through the roof. Now, even if they were asked to go and challenge Zhao Chenggan, they would also not be the slightest bit fearful. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, no need to pretend. If you guys think that you can win me like this, I can only say too naive. As he spoke, Yi Yuan gently released the Tsanghua sword in his hand. Tsanghua sword plunged into the clouds and vanished from sight. In the past, my realm was insufficient and my essence energy was lacking, so I was incapable of unleash. Hi plusing the 1,000 flowing petals greatest power. But now, my essence energy can already support the full-powered execution of this move. Thus, you guys enjoy it to your heart's content. It was like Yi Yuan's voice came from the netherworld, striking Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's hearts word for word. Such a large display earlier, killing over a dozen middle-stage sea transformation realm experts in one move, was actually not going all out yet. Then how horrifying would the full-powered release of this move be? Very soon, they came to know how harrowing it was. Because flower petals which filled the entire sky already wafted up. This time, it was not just the entire platform. Chapter 4 25 petals after petals danced in the air as if flower petals rained down on the entire plaza. Petals after petals danced in the air as if flower petals rained down on the entire plaza. If they did not know beforehand that this was Yi Yuan's sword move, people would be exclaiming in surprise at this beautiful scenery. In a place like the fierce gale world, it was very rare to be able to see this kind of falling flowers flying all around wondrous sight. Yi Yuan brought it to them. It was just that anybody was aware that behind this beauty, an immense danger was concealed. The flower petals which blotted out the skies and covered the earth gave people a hair-raising oppressive feeling instead. Oh my god. Is this really a martial technique unleashed by a 7th-level crystal formation realm? It's too preposterous, right? The quant. 1 tie of these flower petals is probably several times of that move previously. He finished off over a dozen middle-stage sea transformation realms in one move just now. How horrifying will the power of this move be? This move is too heaven-defying. I really can't imagine how a 7th-level crystal formation realm can manipulate so much heaven and earth essence energy. How exquisite does one's manipulation ability have to be? Indeed, Yi Yuan's control over essence energy had already completely surpassed their imaginations. In terms of control of essence energy, Yi Yuan was divine king level, and his abilities in this area were completely attributed to alchemy skills. In his previous life, Yi Yuan was extremely meticulous in refining pills, and his requirement towards control of essence energy was harsh to the extreme. Only then did he have such exquisite control abilities. In the past, Yi Yuan was a housewife who could not cook a meal without rice. Now that his strength increased dramatically and his essence energy was ample, he could unleash this aspect to its pinnacle. Controlling heaven and earth essence energy was not having it at one's beck and call, but to control the heaven and earth essence energy within a certain radius with the essence energy within the martial artist's own body as the foundation. Now that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms in succession, the essence energy in his body showed an exponential increase. The essence energy that he could control naturally also increased exponentially. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe were still brother iming with confidence earlier. But currently, their faces had a never-before-seen grimness. Such power was simply appalling. The pair exchanged glances, and understood each other without word. Wind rebelling frenzied blade, advancing with indomitable will. Huang Wenqiu roared, charging at Yi Yuan with a lightning-like momentum. Starfire a blazing prairie. Xue Zaihe lightly flicked his finger. A small tuft of flames flew out swiftly, Vonnies. Hi plusing in a blink of an eye. The two people bore down menacingly. Yi Yuan mind stirred. 2 clumps of flower petals blocked their incoming path. 1,000 flowing petals, explode. Faint explosion sounds echoed in the air, wanting to stop the two people's incoming path. However, the wind-rebelling frenzied blade and origin spirit 9 transformations were not some common wares. Only to see Huang Wenqiu pressing forward like a hot knife cutting through but the entire way, splitting the clumps of flower petals, while Xue Zaihe formed a no-man's land for himself with formidable strength. At the same time, the small tuft of flames that he controlled suddenly appeared by Yi Yuan's side. Yet, it did not have the starfire a blazing prairie's momentum as imagined. Because the instant that it appeared, there were already innumerable flower petals enveloping it. Inside that bundle of flames contained horrifying power. However, it was wrapped up by limitless flower petals. The petals exploded unceasingly, frittering away that mass of flames power. While on Huang Wenqiu's side, only to see him split the sea of petals into 2 halves with one blade. A horrifying streak of saber-light pares sped through the flower petals sea, cleaving towards Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan unhurriedly controlled the boundless petals to continuously explode around the surroundings of the saber-light. By the time the saber-light arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it was already just an ordinary attack. Yi Yuan casually flicked with his hand. The saber-light dissipated. Huang Wenqiu's expression changed drastically. This was his wind-rebelling frenzied blade's strongest attack. This streak of saberlight was enough to freaking cleave ordinary late-stage sea transformation realms into 2 halves. It was actually effortlessly resolved by Yi Yuan just like this. Huang Wenqiu gritted his teeth, mustered up all the momentum of his saber, and slashed towards Yi Yuan once again. However, there were petals exploding non-stop around him, hindering his advancement. There were too many flower petals. Clumps after clumps exploded ceaselessly, seemingly without end. Yi Yuan was clearly not far away. But Huang Wenqiu felt that this bit of distance was a short distance away, but poles apart. Just like this, his speed became increasingly slower. This wind-rebelling frenzied blade moved stressed about accompli. Hi+ing in one vigorous effort. But this one vigorous effort was forcefully worn down by Yi Yuan. Depleted by the second and exhausted by the third. Without that momentum of pressing forward with indomitable will, even if the saber technique was stronger, it would not be much stronger. The saber momentum that Huang Wenqiu accumulated for a long time dissipated to nothing like this. The saber momentum exhausted, Huang Wenqiu was instantaneously enveloped by infinite flower petals, going from offense to defense. While on this side, Xue Zaihe already sunk into the boundless flower sea. Although the flower petals were unable to break through his defense for the time being with him relying on his powerful 7th-level sea transformation realm cultivation, he could not do anything to those flower petals either. Just eradicated one batch, and there would immediately be a vast one tie of flower petals replenis. Hi+ing over. This sort of fighting method really made people have an impulse to vomit blood. And that bundle of flames that he fired out was already like a candle flame in the wind currently, tottering on the edge of extinguish. Hi+ing. Seeing the great battle on the platform, everyone below the stage all held their breaths. They had never seen before that martial artists could still fight like this. Young Master Ji's martial technique is simply unheard of. These flower petals look very weak. So many countless flower petals together give people a feeling of being unmatched. Yeah. Moreover, young Master Ji's attention is divided into 3, his controlling those flower petals to deal with the 2 people and a bundle of flames. This feeling of releasing and withdrawing it as he pleases really makes people revere. No matter how powerful the attack, going through those countless petals' self-detonation and erosion, it would rapidly become weak and feeble. This kind of feeling is like falling into a quagmire. The flower petals in the sky became increasingly sparse. Just as the petals were about to dissipate to nothing, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe finally could not hold out anymore, and the flower petals breached their defenses. Two miserable cries sounded out on the platform at the same time, making people's hearts tightened when heard. The 2 mighty number 2 experts were defeated like this. The audience below the stage still did not dare quite believe this until now. How many years had it been since anyone from the capital's junior generation dared to challenge Shuang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe? Apart from Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, these two people could virtually be said to be invincible existences. But today, under their teaming up, they actually lost in the hands of a 7th-level crystal formation realm martial artist. The impact this conclusion gave people was seriously too great. Even if Yi Yuan killed so many Sea Transformation realm martial artists previously, the impact it brought was also not as great as now. Yi Yuan stood at a corner of the platform dressed in white. Clearly quite young, yet gave people a feeling of insurmountable. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a heavenly deity descending upon the world, invincible. The shock that Yi Yuan gave everyone today could no longer be described using words. Crossing ranks to battle was every genius's inherent skill. But crossing ranks to battle like Yi Yuan, the people completely could not imagine it. One had to know that Yi Yuan's opponents could virtually be said to represent the highest standards of the entire Fierce Gale world's junior generation. Such a victory was too soul-stirring. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around to look at Zhao Chenggan, saying nonchalantly, "Your Highness, the 7th Prince, want to come down and play?" Chapter 426. When Yi Yuan's voice fell, everyone's hearts plunge. When Yi Yuan's voice fell, everyone's hearts plunge. I'm a little hard of hearing. What did Ji Qing say just now? He wants to challenge His Highness, the 7th Prince. I didn't hear it wrongly, right? I really don't know how to use words to describe my current emotion. In this world, apart from Shangguan Lingyun, there's actually somebody who dares to challenge His Highness, the 7th Prince. Yeah. 7th Prince is a genius martial artist who comprehended true intent, on a completely different level from Huang Wenqiu and the rest. Ji Qing actually dares to challenge even him. Why do I feel like something is not quite right? Isn't this a spouse-finding martial compet? 1 Taion? Why did it suddenly become a martial arts tournament? The matter of His Highness, the 7th Prince, courting Shangguan Lingxue is publicly known. As long as Yi Yuan doesn't provoke him, it's impossible for him to come down. Yi Yuan's words instantly ignited the entire plaza, challenging the capital's number 1, the candidate for Wind Emperor. How formidable the strength and how much courage did this need? You're sure that you want to challenge this prince? Zhao Chenggan said with a cold snicker. Towards Yi Yuan's courting death action, Zhao Chenggan was naturally very welcoming. He had long wanted to eliminate Yi Yuan. Now, with this open and above-board chance to kill Yi Yuan, he obviously did not wish to let it slip by. Even with Yi Yuan using a powerful move such as the 1,000 flowing petals previously, Zhao Chenggan still had full confidence in eliminating Yi Yuan. Little junior brother, don't be reckless. I know that your strength improved greatly. But Zhao Chenggan's strength is absolutely not as simple as you imagine. Shi plus Howren's brows knitted and he transmitted his voice. Xiao Ruyan was so anxious that she almost wanted to jump down. She hurriedly transmitted her voice, "Young Master Ji, the pair's strength earlier is much weaker compared to Zhao Chenggan. You better not provoke him." But Yi Yuan smiled lightly and did not say any more. However, his meaning was understood by all. He was not joking but really wanted to challenge 7th Prince. Zhao Chenggan sneered and said, "You aren't thinking that you have the qualifications to challenge me after winning the 2 of them, right? Since you're seeking death, then I'll help you." Finished talking, Zhao Chenggan floated down. Arriving on top of the platform, Zhao Chenggan's long spear jerked and was full of overbearingness from start to end. Haha, a vanquished opponent actually has the guts to challenge this prince. This prince admires your foolishness greatly. It's just that even I kill you today, I won't marry Xiao Ruyan either. Don't you worry. Once he stood on the stage, Zhao Chenggan's tyrannical aura could not be concealed anymore. Especially with that long spear in his hands, it raised his aura to the peak even more so. Every action carried a breathtaking power. The number 1 expert among the younger generation lived up to his reputation. Hearing Zhao Chenggan's words, Xiao Ruyan heaved a sigh of relief. But she was also secretly worried for Yi Yuan. Zhao Chenggan already had not exhibited his strength in front of people for a long time. Most likely, even Shangguan Lingyun wasn't sure of his current strength. But nobody doubted Zhao Chang'an's present strength. I will seek vengeance if there is a grudge. I entered a retreat for a month and broke through 5 realms consecutively. This was all for you. Hence, you should feel honored. Yi Yuan said coolly. Last time, Zhao Cheng'an not only nearly killed Yi Yuan, he even almost killed White Light too. This grudge was not what an apology could skate over. If Zhao Cheng'an sincerely apologized, then forget it. But the entire capital all knew that Zhao Cheng'an was only forced by the circumstances. If not for Star Abyss exerting pressure on the Wind Emperor, it was entirely impossible for him to come to apologize. Yi Yuan was about to leave the fierce Gale world soon. With Yi Yuan's personality of not leaving revenge through the night, how could he possibly wait until the future? Therefore, today, this fight was unavoidable. Ha ha ha. So what if you consecutively broke through 5 realms? You're not thinking that only you can break through, right? The reason why this prince was only at the 6th level C transformation realm was not because this prince couldn't break through, but it was because this prince was deliberately suppressing my realm. Hence, open your eyes. Zhao Cheng'an laughed wildly. All of a sudden, Zhao Cheng'an's long spear shook. An absolutely powerful aura undulated out. On the platform, an essence energy tempest actually formed. This, His Highness, the 7th Prince, is actually breaking through. He's going to break through to the 7th level C transformation realm. If he breaks through successfully, then Ji Qing won't have any hope at all. What's Ji Qing doing? Isn't he going to go forward to interrupt 7th Prince's breakthrough? Watching him break through Pares Sively? Sigh. It's useless. Since 7th Prince dares to break through in front of him, he naturally isn't afraid of him interrupting. This is a powerhouse's absolute self-confidence. Furthermore, in that battle prior to this, Ji Qing's essence energy is also pretty much depleted, right? But speaking of which, 7th Prince actually broke through his bottleneck for Yi Yuan. This in itself should be an affirmation and placing importance on Ji Qing, right? For a time, storms raged on the platform. Zhao Cheng'an's aura was in the midst of continuously rising. For geniuses like Zhao Cheng'an, what was most important for them was not realm breakthrough, but it was comprehending concepts. When a martial artist was young, it was the most optimal time to comprehend concepts. Once their potential was exhausted, wanting to comprehend concepts again would be as hard as scaling to heaven. At that time, it also signified where the limits of a martial artist lay. Therefore, pinnacle geniuses never took breaking through realms to be of importance. Most of their time was used for comprehending concepts. Zhao Cheng'an and Shangguan Lingyun, these people all did not deliberately cultivate essence energy but reached middle stage C transformation realm at this age. It could be seen how great their talent was. Yi Yuan naturally also placed priority on comprehending concepts. Hence, his essence energy realm was not high all along. If he went all out to break through, he would be able to break through to the Soul Sea realm in less than half a year. To an alchemy emperor, using medicinal pills to pile on realms was seriously too easy. Zhao Cheng'an did not meditate to absorb essence energy. He just held his spear and stood there, but his aura was still in the midst of rising non-stop. 6th level C transformation realm to 7th level was not a small threshold. But in front of Zhao Cheng'an, it was dismissed so easily. This was the number 1 person of the capital's junior generation. Shangguan Lingshua's face did not have any visible change in countenance. She looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said with a smile, "Big brother seems to be regretting a little." Shangguan Lingyun said with a regretful face, "Yeah. I thought of a really good idea just now to go down and fight with Ji Qing. But he actually challenged His Highness, the 7th Prince. It makes me feel really dejected." Shangguan Lingxue raised her eyebrows and asked, "What idea?" "Haha, I just have to go down and defeat him, then fake defeat." To think that you can think of that. But Ji Qing is already an arrow at the end of its flight, while His Highness is like the midday sun. Is there still anything worth competing in this match? You think this way? Too shallow. How can a shockingly brilliant character like Ji Qing challenge 7th Prince under the circumstances where he doesn't have room for maneuver? Could it be that move earlier was still not his limit? But his essence energy has already reached its limits as well. Furthermore, His Highness even broke through to the 7th level sea transformation realm. I seriously can't think of how he should respond. Heh. I'm also very much looking forward to it, Shangguan Lingyun said with a laugh. Chapter 427 Zhao Cheng'an's breakthrough did not last for too long. Very soon, the essence energy tempest dissipated. But Zhao Cheng'an's aura soared tremendously, stopping firmly at the 7th level sea transformation realm. Zhao Cheng'an's breakthrough did not last for too long. Very soon, the essence energy tempest dissipated. But Zhao Cheng'an's aura soared tremendously, stopping firmly at the 7th level sea transformation realm. He looked at Yi Yuan with a cold smile and said, "Now, do you feel regret for your foolishness? But it's already too late. Provoking this prince is your greatest sorrow in this lifetime." Crossing ranks to battle were as simple as eating and drinking to Zhao Cheng'an. Ordinary late-stage sea transformation realm martial artists completely did not have the strength to retaliate in front of him. Even peak sea transformation realm martial artists, Zhao Cheng'an could easily kill too. And today, this was his first time being crossed ranks to battle by somebody. Moreover, it was not one or two minor realms, but a full major realm. This was an immense humiliation to Zhao Cheng'an. But Zhao Cheng'an had to admit that Yi Yuan being able to beat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's team-up showed that Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to make him genuinely attach importance to her. Hence, he chose to break through without any hesitation. The Yi Yuan, after breaking through 5 realms in succession, was no longer the rookie that he could freely bully and humiliate on that day. Shangguan Lingyun was able to guess that Yi Yuan had a card up his sleeves. Zhao Cheng'an could naturally guess that too. Yi Yuan still dared to issue a challenge to him under such a condition. It was impossible for him to be without preparations at all. Except that he was the same as Shangguan Lingyun, being unaware of what Yi Yuan's card was. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Really don't know where your confidence comes from. Is breaking through to the 7th level sea transformation realm very impressive?" Haha. The 7th level sea transformation realm is naturally nothing impressive. But to deal with you, it's sufficient, Zhao Cheng'an said with a laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like you're full of confidence. I really can't bear to smash your confidence. But it's such a shame, this sort of thing like breaking through realms, I've always been more adept. One realm is too little." Zhao Cheng'an's face changed, and he asked, "What do you mean? You just broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you can still continue breaking through now? Stop joking." Cultivating essence energy was a process that requires accumulation, especially after crystal formation realm. For each breakthrough in a minor realm, the required essence energy was exceedingly horrifying. Yi Yuan entered seclusion for a month, consumed so many jade spirit pills, and only broke through 5 realms. Making a last-ditch attempt at this juncture wanting to break through, that was virtually something impossible. The reason why Zhao Cheng'an could break through was because he had already arrived at the bottleneck of the 7th level sea transformation realm before and did not go and break through all along. It was why the breakthrough went so smoothly. But Yi Yuan's present condition? He just had a breakthrough all the way to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Breaking through again was easier said than done. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "I'm not in the mood for joking. Didn't that Xue Zaihe use an origin spirit 9 transformations just now? How unfortunate, I know it too." Zhao Cheng'an was stunned and had yet to react to what was going on, when Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, unwittingly making people feel asphyxiated. Then, Yi Yuan's aura rose rapidly under everyone's perception, directly breaking through the bottleneck for the 8th level crystal formation realm. Shangguan Lingyun stood up abruptly and looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? Isn't this origin spirit's 9 transformation? Why does Ji Qing know this move too? This is the Xue family's highly guarded secret. Where did he learn it from? Why do I feel like Yi Yuan's attainments in this move are even above Xue Zaihe? Look. He has already broken through Pares," said the 7th level crystal formation realm. "This speed. Today's surprises are really round after round, making it too much for the eyes to take in. This time, there's another good show to watch." Although Yi Yuan's realm could not compare to Shui Zaihe, the upheaval from the breakthrough right now was only more and not less than his. Yi Yuan's cleansing sandal sacred flame was a top tier among tier 4 essence fires. Letting Yi Yuan use Origin Spirit 9 transformation was overly putting fine timber to petty use. Soon enough, Yi Yuan's realm broke through to peak 7th level crystal formation realm. However, this was not over yet. Yi Yuan's aura was still rising. Half-step C transformation. Yi Yuan's realm finally stopped at the level of half-step C transformation. Sadly, Yi Yuan did not have an essence energy C within his body. Otherwise, his realm could still rise more. Half-step C transformation was already the limits of his advancement. At this moment, how did Yi Yuan still had the appearance of essence energy being exhausted at all? Only to see him full of vigor and energy. He actually recovered to his peak condition again. Hiss. Everybody sucked in a cold breath. Origin Spirit 9 transformations is clearly the Shui family's ultimate trump card. But why do I feel that at this moment, the one Yi Yuan executed is the orthodox one? Could it be a misconception? Shangguan Lingxue said with a frown. Not a misconception. Ji Qing's Origin Spirit 9 transformation is indeed much stronger than Shui Zaihe's. If not that his Dantian is already unable to contain even more essence energy, he might really be able to rise a few more realms. Shangguan Lingyun's face had a never-before solemnness. He previously even casually made the remark to go down and defeat Yi Yuan, then he would deliberately concede. Looking at it now, he was still too naive. Half-step C transformation Yi Yuan and the current him, who was weak and who was strong, was really hard to say. Zhao Chenggan's expression was ugly to the maximum. He rose 1 realm, and Yi Yuan rose 3 realms. So freaking exasperating. However, Zhao Chenggan did not think that Yi Yuan could beat him like this. After all, he was still a major realm higher than him. Between half-step C transformation and C transformation realm lied a heaven and earth difference. Humph. Only a temporary increase in realm. I want to see how long you can last. Eat a spear from me first. A black-colored long spear in Zhao Chenggan's hands was extremely fierce. It was actually a 128 restrictions spirit artifact. In the past, when Yi Yuan fought with his opponents, he always held the advantage in weapons. But today, this was his first time losing out in weapons. However, this was not strange either. Zhao Chenggan was the son of the Wind Emperor. Forget about spirit artifacts, even profound artifacts would not be lacking. It was just that Zhao Chenggan's present strength was still unable to unleash the might of profound artifacts. That was why he would use a spirit artifact rank weapon. Zhao Chenggan's long spear danced. The tip of the spear actually swung out a crescent of light. The next instant, Zhao Chenggan's figure vanished from sight without the slightest sign. Kai. When it appeared again, a spear already par said through Yi Yuan's chest. Yi Yuan stood on the spot and actually did not react at all. It's over like this. Isn't it too quick? Yeah. Ji Qing is so strong. Can't be that he can't even block one attack, right? No, wait. That was just an after-image. What? After-image? Why would it exist for such a long time? Too fast. Because it was too fast, so in our eyes, he simply did not move at all. But the platform is only this big. Where did he go? Zhao Chenggan's brow furrowed, and he turned around suddenly, swinging the long spear around. Only to hear a clank. The long spear directly smashed the ambus. Plussing sword light into dust. Yi Yuan's figure finally appeared before everyone's sight again. In an instant, everyone felt a very oppressive atmosphere undulating out. Although it was only a probing exchange, the two peoples might already made everyone have a clear understanding. Chapter 428. By the time Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared again, only then did the after-image gradually dissipate. By the time Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared again, only then did the after-image gradually dissipate. Such speed was simply unheard of. Indeed, you have some capabilities. No wonder you dare to provoke me. With this exchange, Zhao Chenggan's expression also became grave. Very clearly, the half-step C transformation Yi Yuan already had sufficient capital to pick a fight with him. You want to drag the time? Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Cheng'an with a half-smile. Although the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations was powerful, it was clearly just a temporary increase in realm. When the time limit hit, one would recover to their initial realm and also have a series of sequela. Of course, even so, this martial technique was powerful all the same. Back then, there were countless records in the Medicine King Hall. Ji Qingyun also felt that this martial technique was rather interesting, and it needed to use essence fires too, which was why he took notice of it. To think that today in the lower realms, he would see other people use this martial technique. But Zhao Cheng'an was not the slightest bit embarrassed, said, having his thoughts seen through. So what if yes? Haha, nothing. I just want to tell you that I can last for 2 hours at half-step C transformation realm. So stop scheming in vain, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This time, Zhao Cheng'an's expression finally changed. 2 hours? Are you joking? The Shui family's family head using the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations can last for at most an hour's time. You can actually last twice his time. The Origin Spirit 9 transformation, this technique, was actually rather heaven-defying. Even Shui Zaihe, this dabbler, could break through 2 minor realms consecutively, let alone the Shui family's family head. However, Shui Zaihe's realm could only last for 15 minutes at most. Yi Yuan's lasting duration was actually twice of the Shui family's family head. How could Zhao Cheng'an not be astonished? If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try, Yi Yuan said coolly. Humph. Try then, try. Can you soar to the heaven? Zhao Cheng'an said with a cold snort. Zhao Cheng'an kept his spear and stood there, putting on a ready-to-attack starting stance. An aura which made people feel stifled crept out in all directions. Clearly just a simple posture. People who used the spear would all display this pose. Yet, when Zhao Cheng'an summed it, it gave people a feeling of having no weakness to exploit. At this instant, Zhao Cheng'an and the long spear fused into one. The next attack was an earth-shattering attack. It's spear shadow carnage. My God. I heard that 7th Prince has already not used this move in front of outsiders for many years. This was the self-created ultimate skill that 7th Prince became famed for. I heard that back then, he merely relied on this one move to consecutively defeat over a dozen first-rate families' pinnacle geniuses, and finally he fought to a draw with Shangguan Lingyun. Ever since then, the number 1 position of Shangguan Lingyun and him became established. Hehe, today is really an eye-opener. This is the pinnacle battle of the Fear-Scale World's junior generation. Missing out on today, one would have to wait until who knows when. At this time, everyone seemed to have already forgotten what the original objective of this spouse-finding martial compet. One tie-on was, and everyone was lost in this pinnacle battle. Facing someone such as Zhao Cheng'an, Yi Yuan's expression was also a never before as grave. Yi Yuan was self-confident but not conceited. Zhao Cheng'an was indeed the most powerful foe that he had encountered up to this date. The current Zhao Cheng'an was akin to a fiend God descending. A simple starting stance was actually utilized to such a miraculous realm by him. One could see that Zhao Cheng'an's comprehension towards the path of the spear had already reached an extremely profound realm. If his conjectures were correct, the true intent that Zhao Cheng'an comprehended was precisely related to the spear. Yi Yuan knew the terror of this spear and would obviously not slight it. Only to see him pointing to the skies with his sword, his figure transforming into 9 figures. It was precisely the Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art, 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan had already not used the 9 sword stance for a long time. Compared to the 1,000 flowing petals, its power was indeed slightly weaker. But the 9 sword stance also had merits that the 1,000 flowing petals could not match up to, and that was hard to capture movement technique as well as powerful singular offensive might. The 1,000 flowing petals was the sort of sneaking in during the nighttime without making any sound, while the 9 sword stance was that sort of explosive style powerful. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's comprehension of the supreme true intent growing deeper by the day, his application of the 9 sword stance had a new addition. Not only was the 9 sword stance not eliminated, but it also became another one of Yi Yuan's killing move instead. And today, the 9 sword stance saw the light of day yet again. Tyrant, martial, howling, cloud, spear. Spear. Shadow. Carnage. Zhao Cheng'an enunciated each word. Azure dipper, floating, zero sword art, 9 sword stance. At practically the same instant, Yi Yuan's also uttered nonchalantly. The next moment, a shocking scene which left everyone staring with their mouths agape happened. On the stage, there were spear shadows and sword lights everywhere, leaving everyone unable to feast their eyes fully on it. Zhao Cheng'an's spear shadows were grand and boundless, overwhelming power and might. Yi Yuan's sword lights dotted the skies like stars, being all-pervasive. Spear shadows and sword lights continuously clashed in the air, dissipating. They were colliding and dispersing continuously. The spear shadows and sword lights each occupied half of the platform. For a time, it was actually evenly matched. So strong. Is this the strength of pinnacle geniuses? Seriously too strong. In one breath, how many swords and spears do they want to unleash? 7th Prince's spear shadows. If anybody else were standing on the stage, they would probably have countless holes pierced through already, right? Also, Ji Qing's sword lights. What kind of martial technique is this? To actually release sword lights with 9 phantom images at the same time. Could it be that these 9 phantasms are all real bodies? Actually, from a certain degree, Ji Qing has already won. He's a full major realm lower than His Highness, the 7th Prince, and he actually fought to a draw with His Highness, the 7th Prince. This shows that in terms of concepts comprehension, Ji Qing said His Highness far too much. However, His Highness, the 7th Prince, already comprehended true intent. What on earth did he, Ji Qing, comprehend? Yi Yuan's performance already completely said everyone's understanding. Martial artists who comprehended true intent were invincible existences among those of the same generation. Unless the opponent likewise comprehended true intent, otherwise, one would only get mauled. All along, it had only been Zhao Cheng'an leaping ranks to challenge others. But today, he was forced to such an extent by Yi Yuan with half-step C transformation realm strength. Indeed, from a certain degree, he was already utterly defeated. Except that the result from a fight was never something that can be determined with certainty. The strong would not possibly pity the weak either. Once they stepped onto the stage, one would only see the outcome and not look at the process. The advantage of Zhao Cheng'an's realm was reflected very quickly. He launched spear after spear wildly, squandering his essence energy. The balance on the stage was broken, only to see those power spear shadows gradually overshadow the sword light. Zhao Cheng'an actually became more valiant as he fought. The unleash. Plussing of spears became increasingly faster too. The spear shadows continuously engulfed the sword lights, gradually reducing Yi Yuan's boundary. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruyan was practically on the verge of suffocating. Her fingernails already sunk deep into the flesh, cutting into her palm. But she was oblivious. Very soon, spear shadows occupied the greater half of the platform. Yi Yuan's defense radius only had an extremely small piece left. Everyone held their breaths. Once the spear shadows breached the sword lights, Yi Yuan's outcome would be being impaled by spear shadows. Mustn't have anything happen. Muse. Xiao Ruyan's tears failed to live up to her expectations and flowed down once more. Chapter 429. On a corner tower at the far end of the plaza, 2 slightly aged silhouettes were currently watching the great battle on the stage. On a corner tower at the far end of the plaza, 2 slightly aged silhouettes were currently watching the great battle on the stage. One person was poised and elegant, possessing a remarkable aura of kings. It was actually a peak divine traversing realm martial artist. The other person's strength was slightly inferior, but he also had middle stage divine traversing realm strength. Such characters naturally had exceedingly high statuses in the capital. If a character like Xiao Changfeng were present, they would surely be able to recognize that these 2 people were precisely 2 characters who could summon wind and call rain in the capital. Shangguan family's family head, Shangguan Wenrui, and the Shui family's family head, Shui Hongfei. Hongfei, what are your thoughts? Shangguan Wenrui opened his mouth to ask as his gaze was staring intently at the spear shadows and sword lights in the distance. Zhao Cheng'an's strength grows with each passing day. He's already much stronger compared to the last time he publicly made a move. Xue Hongfei said. I'm not asking about that. Ji Qing possesses the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Don't you have any thoughts at all? Shangguan Wenrui said coolly. Xue Hongfei sighed lightly and said, I was also taken aback from shock when I saw earlier. But this shouldn't have been stolen from the Xue family. Ji Qing's attainments in the Origin Spirit 9 transformations are even greater than mine. This disciple that Star Abyss took in is simply powerful until it makes people despair. Shangguan Wenrui shot a nonchalant glance at Xue Hongfei and said, I heard that a young man from the Endless World infiltrated into the capital. And this young man once killed the Lan family tribe's middle stage C transformation realm martial artist in the level 5 Gale region with first level crystal formation realm strength. Xue Hongfei's expression froze briefly. You mean that? Ji Qing is that youth? Impossible. I also suspected this matter before. But the news from the Xiao family says that Xiao Changfeng tested Ji Qing's divine soul before. He's indeed somebody from the fierce Gale world. I naturally know that. But don't you feel that this young man is very fishy? In our fierce Gale world, other than the Wind Emperor, who else can groom such a monstrous genius? Shangguan Wenrui said coolly. This. Xue Hongfei thought carefully. There really was something not quite right. Xue Hongfei pondered for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. He startled awake abruptly and looked at Shangguan Wenrui in disbelief. Shangguan Wenrui gave a faint smile and knew that Xue Hongfei understood his meaning. Brother Wenrui is farsighted, not what Hongfei can match up to. Shangguan Wenrui said with a smile, Zhao Tianyin has reigned for many years and is no longer far from ascending to the divine realm. The battle for the next Wind Emperor has already gradually surfaced. There is bound to be a fight between a dragon and a tiger between Yuna and Zhao Chenggan. However, this suddenly emerged Ji Qing thoroughly upset the initially stalemated situation. If today, Xue Hongfei took a look at the intense fighting in the distance. Yi Yuan's situation was already in imminent danger. However, this situation currently, it's probably very hard for Ji Qing to be ascertained of victory, right? Haha, maybe not. Spear shadows which blotted out the sky and earth repressed Yi Yuan's 9 figures into a very tiny radius area. Currently, Yi Yuan was akin to a small boat hanging by a thread in the ocean, possibly overturned by the tides and winds at any moment. But Yi Yuan's sword lights were still not the slightest bit slow. Sword light versus spear shadow was at a disadvantage initially. The sword emphasized grace and agility, while the spear stressed on momentum akin to 30,000 catties. Plus, Yi Yuan's realm was not the same with Zhao Chenggan's. Him being suppressed was also something very normal. Haha. I'll see how you will hide. Go and die. Zhao Chenggan was unbelievably excited right now. As long as he broke Yi Yuan's sword lights, he was dead for sure. While talking, Zhao Chenggan mustered essence energy even more feverishly. The spear shadows became even more frenzied. Just a little bit more and Yi Yuan's sword lights were about to be broken. However, Yi Yuan was still expressionless, as if he was oblivious to the danger. The defense circle became increasingly smaller, tinier and tinier. Finally, those countless spear shadows finally broke the limits, stabbing ruthlessly towards Yi Yuan's 9 figures. Ah! Many people gave a shocked exclamation as if seeing the outcome of Yi Yuan staining the stage in blood. Right at the critical moment, a dazzling light suddenly blasted out from the spear shadows. 9 swords returned to 1, half-moon slash. Plus Yi Yuan's voice rang out faintly as if giving that streak of light an enormous power. The spear shadows which filled the skies actually could not inch forward anymore. Those overwhelmingly powerful spear shadows actually gradually subsided under this streak of light. Kai. A half-moon-shaped sword light sweeping along with tremendous amounts of energy dispersed those innumerable spear shadows. And not only did the charging momentum of the sword light not diminish, but it also became increasingly faster instead. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chenggan's expression changed dramatically. How could he still live if he was slashed by this gigantic half-moon-shaped sword light? In a panic, how could Zhao Chenggan still be bothered with displaying spear shadow carnage? He hurriedly pulled back his spear and moved sideways. The The sword light swept past his body with a whoosh. That threatening sword chi shredded Zhao Chang'an's protective essence energy into tattered bits. It was also that Zhao Chang'an's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, he would be split into two parts right now already. Looking at the ground again, the platform already had a deep ravine slashed into it by this colossal half-moon-shaped sword light with scattered pieces of rock everywhere, looking very horrific. Below the platform, it was dead quiet, as if they were hit by an immobility talisman. Zhao Chang'an's body was stinging with fiery pain. Although that sword chi was unable to harm his foundation, it gave him considerable wounds. Each injury was reminding him that he had just brushed past the god of death. Zhao Cheng'an was looking at Yi Yuan rather blankly, somewhat befuddled by the current situation. He clearly had victory in grasp already. Why did the situation suddenly had a 180-degree turnabout, hitting him from heaven to hell all at once? Hey, did you see what happened just now clearly? Didn't he see clearly? My eyes were freaking blinded. Was this a freaking skill released by a crystal formation realm martial artist? I think that this skill, even if Soul Sea realm powerhouses were standing opposite, the person would also be cleaved into two halves, right? After a long time, waves of commotions and exclamations sounded from below the platform. The shock that this attack dealt him was too intense. Haha. Leaving no route for escape so that one would fight desperately to win. This absolute strike back is too beautiful. Shangguan Wenrui praised. ACCU mulating momentum with the sword, Flowris. HI plussing with extreme decline. This boy is truly monstrous. This path of Amma. Sing momentum is patented by spear users. But, it was unleashed by Yi Yuan. This slap is really resounding. Xue Hongfei sighed with admiration. If this child is really an endless world native, he would truly be our fierce-scale world's calamitous disaster. No matter what, this child can't be kept. Shangguan Wenrui suddenly said. Yi Yuan looked at the Zhao Cheng'an who was still suffering from shock and said with a faint smile, "Ran pretty quick, eh? This move today, consider it as teaching you for free of charge. When you go back, you got to comprehend it well." Even if Zhao Chang'an's face was thick, he was flu's. HI plussing with shame currently. He naturally understood what Yi Yuan was talking about. This slap was really resounding in his ears. Yi Yuan's half-moon slash was actually born from that final attack when facing off against Tian Yu. Yi Yuan fused it into the nine-sword stance. But if he unleashed this attack right from the start, its power would be far from as powerful as right now. The process of sword light class. HI plussing against spear shadows was actually the process of Yi Yuan accumulating momentum all along. Only after waiting until the sword light was broken and Yi Yuan released all of the Amma. Said sword intent, was there such a matchlessly powerful attack? Chapter 430. Zhao Cheng'an's face turned red. He wanted to refute but did not know where to begin. Zhao Cheng'an's face turned red. He wanted to refute but did not know where to begin. The most important thing about using a spear was accumulating momentum. How could he possibly not know? Spear Shadow Carnage, the power of this move was extremely great. His starting stance was actually accumulating momentum. Yet, it was precisely because this move was extremely powerful that when Zhao Cheng'an wanted to merge these innumerable spear momentums into the final spear, he could not do it no matter what. But something that he, this spear-playing user, could not do, Yi Yuan who used a sword did it. This could not be said to not be a kind of irony. This match today undoubtedly gave Zhao Cheng'an a genuine battle with immense referencing value. As long as he went back to study it in detail, perhaps he might really be able to fuse the accumulated momentum into Spear Shadow Carnage one day. Ji Qing, don't you get COC Kai? Our fight has only just begun. Just now was only merely a warm-up. Zhao Cheng'an said with a black face. Clearly, he was truly enraged this time. Haha, of course I know that it's only starting now. Earlier, I let you dodge that move. Next time there won't be such good luck, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Humph. That's also what I want to say to you, Zhao Cheng'an said with a cold snort. This exchange made everyone became speechless. That was just a warm-up. If they really fought, wouldn't it tear down this entire plaza? The might of geniuses is indeed not what the likes of us can make wild guesses about. Similarly, a sea transformation realm martial artist, 100 of me added together is not 7th Prince's match either. Most importantly, 100 of you added up is not even as powerful as that 7th level crystal formation realm. He's a monster. I really want to see where his limits lie. Yi Yuan's potential was seemingly limitless. Each time you thought that this was his limit, he would break through his limits again the next fight, reaching a brand new height. Now, the surrounding spectators were long unconcerned about who would win and who would lose, and was also indifferent to who Xiao Ruyan would marry in the end. What they were most concerned with was just what extent Yi Yuan could perform to. Could Yi Yuan defeat the number 1 expert, Zhao Chenggang, and replace him to become the fierce Gale World's rookie king? In the foreseeable future, as long as Yi Yuan did not die today, the future position of Wind Emperor was his for sure. Under everyone's eyes, Zhao Chenggan pointed his spear at Yi Yuan again. This time, he actually raised his spear with one hand over his head, while the other hand with his fingers as swords, pointing them at Yi Yuan. Very soon, an abnormal atmosphere started to undulate out. Everybody had yet to recover from Yi Yuan's attack earlier, but at this time, was forcefully pulled back to reality by this sort of peculiar atmosphere. Zhao Chenggan stood there like a statue without moving a hint for a long time. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Regarding Zhao Chenggan's next attack, he instinctively felt out of the ordinary. Not just Yi Yuan, practically all the martial artists at the plaza could feel it. What martial technique is this? Why does it make me feel like the air is about to solidify? Wasn't His Highness, the 7th Prince's strongest move spear Shadow Carnage? What martial technique is this? Are you a pig? How long has it already been since 7th Prince used martial techniques in front of everyone? Such a long time. Did you think that His Highness, the 7th Prince, would remain marching on the spot? Yeah. Most likely, between Shangguan Lingyun and 7th Prince, they are unaware of each other's depths now. But without question, these two persons' strength is unfathomable right now. In the plaza, martial artists with slightly weaker strength all felt that breathing was rather difficult. But that terror in their hearts could not be repressed no matter what. Swooze. H. Plus Yi Yuan suddenly vanished from where he stood. Zhao Chenggan's body, which had not moved for a long while, finally moved slightly, only to see his upper body rotate slightly, but his sword finger turned to another position. The next instant, Yi Yuan's figure appeared again, and Zhao Chenggan's spear and sword finger were still pointing at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together once more. This probing action earlier finally let Yi Yuan confirm that he was totally locked on by Zhao Chenggan. Big brother, what is this move of His Highness's? Why does it give people such a repressing feeling? Shangguan Lingshue's brows were also tightly locked. Evidently, she felt rather uncomfortable too. Shangguan Lingyun's expression was solemn as he said, "The last time I fought with him was already a matter of 3 years ago. Looks like these 3 years, he wasn't idling either. Ji Qing is in danger." "What?" Shangguan Lingxue exclaimed in shock. "How can you be so certain? Ji Qing, he is so strong. He can't possibly be in trouble, right?" Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, "If Ji Qing had Sea Transformation Realm strength, even if it was only first-level Sea Transformation Realm, breaking this move isn't hard. But sadly, even after using Origin Spirit 9 transformations, he only has a strength at the half-step Sea Transformation Realm. Why is this so? I feel that realm doesn't seem to be that important to Ji Qing. Half-step Sea Transformation and Sea Transformation Realm might perhaps be a huge difference to others, but to Ji Qing, it doesn't seem to make any difference, right?" Shangguan Lingxue asked in puzzlement. Shangguan Lingyun shook his head again. The more so for showdowns between experts, the more important realm is. Zhao Chenggan and my realm have always been more or less the same. Neither shook the other off. Don't you find that strange? Only with Shangguan Lingyun saying that did Shangguan Lingxue felt rather odd. Although these two people's strength were well matched, it could not be that they were also walking together in terms of cultivation in essence energy, right? These few years, the two of them virtually always broke through realms at the same time. Recalling now, It was really quite strange. Shangguan Lingyun continued talking. Martial artist's realm is external. Everyone can see at a glance, and it simply can't be concealed. But comprehension towards concepts is internal. Each day that we don't face off, I'll not know how much he comprehended. But I can confirm that even if there a gap between the two of us, it's only just between millimeters too. Hence, the two of us would have a mutual understanding to maintain a similar realm. We all know that once one side's breakthrough speeds up, the other side will also risk his life to break through. Because as long as one side breaks through first, the other wouldn't be a match at all. But even though Ji Qing's realm isn't high, he still hold the advantage earlier. Shangguan Lingxue said uncertainly. Shangguan Lingyun said with a sigh, between Ji Qing and Zhao Chenggan, it is not as balanced as between Zhao Chenggan and me. The reason why Ji Qing can persist until now is by relying entirely on his concept's comprehension, which is a cut above the rest. And his greatest shortfall is his realm. Pausing for a moment, Shangguan Lingyun continued again. Just now, Ji Qing already probed Zhao Chenggan. He's unable to shake off Zhao Chenggan's vital energy lock-on. With Yi Yuan's concept's comprehension, as long as he has a C transformation realm strength, he can absolutely get rid of Zhao Chenggan's lock-on. But now, he must forcefully resist this blow from Zhao Chenggan head-on, and forcefully withstanding this attack face-on. Even I will die for sure. What? Even you'll die for sure too? This? How is this possible? Shangguan Lingxue turned pale with fright. Even the Shangguan Lingyun who was ranked equally with Zhao Chenggan said that it was a certain death. Just how horrifying was the power of this attack? Chapter 431. There's nothing that is impossible. The offensive power of a spear is extremely strong in the first place. Zhao Chenggan comprehended true intent too. If my conjectures are right, this move should have encompassed as said all of his comprehension towards attack and is no trifling matter. Of course, if I were his opponent, I obviously wouldn't wait foolishly for him to come and stab me. When it comes down to it, Ji Qing is still too disadvantageous in terms of realm, Shangguan Lingyun said confidently. There's nothing that is impossible. The offensive power of a spear is extremely strong in the first place. Zhao Chenggan comprehended true intent too. If my conjectures are right, this move should have encompassed said all of his comprehension towards attack and is no trifling matter. Of course, if I were his opponent, I obviously wouldn't wait foolishly for him to come and stab me. When it comes down to it, Ji Qing is still too disadvantageous in terms of realm, Shangguan Lingyun said confidently. Then, do you think that Ji Qing can ward off this blow? Shangguan Lingxue asked curiously. I don't know. I completely can't figure out Ji Qing's ins and outs. In comparison to Zhao Chenggan, this is a more terrifying adversary. Because you'll never know what kind of surprise he's going to bring you next. Shangguan Lingyun said with a grave face. Although Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan had already not had a frontal battle for a long time, everyone grew up together and could more or less estimate each other's strength. But Ji Qing was different. Since standing on the stage, Yi Yuan's means had been emerging in an endless stream: Divine Soul Attack, Absolute Defense, Thousand Flowing Petals, and Half Moon Slash. Even the Shui family's ultimate technique, Origin Spirit 9 Transformations, Yi Yuan used it even better than the Shui family's family head. No one knew what kind of perverse move Yi Yuan would use next. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and actually closed his eyes. This scene gave everyone a huge shock. What is Ji Qing doing here? Gave up on resisting? Maybe he's preparing some move? Prepare what ass move? Don't you see that he didn't maneuver any essence energy at all? Seventh Prince's next move is bound to be an extremely deadly attack. He's still not launching any martial technique now. Isn't this waiting for death? Zhao Chenggan was also slightly stunned when he saw this scene. But this did not hamper him from continuing to strengthen his momentum. The essence of this move from Zhao Chenggan was momentum. He could not release Spear Shadow Carnage's accumulated momentum, but it did not mean that his comprehension on momentum was a total mess. On the contrary, in comprehension on momentum, Zhao Chenggan was extremely formidable. It also because of this that he created this current move. The momentum of Spear Shadow Carnage was too hard to amma. You know that you can't avoid this. HIT, so you gave up on resisting? But I won't show mercy, Zhao Cheng'an said with a cold laugh in his heart. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A majestic aura undulated out with him as the center. Are you trying to force me to have a head-on confrontation with you here? Fine, as you wish. Plus Yi Yuan's calm voice entered the ears of everyone present here. This voice was so composed that it made people feel hard to get close to, as if Yi Yuan was a person from another world. This is heart like still water. That's right. This is absolutely heart like still water. The heart realm that even Zhao Cheng'an is unable to comprehend. This boy actually comprehended it at the crystal formation realm. Shangguan Wanrui, who had been calm the entire time, finally showed an astonished look. Truly unbelievable. He's only 16. Heart like still water, there might not even be 1 in 100 million martial artists that can comprehend it. How on earth did he do it? Xue Hongfei said with a vicissitude of emotion. Under antic 1p8ing eyes, Yi Yuan's 2 palms was gradually brought up from the sides. 2 distinctly different essence energy attributes extended out from his 2 palms. A miniature whirlwind was held in the palm of his left hand. The whirlwind was currently expanding rapidly, gradually taking on the features of a wind dragon. A small centiliter US tur of pale yellow flames was held in the center of his right hand. The flame grew increasingly vigorous as it blazed, gradually forming a fire dragon. Yi Yuan was currently mobilizing heaven and earth essence energy frenziedly right now. Half-step C transformation could only mobilize heaven and earth essence energy in an extremely small radius area. But to Yi Yuan, half-step C transformation was already enough to let his affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy reach an exceptionally terrifying extent. Yi Yuan entered heart like still water state in order to maximize this affinity to muster even more essence energy. At this instant, Yi Yuan was also already staking it all on one last throw. Zhao Cheng'an's momentum was still in the midst of rising rapidly. Right then, Zhao Cheng'an's aura finally rose to its peak. Tyrant martial howling cloud spear, glimpse of heaven. Zhao Cheng'an gave a low cry. A spear pierced out, sweeping along with boundless heaven and earth essence energy, violent to the extreme. Where it said by, sand and stone were flung all around. The entire stage was already pulverized to dust by his one spear. At the same time, Yi Yuan's palms pushed. 2 small dragons gushed forth, instantaneously tangling together. Windfire violent blaze transforming dragon. Yi Yuan roared. In the process of the intertwining, the 2 small dragons actually gradually merged into one, becoming a colossal dragon of wind and fire. The gigantic dragon roared as it swept over towards Zhao Cheng'an. It actually gave off a series of dragon roars. Xiao Changfeng's expression changed abruptly, and he yelled out, quickly dodge. Actually, no need for him to shout. Everyone below the stage already noticed something off. These 2 people's moves were overly terrifying. Once they clashed together, they completely dare not imagine what would happen. The entire platform had already turned into fine powder. Blast waves rolled out in all directions, wave after wave. Looking at the distinguished guests on the stand, they had long left their seats. While the audiences were thrown into confusion, the 2 people's attacks collided together. Rumble. An explosion sound which reverberated through the skies sounded out, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt. A dazzling light spread out like the sun, blinding the people until they could not open their eyes at all. Quickly run. A martial artist thought that he had retreated to a safe distance. But he quickly discovered something wrong and was sent flying by the enormous air blast. Miserable cries rose after one another, only to see martial artists being sent flying by the enormous air blast one by one. The power of a single attack was utterly appalling. What on earth happened? What the hell did those 2 people do? Ouch. So painful. Is this freaking hell the battle of C Transformation Realm martial artists? When were C Transformation Realm martial artists powerful to this extent? What happened to those 2 people? Who in the world won? Don't know. I completely can't see at all. That blinding light has already persisted for over a dozen breaths and actually hasn't dissipated yet. Many people squinted, wanting to see what happened inside that bundle of light. But they only saw a vast expanse of white light and could not see anything at all. Several more breaths said. The white light finally dissipated slowly. The first thing that reflected in the eyes of the audience was a stretch of ruins. The platform had already disappeared entirely, and what replaced it was a huge pit. In the huge pit, Zhao Chenggan stood with his spear. That appearance was very intimidating. And opposite him, Yi Yuan was struck out over 100 feet away, his clothing tattered, and injuries all over his body, looking very alarming. Once Xiao Ruyan saw, her eyes immediately turned red. She pulled down the head veil with a grab and rushed in front of Yi Yuan like flying. Propping Yi Yuan up, tears flowed down with a pitter-patter. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale white, looking feeble to the extreme. Young Master Ji, are you all right? Chapter 432. Yi Yuan had an anguished look and did not react in the slightest to Xiao Ruyan's words. Yi Yuan had an anguished look and did not react in the slightest to Xiao Ruyan's words. Xiao Ruyan was very anxious and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. Hugging Yi Yuan, she cried extremely heartbrokenly. Little junior brother Shi plus Howren also panicked when he saw the situation and hurriedly ran in front of Yi Yuan. Shi plus Howren hastily searched for Yi Yuan's pulse. Only seeing that Yi Yuan just fainted for the time being did he feel relieved and heaved a long breath. Rest assured. Little junior brother just received a huge impact and fainted unconscious, Shi plus Howren said with Xiao Ruyan. Concern led to panic. Xiao Ruyan herself was also an alchemist. Earlier, she actually forgot to read Yi Yuan's pulse. All right? That's really great. Xiao Ruyan cried from joy. But Shi plus Howren frowned and said, all right? Does he look all right to you? This injury of his, he probably has to lie in bed for a period of time. At present, Yi Yuan looked very miserable. Ignoring external wounds, his internal organs suffered a tremendous impact too. If there were no medicinal pills to assist in healing, a single mishap and he would die. How could he possibly be fine? Shi plus Howren's gaze involuntarily looked towards Zhao Chenggan hatefully. It was only to see that Zhao Chenggan was staring dead straight at Yi Yuan currently. His expression was without a modic. Of joy. Sigh. Ji Qing lost in the end. I even thought that the number one throne of the capital would be displaced today. Who knew that His Highness, the seventh prince, is actually powerful to such an extent already? Ji Qing is still unable to create a miracle in the end. But for him to be able to perform to this step, it's already very heaven-defying. Give him another 1 or 2 years, and he'll surpass His Highness, the seventh prince, in all aspects. This battle, Ji Qing had a moral victory. That final blow from seventh prince, even Soul Sea realm martial artists might not be able to receive it. Ji Qing is just a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist, but he fought to such an extent with seventh prince. In my heart, he's the victor. Strong people always garnered people's respect. Yi Yuan's performance had already obtained the recognition of the vast majority of the people present. In their hearts, for Yi Yuan to lose out slightly to the 7th level sea transformation Zhao Chenggan with strength a major realm lower, he did not count as a failure no matter what. Xiao Changfeng came close and took a look at the heavily wounded Yi Yuan, and looked at Zhao Chenggan again. For a time, he did not know how he should announce the results. This match, 7th Prince. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Changfeng said halfway but was interrupted by Yi Yuan's violent coughing sounds. Xiao Ruyan was overjoyed seeing the situation and said, Ji Qing, you finally woke up. Why you scared me to death? As she said, Xiao Ruyan cried again. Yi Yuan smiled dryly and said, Ji good disciple, don't cry anymore. Bawl your eyes out, and you won't look pretty anymore. What master promised you is all accomplished. Xiao Ruyan had a doubtful face as she said, Ji Qing, you clearly already lost. Haha, I said that I was going to pummel him. How can I lose to him? Yi Yuan's laughing affected his wounds, hurting him until he contorted his face in agony. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the expression of Zhao Cheng'an opposite changed. With a puff, a large mouthful of blood spewed out, and he fell down backward. This scene was too sudden. Everyone was caught unprepared. What's going on here? Didn't His Highness, the seventh prince, won? Isn't this plot reversing too quickly? Can it be? Ji Qing really created a miracle and became the #1 person among the capital's junior generation from here on forth? My God. With his present realm, who can surpass him in the future? All at once, the entire plaza exploded. Sounds of exclamations rose and fell. This scene was too inconceivable. Ji Qing was clearly already beaten until heavily injured and dying. In a twinkle, the seventh prince could not make it anymore. Instead, Yi Yuan laughed happily. Although he looked very tragic, he was not fearful for his life. And this match, as long as Yi Yuan won, he would be the right and proper capital's #1 person. The future position of Wind Emperor was without a doubt his. Such glory was not even worth mentioning to Yi Yuan. But to the fierce-scale world martial artists, it was paramount. In everyone's understanding, the Wind Emperor would surely be born between Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Cheng'an, the two of them. But now, Yi Yuan appeared and utterly upset the entire arrangement. Under Xiao Ruyan's aid, Yi Yuan consumed a medicinal pill that he refined himself. His injuries took a turn for the better very swiftly. While he was still unable to stand up, his complexion already became rosy, and his essence energy was also in the midst of gradual recovery. Such recovery speed made everyone exclaim in shock again. Family head Xiao, announce the result. Yi Yuan urged. Xiao Changfeng looked at the Zhao Cheng'an lying on the ground and did not know what to do for a moment. Yi Yuan said with a slight pant, his dantian is already damaged by me. It will be hard to have any advancement in this lifetime. So, you can announce the results now. What? Dantian damaged? Xiao Changfeng nearly jumped up. Another thunderbolt out of the blue. The insufferably arrogant seventh prince actually became a cripple? Once His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, knows of this matter, how enraged would he be? Ji Qing, why you reframing me up, digging a pit for the Xiao family? Xiao Changfeng stomped in a rage. But Yi Yuan did not care a hoot as he said, with my Chixia mountain backing you up, what are you scared of? Oh right, there's still something I forgot to tell you. As he said, Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan and said with a faint smile, good disciple, come. I, Ji Qing, in front of the many heroes in the capital today, take you in as a disciple. Acknowledge master now. What? I acknowledge you as her master. Xiao Changfeng felt like his brain was a little lacking. When did the agreed-upon spouse finding martial compet? One Taion suddenly become acknowledging master? Xiao Changfeng stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and was so furious that his entire body was trembling. This move from Yi Yuan was thoroughly cutting the Xiao family away from the royal family. Henceforth, the Xiao family would have to depend on the Chixia mountain lineage. Or else, they would die without a burial ground. What? Does family head Xiao think that I, Ji Qing, can't teach your daughter? Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Changfeng looked at Yi Yuan and was speechless for a long time. Only after a long while did he wave his hand and said, forget it. Forget it. My Xiao family swore fealty to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, for generation after generation. Who knew that when it reached my, Xiao Changfeng's, hands, it actually fell to such a plight? The story is played out, and the wood has become a boat. What else do I have to say? Ruyan, acknowledge him as your master then. Xiao Changfeng took a deep look at his daughter and was filled with a vicissitude of emotions. He never would have thought that today's spouse finding martial compet. One Taion would actually develop into such a conclusion. Obtaining her father's permission, the final trace of kink in Xiao Ruyan's heart also vanished like mist and smoke. At once, she bowed solemnly towards Yi Yuan. Master is high above. Receive disciple Xiao Ruyan's bow. Yi Yuan laughed and said, haha, good disciple. To think that my, Ji Qing's, first disciple, is actually a girl as exquisite as a flower. Master's present strength is meager and doesn't have anything good to give to you either. This jade slip is used as your master acknowledgement gift. Take it. As he said, Yi Yuan Pares said Xiao Ruyan a jade slip. Chapter 433. Xiao Ruyan received the jade slip hesitantly, her expression was rather vacant. Xiao Ruyan received the jade slip hesitantly, her expression was rather vacant. She agreed to acknowledge Yi Yuan as her master with ulterior motives, and it was not to really learn something. She did not think that Yi Yuan really prepared a master acknowledgement gift for her. Take a look. Master prepared a set of soul cultivation incantation and 2 sets of refining arts for you. You have to study them well in the future, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Xiao Ruyan sunk her divine sense into the jade slip as told and started to browse. This scene looked extremely comical in everyone's eyes. Yi Yuan's divine soul realm was more or less the same as Xiao Ruyan's, both high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Now, Yi Yuan wanted to take a girl whose strength was relative to his as his disciple. No matter how one looked at it, it was somewhat odd. What do you guys Yi Yuan is playing at here? Xiao Ruyan is one of the capital's dual absolutes. Furthermore, you all look at that concerned look of Xiao Ruyan's when Ji Qing was injured just now. Clearly in love with him. He actually only took her in to be a disciple. Aggravating me to death. Xiao Ruyan is my G.O.des. Ji Qing is already the capital's #1 now, and he actually dares to trample on my G.O.des' dignity. I want to duel him. Screw off you. With that strength of yours, it isn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Still want to duel. However, Ji Qing's action is really unimaginably weird. He himself is just a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How is he going to teach disciples? In my opinion, this Ji Qing thinks too highly of himself. Even though his sovereign star Abyss's disciple, to talk about giving pointers in alchemy to the alchemy grandmaster Xiao Ruyan who is his peer, he probably isn't qualified enough yet, right? I'm very curious though, about what other things inside his jade slip. Heh, what can there be? Simply his own cultivation methods and refining methods. Just that these things, his comprehension is already slightly stronger than Xiao Ruyan, right? Master teaching disciples was not a simple imparting of cultivation methods. It was more so to clarify doubts for disciples and give pointers to various problems encountered during the process of cultivation. Especially alchemy skills. It was deep and profound, hard to learn and hard to be proficient. Everybody knew that Yi Yuan's was amazing at alchemy. But regardless of how incredible he was only an alchemy grandmaster. Regarding higher realm things, how much could he comprehend? Imparting soul cultivation methods and refining methods a little and being someone's master was truly a bit too child's play. And currently, Xiao Ruyan's brows were slightly furrowed, and her expression gradually becoming solemn. Xiao Ruyan was clearly not yet used to called Yi Yuan master. Call master. Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Ruyan sucked in a deep breath and called out, Master, this master's acknowledgement gift is too precious. Haha. You're my disciple. Giving pointers in your cultivation is within master's duty. What precious. From today onwards, you'll cultivate the soul cultivation method on the jade slip. But you must promise master that this method absolutely mustn't be divulged. Only you alone can cultivate it. Otherwise, even its flouting teachings, master will clean the household. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's voice became extremely stern. Actually, what Yi Yuan gave Xiao Ruyan was the 1000 augmenting soul incantation as well as the yin-yang separation flow technique and the Triorigin's samsara art cultivation skills. But what he gave Xiao Ruyan was only the first 5 levels of the 1000 augmenting soul incantation, enough for her to cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign. Moreover, in the jade slip were extremely detailed annotations about the 1000 augmenting soul incantations and the 2 types of skills. They were all Yi Yuan's notes of his understanding. With these things, no matter how poor one's talent was, cultivating to alchemy King Reem was not an issue at all. With Xiao Ruyan's talent, cultivating to peak alchemy sovereign was only a matter of time. In truth, this introduction gift, Yi Yuan considered it carefully too. Just talking about talent, while Xiao Ruyan was not considered at the zenith, she was already pretty decent. Xiao Ruyan's intentions, Yi Yuan was naturally very clear. Furthermore, through this period of living together, Yi Yuan could also trust Xiao Ruyan's character. Since that was the case, why not he be a bit more generous and pass down his mantle? Killing Ji Kanglan was a near-certain death mission. Even Yi Yuan did not dare guarantee that he could succeed for sure either. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was about to leave the fierce Gale world right away. Towards this eldest disciple of his, he could not be shabby no matter what. Hence, he said these three things to Xiao Ruyan. Presumably, with these things, Xiao Ruyan ascending to the divine realm in the future would not pose a problem. Hearing Yi Yuan's warning, Xiao Ruyan's expression changed too and knew how great the weight of this jade slip in her hand was. Xiao Ruyan was an expert too. Sweeping the contents of the jade slip over, she knew the value of this jade slip. She acknowledged him as her master was to get close to Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan really took her to be his legacy successor. After musing, Xiao Ruyan nodded solemnly and said, "Rest assured, master. Disciple will engrave the contents inside the jade slip into my divine soul to slowly understand and absolutely won't reveal it to a third person to know." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, this matter is done. Master's injuries aren't light and still need to head back and recuperate about. You follow me back to Chixia Mountain then." Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and actually really supported Yi Yuan like a disciple and left. Yi Yuan nodded slightly at Shi plus Howren. The party was just about to leave when all of a sudden, a dozen over figures descended from the skies and blocked their path. The one in front was an old man with age much alike star abysses. And looking from the aura coming off of this person's body, he was actually a divine traversing realm martial artist. "Ding Liang, what are you here for?" When Shi plus Howren saw the arrival, his brows involuntarily knitted. The old man called Ding Liang did not pay attention to Shi plus Howren and said indifferently, "The Dark Shadow Guards are handling affairs. Unrelated personnel quickly leave. Otherwise, kill without amnesty." Ding Liang's voice was not loud, but it spread out like a large bell. Every single person in the plaza heard it loud and clear. Dark Shadow Guards. It's actually the most mysterious Dark Shadow Guards under the Wind Emperor's command. Is this the power of a sovereign-level powerhouse? So powerful. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, quickly go. I heard that the Dark Shadow Guards have extremely high autonomy when handling matters and can execute on the spot before reporting. If we don't leave, we'll die a pointless death. There were tens of thousands of people in the plaza. But currently, they retreated like tidewater. Very soon, in the vast plaza, only Yi Yuan's group and Ding Liang's group were left. "Ding Liang, what the hell are you doing?" Shi plus Howren asked again unhappily. Although he was a full major realm lower than Ding Liang, in terms of status, he was not inferior to Ding Liang. Hence, he dared to directly call his name. Shi plus Howren was the number one person under Star Abyss. Other than needing to give a disciple's bow when facing the Wind Emperor, he could directly disregard other people. Ding Liang still did not answer. He took a look at the unconscious Zhao Chenggan not far away and his brows involuntarily furrowed. He asked Yi Yuan, "His Highness, the seventh prince, was defeated by you?" Not knowing why, since the beginning earlier, Yi Yuan's eyelids kept twitching constantly and had an uneasy feeling. He had a feeling that this Ding Liang did not come with good intentions. Seeing Ding Liang pose a question, Yi Yuan said, "So what if yes? Can it be that you want to take revenge for him?" "Haha, taking revenge naturally won't reach this old man's turn. Yi Yuan, take a trip with me," Ding Liang said with a light laugh.